Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. This is your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion on the latest development on our political front. Thank you so much. We look forward to having a great time together, even as we explore the latest on our political front. Well, much has happened today. There is a scramble for the Islamic vote. Today, Baba was in Mombasa participating into Iftar, the celebration of the Muslim faithfuls, as William Ruto was hosting the same group in Nairobi. What is cooking is the Islamic, whatever, Muslim vote. This time going to be split, or it will be in one basket as usual. Well, there is also Baba's trip abroad, I mean, to the USA. Hopes and expectations. What do you think? What is going to come out of all this? And of course, the Nairobi governorship is up for grab. There is a spirited fight for Tim Wanyonyi to carry the flag for Nairobi governorship, while there is also another dimension to it, or another twist to it, that he should accept to deputize somebody from a different community. What is your take on the same? Thank you so much, those of you that are joining us fast and furious. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on the link, get in the studio, and let us get talking. I'm coming to you live from Bungoma County, and we are happy that you found time to join me on this particular show at this point in time. Apologies, I've not been able to connect for the past 2 days. I've missed you guys. Look forward to interacting with you even as we proceed with the broadcast. Jackton Ogutu, thank you so much. I'm here now. Nicholas Otinda, I salute you. Otiato Vince, thank you so much. Kuna Joseph Wesonga, karibu sana. I appreciate you. Kuna another Moses, asante sana. I am here. Okay, Davis Mwandaga, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Anderson Neta, karibu kwa show. Kuna Joseph Wesonga, we appreciate all of you. Tatu Juma, asante sana, karibuni kila mmoja. Leo tujadiliane, tujue mbivu na mbichi, yale yote ambayo yanajiri katika siasa zetu, na msimamo ambao kila mmoja wetu lazima afanye uamuzi unaofaa ili akuwe sehemu ya suluhisho, wala asiwe sehemu ya matatizo ya nchi hii. So kokote ulipo dunia nzima, hii ni Mtembe TV, tunahakikisha kwamba unapata nafasi ya kusema yale ambayo yanakukera, yale ambayo yanakufurahisha, yale ambayo unashabikia na yale ambayo unapinga. Una uhuru wa kusema hayo yote ili umakinike na uhakikishe kwamba Mkenya hadanganywi na wanasiasa ambao wanataka kuungwa mkono wakitumia uongo na masuala mengine ya propaganda. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja. Link unayotumia kuingia katika studio nishaweka katika comments, nitarudia tena. Ukiklik kwa hiyo link, unaacha hiyo StreamYard iandae kamera yako na iandae audio yako, ndipo utaweza kuongezeka katika screen na utoe maoni yako mahala popote ulipo. Kwa hivyo asante kwa kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi. Naamini kwamba usiku wa leo kuna mambo mengi ambayo ungependa kuchangia. Safari ya baba kwenda USA, unaona nini? Matumaini na matarajio ni yepi haya? Islamic vote, Raila Iftar in Mombasa, Ruto Iftar in Nairobi, and then of course the LUHYA nation on Tim Wanyonyi ticket. What is your take on the same? There is a lot that is cooking, and there is give and take. There is all manner of what we prefer, what we would like, what we would wish to have, and what we can have and what we cannot have. So whichever way you look at it, it is time for us to ensure that the country moves forward, and for the country to move forward, we must make a decision. Some of those decisions are going to be hard decisions, but come what may, we must make them because the country has to move forward. And for us to facilitate the moving forward, it is important that we keep in the middle. We ensure that we are sticking by what is true, what is accurate, and what is profitable. Thank you very much. Bwana Wangira, namna gani?
Niko salama, habari ya leo?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Huku tuko wazima, labda huko. Nimekuona uko wapi, Bungoma au Kakamega?
Huku niko kwa Didmas Baraza, Kimilili kwenyewe.
Wanasema nini?
Na hoji watu wanasema huku ni azimio tu, so sijui wananiambia ukweli ama wananihada.
Hujakutana na watu wa Kenya kuisha?
Kenya kisha sijakutana nao. Kesho ndio nataka kwenda kwa wherever kwa stage niongeleshe vijana, labda wataniambia ukweli. Hapa wazee wameniambia wako azimio.
Okay, wacha nichangie, na leo nitajaribu kuchangia kwa ufupi. You know, today there was that meeting by our brother Tim Wanyonyi, where they purported to give some ultimatums to Raila Odinga and the ODM party. And you know, at this time of the day, especially when everybody is trying to negotiate, you know, I don't think that ultimatums work very well at this particular time. For example, if you come out and you say that Raila Odinga must give Tim Wanyonyi his nomination certificate by 5 o'clock this evening, what are you telling us? If you now come up with other demands that don't even concern the Nairobi gubernatorial race, like telling us that LUHYAs must have 4 CSs, I don't know how many PSs, you know, I don't know where that comes in Tim Wanyonyi's issue. You know, we should not lose our we should not lose the sight of we should not lose an antelope at the sight of a squirrel. What I'm seeing happening here is us losing an antelope at the sight of the squirrel, because the best thing for us here is to come out and negotiate. We don't need to come out and start giving ultimatums like what I saw Philip Kisia doing. And when I saw Philip Kisia purporting to speak for Tim Wanyonyi, I knew that now Tim Wanyonyi was losing the bigger picture. You know, we are in Azimio, and everybody here is trying to play his role to ensure that Raila Odinga becomes the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Even if Jubilee came up with this guy they are calling Igade, and Tim Wanyonyi believes that he's the best guy with cut to become the governor of Nairobi. You know, the best way to do this thing is not in the manner that I saw him doing today, calling a press conference, you know, trying to look as if you are now giving ultimatums. If you give ultimatums today and tomorrow they say that, wacha liwe liwalo, we are not giving you the ticket, what do you do? What do you do? Because you don't control anything. Eh? ODM can decide that we are not giving you the ticket tomorrow, or ODM can now decide that we are supporting a Jubilee candidate. What will you do? Would you do? Because it's not within you; it's within the party. So if it's within the party, you work within the party mechanism, and not in the manner that I saw Tim Wanyonyi doing. And you know what also annoyed me was that I saw Sifuna behind there. You know, Sifuna is the Secretary General of ODM, who should be advising Tim Wanyonyi well. Advise Tim Wanyonyi on the route to follow. You know, you don't become a heckler when you're the Secretary General of a political party like ODM. And again, even if we have to make Tim Wanyonyi the gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi, how will we make Tim Wanyonyi the gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi? And there again, they are demanding that we make Sifuna the senatorial candidate for Nairobi. How will that work? It's not possible. So we must come up with a mechanism that will enable us negotiate. But if we think that we are going to give ultimatums in the name of this in LUHYA, let me tell you, it's not going to work for us. Hapo tunajidanganya. Hiyo ni ile kitu haikunifurahisha Bernard, na sina mengi, wacha kwanza niwachie tu hapo.
Asante sana Bwana Wangira, nashukuru kwa hayo. Naamini kwamba Wakenya wako tayari kuchangia ili iwe mbivu na mbichi. Ukienda kuomba mboga usiitishe na ugali pia. James Blue, namna gani?
Salama sana.
Hali namna gani? Ni Nandi ama ni Kericho?
Kericho.
Okay. Kericho nimeambiwa ninyi ni Azimio.
Sasa
Yes.
Labda mimi peke yangu nataka kuongea juu ya kile niliona leo. Bwana Wangira, I don't think it is fair for you to judge this gentleman, the Secretary General for ODM, Mr. Sifuna. Akufaaye kwa dhiki ndiye rafiki wa kweli. Wanyonyi actually stood the first na akasema, I am no longer interested in serving the people of Westlands. Rather, I will ask my brothers from the Azimio side, kama kuna mmoja alikuwa na ambition ya kukuwa governor, aweke kando na wampe nafasi. He is coming from actually two communities. I see Wanyonyi as not specifically standing for Luyas, but also a face of those people living with disabilities. So rafiki yangu Wangira, huyu Sifuna nadhani alikuwa anasimama na ndugu yake wakati anamuhitaji sana. Nairobi seat is si kitu ya nilikuwa naangalia vizuri because when we talk about Sifuna, Sakaja and Wanyonyi, but Wanyonyi have said tuachane na maneno ya ukabila. Wanyonyi is not coming as a LUHYA. This time is just a smart guy who has been serving the people of Westlands, and also is a gentleman living with disability. So angepata sympathy vote 1, 2, pia track record yake sio mbaya. So nilikuwa naangalia kama sasa ni uungwana ile ya kusema tu ukweli. Sifuna maybe could actually shelve the idea of running for Senate Nairobi for a Jubilee guy. Alafu pia wale wa Jubilee, they could actually return the same by supporting Wanyonyi. Lakini nimeangalia ODM pia inataka kukata na power, so the ambition of this gentleman Wanyonyi. He stands actually a better chance. Lakini sasa shida ya Nairobi nimeangalia, if we go that direction, tukienda hiyo direction, I think the ODM party is not very genuine wakati inasimama na watu wake, kwa sababu unaona kesho watapeana, I think it's tomorrow actually, when we are going to have those candidates who won the nominations plus those ones who have been given the direct certificates. Nadhani watapewa hizo certificates. So I feel the same, that ultimatum actually was not necessary, but pia tu chama iangalie vitu zingine kama hiyo ya Wanyonyi. Why hold that much, or you want to trade that seat for something else? What if we lose the presidential bid? Kwa sababu hata mimi nilikuwa naangalia rais leo huko Mombasa, analazimisha kupigiwa makofi. Bwana, kama umefanya kazi safi, kama umefanya kazi safi, you don't actually force people to clap for you. Ni watu tu wenyewe wanaona wanaridhika na kile umefanya. I saw Joho's mood, alikuwa amekaa tu pale ni kama alikuwa kama dolly, like a statue. So I think the speech was not even moving in any way. Those teachers actually have got a lot to demand, especially these the new curriculum. Unajua kina Magoa ni kama wale watu walikuwa natembea na Amin. They just allowed anything said by the head of state, hata kama ni uongo, hata kama sio sahihi, because I feel a lot for the parents na hii maneno ya CBC. So going round na kuangalia kiti ya Nairobi, kama we are going that direction, Mr. Wangira, Kikuyus have many votes plus the Kambas. I think Igathe is going to win that seat. Sakaja ameanguka from the word go. Lakini sasa hii ya juu naona sasa kama watu wamesema hatupangi. I feel that thing, it is coming now to be very real. Kama hivi ndo tutacheza pata potea kama chama. Unajua huyu nani, I feel for Wanyonyi. If they are not going to hand him that ODM certificate. Sasa sisi watu wengine tutaboeka sasa. Mtu kama huyu hafai kunyimwa kivyo vyote vile hiyo certificate ya ODM.
Okay, Bwana James Blue. Unajua certificate ya ODM is not a final certificate. At the end of the day, you are still going to be negotiation between the Azimio parties to settle on the candidate. So getting the ODM certificate doesn't guarantee you the running. That is mkataba wa Azimio uko. On the other hand,
wacha apewe hiyo kwanza.
The other hand, if you want to stand like a Nairobian and you want to stand for the people of disability, why do you carry your tribesmen to come and flag your backyard? That's madness. If you want to play national, you play national. You don't go and get your brothers to stand beside you and say you are speaking for the people with disability. Mimi sangine Waluya wananiletting down sana. Mimi ni Mluya lakini mambo kama hayo mispendi. If you want to play Nairobi, let's have the face of Nairobi sticking out for you. But if you go and pick your brothers from your backyard to come and threaten, it makes you lose. So as much as I trust the party will make the best decision, let's not dig in. It is time to move forward, and some decisions have to be made. Some of them are going to be hard and difficult. But at the end of the day, we must win and move forward. So there is sympathy vote, yes. There is understanding vote, yes. But I wouldn't want to turn Nairobi into a tribal thing. If you want to play Nairobi, kuja na face of Nairobi. Kuja na story ya ndugu zako peke yake. And Sifuna, I stand with Wangira. Sifuna knows better than that. Knows better than that. There are people to advocate for the LUHYA thing, not Sifuna being the Secretary General of ODM. They let other people do that, but party officials should not participate into tribal agenda, in my opinion. Naomba kama James Blue umemaliza tuende kwa Kasuti. Yes, Wangira. Half a minute, please. We need to go to Kasuti.
Okay.
Yeah. Bwana Wangira, mitambo yako imekataa?
Imehang.
Iko sawa sasa. Sema mara moja.
Unanisikia kweli?
Yes, we can hear you.
Bado sijamaliza.
Kidogo tu,
nilikuwa just a minute. Okay, sasa
Hebu subiri kwanza Bwana James Blue.
Kama Sifuna kama Sifuna ameongea, sauti yake pia ujue as a gentleman, imefika sasa mahali ameona sisi kama Waluya hii gari itatuacha.
Okay, unanipata Bernard?
Order, you people are mixing me up, huh? James Blue, hold on. Yes, Wangira, I can get you. What is it?
I was just telling you, and I'm just saying it in 2 seconds, that we have had enough of push and pull from Kalonzo Musyoka, that we don't want another pull and push from anybody else. You know, this push and pull, you know, is taking us to it's taking us back to this myth of the grease, you know, of the grease that is called the sulfurs. Ile unasukuma mawe ikienda karibu ifike juu, unajipata tena inateremka chini. Unasukuma karibu ifike juu, unapata inateremka chini. We don't want that situation. We have had enough of that from Kalonzo Musyoka. Please, wacha ishie kwa Kalonzo Musyoka hapa chini. Let us try and have some order. Ni hiyo tu.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wangira. James Blue. Gari inawacha Waluya wapi? Okay, I think James Blue has been thrown out. Before Kasuti comes in, I need to respond to somebody here called who? I missed him again. Okay. There's somebody asking to be hosted. If you want to be hosted on this channel or on your special show, you are either an aspirant or you want to whatever advocate for something, and you want to be hosted on Mtembei TV, you inbox your details, then we will get in touch with you and slot out a show for you, or we see on how you can participate into our other different shows. So get in touch with me or any of other panels, then you will arrange for also inbox your details ama ingia studio utupatia nini details zako kwa private chat, then we will get in touch with you tupange show yako ile ungependa kuhostiwa on Mtembei TV. Asanteni sana. Bwana Kasuti, namna gani?
Safi baba. Hujambo?
Vipi wewe? Si jambo. Unakaa mbali na mikrofoni, hatukusikilizi vizuri.
Bwana, hamunisikii kivipi?
Hii maneno yako Bluetooth.
Haipo.
Endelea.
Ngoja. Unanisikia ama unisikii? Sitaki kujiongelesha mwenyewe.
You're okay. Go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. Wacha niwasalimie wote, Mama Magi, hujambo? Wote waje niwasalimie waliomo na wasiokuwemo.
Waliomo ni wale wako. Habari zenu pia.
Safi. Sasa wacha mimi nianze na hii story. These people who are talking about politics of Nairobi, it seems they don't know how politics of Nairobi is being played. Politics of Nairobi is being played according to the numbers. That's one. Arithmetics of numbers. That is one. Let me start by last election. Kwa ujumla ama kwa ukweli, Kikuyu are the dominants in Nairobi, followed by Luyas. Alafu tufuate na Nyanza block. Vile ilivyo hivyo. Imepangwa hivyo. Wakamba kiasi. So, to secure the seat in Nairobi, it based for 2 or 3 reasons. And if you listened to Tim Wanyonyi himself, the way he was explaining by saying that our opponent they are just waiting for we to make a slight mistake, and then they pass, and then they take it. But when it comes to numbers, they don't have. That's one. So for Raila Amolo Odinga and President Uhuru Kenyatta to come up and settle to ticket of Polycarp Igathe and Tim Wanyonyi, I think they have done their calculation and they knew that, okay, if we present this ticket to people, we stand a chance of winning. And if we present it in the other way around, we stand a chance of losing. Why am I saying so? You have to remember, right now, when it comes to the national politics, you remember now, presidential candidate is Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, hesabu ya deputy president hapa haimaanishi chochote kulingana na vile wameona uhusiano wa deputy president na Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta vile ambavyo umekuwa of late. So that position, and then you cannot tell me they lose maybe in yangu they lose having they are not there is in president Mkikuyu hayuko kwa president, and then they lose up to Nairobi. That one, it will not happen. It will not happen. Tutakuwa tunacheza, tutakuwa tunafanya hesabu ambayo yenye haingiani. Hawawezi wakakubali hiyo Mkikuyu akose rais na Nairobi waikose. Hiyo haiwezekani. Na kulingana na hesabu za Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he's aiming Kikuyu block. Do you know Mount Kenya can let him down? Mount Kenya can let him down, but anatafuta mahali ambapo there is another block of Kikuyu, whereby when he present one of them there, and as well wawekewe deputy president, watasema ya kwamba they stand a big share, they have a big share in the government in Azimio than the other than Kenya Kwanza. So that one is very keen. By the way, he's very keen when it comes to that one. So that's why they settled on Rigathi anaitwa nani? Rigathi, whatever, ticket with Tim Wanyonyi. And then it's not only that, because when you before you win you win in Nairobi, there are so many factors. Kitu cha kwanza kuna hii street politics. Do you know how to play street politics? Songo managed to maneuver because he knows the street politics. He was impressed with the slums, even although yeye mwenyewe alijipresent vizuri huko chini mashinani. Evans Kidero, he was the same category with Rigathi. Then unakuta ya kwamba yeye naye, because ODM is dominant in the slums, akabebwa na ile wave ya chama, hiyo ndio ilimpropel akakuja akamanage kushinda. So there are so many factors ambazo mtu unafaa kuangalia in Nairobi before you make a move, because one step mistake or one step wrong, you are done. Upoteze Nairobi, pengine hata mpoteze deputy president, inamaanisha hata hiyo president yenye tunataka sisi hayatutapata. So nilikuwa nataka kuambia huyu jamaa mwenye ametoka hapo, huyu Blue, anaitwa Blue huyu, siasa ya Nairobi inachezewa kwa meza. ODM as the party already, we are going to give him a ticket, but yeye mwenyewe akasema ya kwamba licha ya kwamba mimi I'm a front runner right now, kwa sababu kumbuka wale watu wamefanya campaign Nairobi ni watu wangapi? Wawili. Huyu alikuwa ni Timu Wanyonyi na huyu mwingine alikuwa anaitwa nani? Sijui, Richard Ngatia. CV ya Richard Ngatia hiyo iko out of equation. So whereby Jubilee haingefanya mistake ya kufront Richard Ngatia to Nairobi gubernatorial race, because hapo walikuwa wanajua hapo ni kufail completely. Hiyo walikuwa ni total kufail, kwa sababu CV yake si nzuri. So na ukasikia Timu Wanyonyi mwenyewe akasema hiyo nimeachia wakubwa wangu, nimeachia baba na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta waende wakae, kwa sababu in Azimio we are not alone. Tungekuwa tuko peke yetu kama ODM, I could have that mandate ya kudemand na kusema na kupika kifua. But as things stands today in Azimio, we have so many parties whereby we leave for our leaders to direct and to say the decision they will come up with, I will be contented with it. So that is a very good thing. But mimi nami sifurahi vile Bernard anasema, despite the fact that I'm a LUHYA, you cannot go and bring, if you move out from the politics of village, if you want to be defended with your village boys, why don't you go and fight in Bungoma, or fight in Webuye, or Kakamega? There now, your boys, they will have a say they will come and shout and do anything. But Nairobi is not a village. Nairobi is Nairobi. And once you decide to engage in politics of Nairobi, always be ready to play with mathematics. And if you fail to do so, you are done. So for that one, waja nimalizia hapo. I will come back again maybe later on another issue. Thank you, Bernard. Na mwenye ako na swali aniulize.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Fred, na mimi hiyo iko wazi na kila mmoja ameelewa. Siasa lazima zichezwe vizuri na katika ufahamu na katika hekima, sio kupupia na kutaka tu lazima upate. Naomba wale watu wote mko nyuma ya curtain, either you show your face or you go, because the screen is dark. It is against the standing orders to remain behind the scenes. If you must remain behind the scene, tunakupatia first priority, you make your submission and then go, so that we keep the screen light. And
mimi sina stima, stima hakuna kwangu. Mvua imeangusha stima, mvua imeangusha mti ya stima. Sasa univumilie. Kasuti anacheka.
Wewe honorable Bundi, wewe ni honorable, simamisha mti.
Kama na wako wapi? Unaangusha
fanya hivi.
Gavana yangu ni Simba. Gavana yangu ni Simba Arati, amepewa tiketi.
Tutakuja kwako baadaye. Okay, kabla mama Rose aje kuchangia kwa kifupi, wacha tuone hii kwanza. At least tukwenda ka commercial break.
Kisii County. What you have haya Kisii County. Hayo abingamba. Haya. Okay. Haya. Governor Kisii County anaitwa Paul Simba Arati. Haya. Senator wa Kisii Richard Mamoima Onyonka. MCS. Haya, next ni anayefuata ni Daniel Ogwoka Manduku, MP Nyaribari Masaba.
Mamoima mbuyole aine, Simba mbuyole aine, Arati mbuyole aine, Taya goko igwa mbuya.
Wale nipata interpret hiyo baadaye. Mama Rose, namna gani leo?
Poa sana. Vipi?
Niko salama, siku nyingi.
Siku nyingi hatujaonana. Tunakutanaga tu ile yetu. Hata mko wazima?
Tuko wazima tunashukuru.
Naona permanent reporters wameingia huko kina Kasuti. Bali Kasuti. Nimewasalimia nyote. Okay, good.
Asante.
Mimi nikichangia tu hiyo maneno ya Nairobi. Mimi naona upande wa Jubilee wamefanya vizuri. Rigathi, Polycarp Rigathi ako sawa. Na pia mimi sijui nyinyi wa LUHYA mnataka namna gani. Hata kama huyu Mluhya wenyu Wanyonyi si mtu mzuri ama amewakosea, mumsamehe tu, msikue kama vile wakikuwa anapiga nini Uhuru. Mumweke tu pale, sababu nyinyi mkicheza hivyo mnacheza mtakosa kwa UDA, mkose kwa Azimio. Yaani mkose tu vile mumezoea. Unaona hata Mudavadi wenyu amewacha kiti, angepata kiti sasa ameenda pandini nyingine. Mimi naona timu Wanyonyi na Polycarp Rigathi wako sawa. Kwa hiyo mimi hiyo timu naona iko sawa kabisa. Isipokuwa yani hiyo ni maoni yangu. Sijasema ati mtu mwingine ati aangalie. Na wewe Kasuti nikikwambia ati Sonko ati alishinda ati sababu ati Wakamba ama nini hata ama kama yati ni youth by that time. Not so. Tulimpatia kule sababu alikuwa na support Uhuru. Saa hii ajaribu aone. Ajaribu tu saa hii. Ndio utajua siasa ya Nairobi inapigagwa namna gani. Otherwise hiyo ya venye wamesema mimi naona ni sawa, sababu sasa Gatia alikuwa okay, another option. Watu waliona ni mzuri. Lakini yeye ako na maskadozi zake. Na hizo maskadozi zake hatutaki watu wako na corruption. Kwa hivyo apumzike saa hii akitengeneza jina yake. Atarudi maybe miaka ingine, lakini sio this time. But this time Polycarp Rigathi, timu Wanyonyi mumhurumie tu vile nani alisema. Wapelekane na at least mkue mahali kwa serikali nyinyi wa LUHYA. Msikue tu mko nje na nyinyi ndio mko wengi pia. Mko almost kama Wakikuyu. Sababu naona kule kwa UDA hamko karibu na kiti ya nini ya vice. Huyu mtu si akaja ilisemekana ni Munandi. Sasa nyinyi mtapotelea chini namna gani nyinyi na mko na kula nyinyi namna hii. Mchague huyu Wanyonyi wenyu. Tafadhali. Mimi ningeomba Kenya wachague hiyo machi ni ya Polycarp Rigathi na Wanyonyi. Ningeulizwa tu ningesema watu wamhurumie. Si ana rekodi mbaya. Ni mtu wako sawa. Hiyo ni maoni yangu. Msifanye tena tuingie tena kama ile ya Kalonzo. Na Kalonzo imeendaje Bernard? Ameenda upande wa udaku. Ama ako aje?
Hakuna pa kwenda. Ameambiwa na rais anyamaze. Angoje kila atapewa hakule.
Huyu hata switi hastahili kupatiwa.
Ati?
Huyu hata switi hastahili kupatiwa. Aende kama anataka kwenda. Huyo ni mtu very stubborn. Na huyo mtu unajua tulifikiria Wakikuyu wakati mwingine tutampatia kiti, lakini hatutampatia. Hii kiti siku nyingine mkijipanga vizuri tutapatia LUHYA. Na huyu Mudavadi alikosea sana. Hii kiti Mudavadi angechukua siku za usoni. Sababu sasa huyu Kalonzo hawezi aminika, hata afadhali Ngilu mara 100. Wakiwa na huyu nani, huyu kijana wake huyu wakili huyu. Ndio watu wabaya sana. Kivutha kibwana afadhali. Ni hayo. Kasuti nataka kuniuliza nini?
nataka kukuambia hivi mami. In Luhyas, we are
Mm.
not short of leaders. Tuko na
Aye, but
bundles
we need you
and
high in
sets
high
of
chances.
protest. Yes, we are here. We are top there. Cheki, tuko na Oparanya ako pale nyuma, tuko na Eugene Wamalwa ako hapo nyuma. Those individuals, they are very ripe for leadership. So don't think we are so far. We are not far. Tunachezea tu hapo. And then very soon vile unavyosema, you will see.
Okay, asante
Hiyo
sana.
nimeagree, sababu nani ni mzuri sana. Huyu anaitwa nani huyo umesema? Huyu kijana alirudi mahali ya ule brother yake alikufa, anaitwa nani? Eugene yako sawa. Yeah, Eugene yako sawa. Lakini msikufuata huyu nani wenyu anaitwa juu Mudavadi. Analilia tu tumbo yake huko kwa udaku, timu udaku. Mmesikia nani vile amesema sijamaliza nani Bernard, umesikia Waigoro wa nani anaitwa Barogoro anataka kuja kwa Azimio sasa. Ameserenda sasa, anasema alikosea hata rudi kutukanana. Mumkaribishe, mnamtaka Barogoro.
Kusamehe tutasamehe.
Amesema baba ni mzuri sana. Amesema watu wamehongwa wakaenda upande ule mwingine, watarudi sasa kwa baba. Sijui ameona nini baya kwa baba kwa upande ule mwingine.
Room 350 sitaki kwenda huko. Xavier Mezit Malaba. Namna gani ofisa? Ununmute mic iko kando ya jina yako. Una click kwa hiyo kwanza. Ndio ukiongea tunasikia. On the screen beside your name, you click on the mic.
Yani kishindikana unipatie nafasi dakika 2, my phone is going off. Possible.
You're always in an emergency. Mpaka umesababisha nani amedondoka. Sawa, kuja chukua dakika yako 2.
Ya, asante sana kwa hiyo dakika. Naona Kishita alikuwa anataka kukataa, lakini Kishita, habari yako?
Uko kwa giza, hiyo giza yako hatutaki.
Omera stima onge. Anyway, unajua hapa Kenya tunaharakisha kulala kabla, unajua unaweza lala wamuko upate usingizi, imeongeza bei. Na harakisha pia ulale mapema samuka upate bei ya usingizi iko double. Hiyo ni Kenya ya sana. Anyway,
wewe utaacha mambo ya ukisi bwana. Wewe utaacha mambo ya ukisi. Usingizi iongezwe bei nyingi.
That's where I was. Afanye submission yake, timu yake imeizima, timu yake karibu kuzima. Tafadhali.
Anyway,
nirudisha hapo.
Ile kitu nilikuwa nasema ni first of all, let me start from LUHYA Nairobi politics. First, there is a difference between Nairobi na kule Kisii in terms of politics. Nairobi kuna mpiga kura anategemea pasere, na nyumbani kuna mpiga kura anasakata ndisi ause alipie mtoto school fees ama miwa. Sasa viongozi wachache wakikusanya waseme atutaki na atutaki, those are the people who are able to take the kids to school. And I can assure you for free, we let us stop this thing of calling LUHYA. Nairobi ni tofauti na Usago. Nairobi ni community kivyake. And I can assure you, and this is the fact, where those 2 or 3 principles will agree, that is how it will go. Hakuna tofauti na haitasindikana hata mtu afanye nini. Take it to the bank. I know some of you kuna ka message niliandika hawa watu mkachukua kama ni granted. I talked about Penny, I think Penny will remember. I talked about Polycarp Igate hapo nyuma. Some people walinipiga vita, leo ndio hii. Ngine shoka ngine ni najua itauma watu sana. Gideon Moi is coming as a deputy president. Take it to the bank. Some 2-3 days. Yeah, I know mtatingisa kichwa ni hivyo. He is coming. You guys will be shocked. I will be here to remind you that whether you remember this date. Ni hivyo na itakuwa hivyo. Yeah, the reason why Kikuyus, I know everybody is saying no, let me finish. Simu ikisimika mutaandika message nitapata. Ukweli ni kwamba, let me be honest to you bro. Serikali pesa pangwa. The reason why Kikuyu must get this seat, it's because they are not number 1 and they are not going to get number 2. So this one imeenda, and we are already looking for the lawyers to stop, because I know they must get a serious good ministries, because part of serikali ni kubwa. Kitu ngine, these lawyers are the people ODM we respect for long. Angalia Rado is the chairman of ODM in Nairobi. Angalia Sifuna is secretary general. Oparanya is the deputy party leader. Surely, what next do you want these people, this Raila to do? Waache kusumbua pia huyu mzee, and I think they should give him a chance to focus other things for us to get a better Kenya. Hata hii kitu ya ukapira, sisi ni wa Kenya, one Kenya. And by the way, I even don't understand. Hata sisi sijui ni kukusanya kwa Kisii kesho na sisi tupige kelele, kwa sababu tunachangia economy ya Nairobi sana. Matatu usova 90%. Sisi ndio tunalipa usuru. Sahi kulipa gari races per month is 5,000, and we have over 30,000 matatus working in Nairobi. Si ndio tunachenga sana. If you go to Kitengera, if you go, you're not Kitengera, sorry. If you go to Rongai, wherever, even in town city, serious supplies, sisi ndio sasa sisi hata sisi tunafaa tukusanya hivi, na sisi tunasema governor, because this is coming too much. Kama watu ni kujikusanya kila mtu aimbe kabila yake, and that's wrong. We should focus how Raila will win this president. Vitu ngine jipanga peke yake. Hii vita ishe kwa sasa. If we focus on this thing, tutarus control ya kutafuta kura. Sahi kabisa tupatie mse nafasi. There is a technical team ilikuwa inapanga who will be the governor, blah blah blah, na wamesema ni hiyo. Wakati Wanyonyi alikubali hakurasimiswa gunpoint, maybe there is sense aliona. Sasa mkimuita mseme sisi tunataka hii ndio tumepaki naye. Sasa tupee sawa yeye ndio governor. Tupee Sifuna akue senator. Alafu almost half of the MCAs actually they are lawyers in Nairobi. And hata wale watachukua ni good number ni lawyer. You start from Katina, Kangemi, para Kawangware, ni wengi anyway, ni wengi I can't count. Even there is a lot of things. There is leader of majority in county assembly. There is ministers for now. Right, relax. And as I told you, Kasuti, nipinge kesho. Your president Soya rais wenu mapema ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Soya deputy president ni Gideon Moi. Soya Nairobi governor ni Gate. Deputy ni Wanyonyi. Asanteni sana.
Uliza swali.
Bundi ndio
Uliza
alisema.
kabla isini.
Yes, Maloba.
Yes, habari ya jioni watu wangu.
Fit namna gani?
Niko salama kabisa, hata mimi nikiwa sasa mimi ni mgeni. Nimekuja hapa sasa. Unajua mimi mrengo ingine. So mtasikiza vizuri. Mimi ni wa mrengo ingine.
Upi huo?
Mimi ni UDA sasa.
Hakuna shida. Karibu.
Asante sana. So mimi nilikuwa napinga hivi. Unajua hata kama nikiwa wa UDA, jenye nimeona leo kulingana venye wamefanyia Wanyonyi, hiyo kitu sio haki. Ukienda kiundani kabisa, ukiingia kiundani kabisa, because kama somebody ameanza kukampeni mapema, kama hao wengine hawachaanza, au kama mtu mwingine akujie nyuma alafu wamweka hapo, hiyo kitu haina haki hapo. Hiyo nimekataa mimi kivyangu. Alafu ukienda kwangu sasa kwa UDA, sasa mimi Sakaja huyo najua. Unajua vitu mingi sana, kuna vitu zenye wanaongea hapo. Nimesikia mwingine akisema ati mambo ati Mutavati sijui nini utaku sijui nini. Mutavati is a right person. Anajua, anatumia mahesabu, akona calculation kwa kichwa yake. Asikuje tu hapo. Kuna kitu moja yenye huyu jamaa anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga alifanyia Wetangula. Vile aliingia kwa kiti, vile alisalamiana na mwenzake hivi huyu President Uhuru Kenyatta. Kitu ya kwanza yenye alifanya, aling'oa huyu mjamaa anaitwa Wetangula, Moses Masika Wetangula, papa wa Roma, kutoka minority leader, akaweka jamaa anaitwa Orengo mwenye analala kwa bunge. Akamweka huko, akatoa Wetangula. Why? Ngoja kwanza nimalize my friend. Kwa nini alimng'oa hivyo akamtoa? Alafu nani anaweza niambia mwenye amesimama useneta
Bwana Maloba?
Au unatetea nani wewe sasa?
Bwana Maloba, ngoja Bwana Maloba. Raila ana cheo gani katika Senate?
Ana cheo chochote.
Sasa aling'oa Wetangula akitumia nini?
Unajua alimng'oa kutumia mamlaka yenye alisalamiana na ndugu yake anaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta.
Nikuulize.
Yes.
Wetangula kuna senators wangapi kwa Senate?
Wetangula? Wa senator wa nini sasa hapo kivipi?
Wa Ford Kenya.
Ford Kenya hana, na sasa huyu mjamaa mwenye anaitwa Orenga kuna
minister. Utakuwa leader of minority ukiwa you are the only senator?
How comes? What about Orengo? Orengo kuna senator wangapi?
Orengo senator ODM and they are the minority leaders. Yes. Kuna ODM kwa Senate?
Okay. Bas hapo umenichallenge vizuri. Wetangula akienda hapo hivyo, akiwa hapo alikuwa kwa mrengo gani? Alikuwa kwa mrengo gani Wetangula? Alikuwa kwa mrengo gani hiyo wakati?
Unajua vile watu wanafanyika leaders kwa Senate? Ukuwa chairman wa committee kwa Senate ama kuwa kiongozi Senate unapigwa kura. So kufanya peke yako ujipigie kura na wengine ni wengi, utashinda namna gani?
Utashinda kwa sababu inalingana na mrengo yenye uko ndani. You see,
katika hii mrengo wewe uko peke yako, ANC ni watatu, nini Wiper ni wasaba, ODM ni 20. Sasa wewe uko peke yako utajipigia kura, alafu lazimisha hao wakupigia ama utafanyaje?
Okay, nikuulize swali moja.
Niulize.
Uliangalia hii parliament vile walikuwa kwa MPs vile walikuwa juzi last week?
Walifanya nini juzi?
Justin Muturi?
Yes.
Si speaker?
Yes.
Sasa speaker vile alikuja kwa mrengo ingine. Umeona problem yenye imeletwa huko kwa bunge?
Mimi nakufanya hivi.
Angekuwa kwa mrengo, angekuwa kwa hiyo mrengo. Yes.
Mimi nataka ukue kwa hii debate na usaidie Wakenya waelewe mambo. Siwe kuja hapa kueneza propaganda ambazo hazina mbele wala nyuma. Wewe elewa mambo vizuri. Wetangula yeye ndio senator wa peke yake wa Ford Kenya. Katika Senate. Sawa. Wakati tulikuwa na NASA.
Na NASA, exact. Yes.
ODM, Ford Kenya na Wiper. Raila akasema tusimamishe wabunge kwa kila vyama. Tusimamishe kila mtu kwa NASA. Ili tukiingia bunge tukue kitu moja inaitwa NASA.
Okay.
Wetangula na ANC Mudavadi na Wiper wakasema hapana, kila mtu asimamishe ili ukiingiza wengi bahati yako, ukiingiza wachache shauri yako. Akasema basi kama mnataka hivyo ikuwe hivyo, na ikawa hivyo. So wewe ukaenda ukajaza Ford Kenya senator everywhere, ANC senator everywhere, na wakaanguka. Sasa Raila ndio aliwaangusha?
Sio yeye aliwaangusha.
Basi so hata kutetea kile ambacho akiwezi kutetewa.
Okay, sawa.
Unasema uko UDA. So maneno ya Wanyonyi amepangwa, na akikubali kupangwa mambo itakuwa sawa. Akikataa ndio hivyo hivyo. Hakuna katika siasa ati mimi nilianza campaign.
Lakini nimesikia amelalamika, amesema ati walimuharakisha sana, akasema wacha apeleke wake huko mkubwa wake aseme. Alafu Raila pia amejitetea vizuri, amesema nini? Amesema alienda huko kuwatetea, lakini kulingana vile mambo ilienda haikuwa sawa. Nimeona taarifa hiyo vizuri.
Kivipi? Wewe umesema uko UDA, uelewi masuala ya Azimio sana naye.
Niko UDA lakini namwangalia pia vile mnang'ang'ana.
Ndio nakwambia katika Azimio unaweza pata tiketi ya chama, lakini haimaanishi kwamba utapata tiketi ya Azimio. Unapata tiketi ya chama, mnafika na hiyo ticket, mna negotiate. So katikati yenu who is the strongest, huyo ndo anaachiwa, ili watu wa UDM msipite katikati yetu. Ninyi mnataka tuende wote ndio mpite katikati yetu, amwezi toboa.
Na tunapita, my friend, wacha nikwambie. Soea kwanza, huyu jamaa anaitwa Sakaja. Msoee mapema. Huyo jamaa ndiye anakuwa governor Nairobi. Believe me or not. Believe me or not.
Bwana Malaba. Atakuwa namba 5. Afadhali Margaret angekuwa namba 3. Lakini Sakaja namba 5.
Sawa. Nitakusoea hivyo, lakini vile nimekuambia soea hivyo.
Asante bro. Vile uko karibu kuletea kama rafu tomorrow. So just
asante. Sawa. Sawa.
Yes, Katwe. Bwana Katwe. Endelea. Katwe, mitambo yako iko na shida, samahani, pole. Mama Rose, ulikuwa unasemaje? Mama Rose, pia wewe mitambo ndio hiyo ama nini?
Mimi iko na shida. Nilikuwa nakwambia, nilikuwa nasema umemwambia ukweli. Kama angechukua Margaret ingekuwa ni afadhali, lakini hiyo si akaja wao wanasema ati atakuwa namba 1. Huyo hata mwisho kabisa, huyo si akaja wako wewe, huyo si akaja wako. Takuja kutuambia fadhali mngechukua Margaret.
Ngoja tulia.
Bernard, you have allowed Malaba to go away with a claim that he needs to substantiate.
No, Malaba wants. He's here. He has not gone anywhere. But did you see him? He can get something for him. Okay, order. Okay. Let's have order. Everybody mute your mic, please. The feedback is too much. Mr. Kamau, you're behind the camera, and we Cliff. Mbona mnachafua nini screen?
Nifunge Bernard, nakataa kufungika.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you. Nani huyu anaitwa Morias Mingait. Bernard ako namba, you asked me. Mimi sielewi, I don't understand what you mean. I said if you want to be hosted on the show, you come into the studio, utuachie namba hapa kwa private chat, then we will link you up and arrange a show for you. That is what I said. Thank you. Nani mikono yote iko juu. Yes, Kizito.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. Before I contribute, I would like you to tell this new person who has just come now, Mr. Malaba, I don't know why people who are here every day, like Wangera, you want to ask him question. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know. Sorry, I'm sorry for him. I will not even, I don't even want to argue with him because the way he came, first he apologized before he even talked. That is new. He don't know how people debate in the channel. He don't know even what he wanted to say. Then he starts talking about cassava. Oh, sorry, Sakaja. I call him cassava, but sorry. He's talking something that he even don't know. Even if you listen to him, look, even Mama Rose, he tried to even to analyze what he wanted to say. She cannot even know what he wanted to say or even what he meant by what he was trying to say. He's talking about Wanyonyi, Sakaja. He's not even talking about his Uda people, but he apologized and say, I'm from ile mrengo ingine. Why is it that he doesn't even talk about Kika Kimani? We talk about Gachagua, this is Uda people. He's talking of something he doesn't even know. So I apologize for the panelists. You people just forgive him. He doesn't even know what he's saying. He just came new. He thought he just entered in this. He saw the link. He clicked. He's already inside. Don't even argue with him. Thank you. I'm waiting for my submission. Only that I wanted to clear.
Go. Yes, Mr. Kamau.
I want to say this because sometimes it's good to advise these young people. One of the things is that you have to be precise and, of course, articulate your issues as per the topics. Because if you come here and just give us threat that Sakaja sijui tumzoea, that is not argument. Tunazoea Sakaja namna gani? Sakaja is a good man, but in the wrong horse. Nairobi is 90% Azimio. The only thing that UDA can get is MCA seats. They should fight for those things, but anything else, it's Azimio. And Azimio is going to come up with a good candidate, whether it is Tim Wanyonyi or Rigathi, not Rigathi, Igathe. It's called who? This other guy. Yeah. So the point I want to say is Igathe. Yeah, because if we have those two guys, I don't think even they can get even half or even a quarter of the votes in Nairobi. It's only Tim and they gather to agree. See, the most important thing in Azimio, it is to stop this thief from becoming the president. Any other seat we can give and take, but the thug. Yeah, the thug should be stopped because we cannot give a country to a person who has shown that he can mess this country from day one and who he is. So for me, Mr. Bernard, we have a bigger enemy than the seat of Nairobi. We don't mind. People of Mount Kenya and Western Kenya are the biggest tribes in Kenya. They should agree who should be the Igathe can be the deputy, Tim Wanyoni can be the governor, Igathe can be the governor, Tim Wanyoni can be, and we move on. That's my idea. But this guy called Malaba, is Malaba or Olaba? This guy is a political novice. He doesn't understand politics. I don't even think he has a vote. Hata pengine ana kura. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's revert back to Kizito. Kizito, make your submission, please. Let's move forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Me, what I would like to, when I'm making my subscription, I would like to let people know that Igathe, Polycarp Igathe, and Wanyonyi is the best team. Right now, these people, wanapangwa. Kenya, they are only used to people saying that's a pangwingwi, but every politician, the owners of those parties, they wanawapanga. Kwa Kiswahili wanawapanga vizuri sana. Kama member of that party amesema unakuwa kwa hiyo ndio utakuwa. Hata mkipiga kelele, muende mfanye nomination, muende mfanye nini. Umeona Kiara alikuwa amekuwa kwa UDA, ameshinda na vote ngapi? Moja, na amerudishwa. Hiyo vote moja, unataka kuniambia hiyo vote moja ilitokea wapi? Hata watu wakisema alivote mara mbili, alivote, mbona hiyo kita hii kureject vote yake hiyo moja? Unapangwa juu every party they have got their honors. That one we have to understand first and foremost. Secondly, regarding Gachagua, Polycarp Igathe is the best candidate because in Nairobi we have to stabilize. In Nairobi, the majority is LUHYA and Kikuyu. Kisii are there, they make matatu like Bundi said, but they don't pay tax. That's the truth. Somebody can condemn me, but I know they don't pay. They come, they collect.
Go straight
Thank you, thank you. But no, I just wanted to speak the truth. But because you say I don't go there, I will stop it. But Kikuyu and LUHYA, they are the most popular people in Nairobi. So regard Igathe and Tim Wanyonyi is the most popular people. If senator, when they go to the board and the president will ask, remember, Sifuna is a lawyer, and LUHYA, Sifuna has been with ODM and he has worked very hard. Do you think Raila can leave him for Tim Wanyonyi? He cannot. So President Uhuru will ask him, in this Nairobi, how do we divide it? Because we have to get our people. That's why they ended up taking Igathe and Tim to be his. Because if they take Tim to be the governor and senator to be Sifuna, how will people see it? It's just a simple arithmetic. You know, this is a lawyer and this is a lawyer. They cannot be the head of everything. That's why they ended up that, you know what, this Igathe, nobody knows him, nobody know, put him on top, and whoever will work is Tim. That is simple. But all these people were complaining. You complain, and these people watapangwa. And in Nairobi, it's not a joking matter. People always say, like right now, we want Karua to be the deputy for Raila. Why are we taking her? Because she's a no joking woman. It's a no nonsense woman. She will put everything, even these people who are corrupt, she will never leave them. Raila is a no joking person. That's why Nairobi, they don't want to play around with it. Any town, they can play around with it, but in Nairobi, they have learned from experience. Whatever happened last time, they took Sonko because Sonko was known, Sonko was these people. Ngatia is a very good person, but remember, Ngatia has been in the front of these business people, and he knows all the cartels, and he has known how he's going to eat. That's why they ended up reaching to get this Igathe, because Igathe will never condone. He's never part and parcel of these business people. Thirdly, for me to finish the last one, remember Igathe is a member of Business Foundation people. This business foundation people, not business community, business foundation, they are the people running Nairobi. They will use all their money, even to buy that team, even to buy anybody to own Nairobi. And when they own Nairobi, that is their happiness. And in Africa, not anywhere. In Europe, you can say people come and talk, they go, they convince you vote for him. But in Nairobi, in Kenya, in Africa, money talks. You can support Sakaja the way he was this man was supporting him, but when money comes and they go and buy Sakaja, what will you do? Because they will tell Sakaja that how much money have you used? Have you so even 40 million? Take that your 40 million and go away. Do you think Sakaja will leave that 40 million? And you are dying for Sakaja. You will go and fight for Sakaja. You will go and kill somebody for Sakaja. Me, my submission was just to end it. Igade and Timwanyoni is the best mix, because let Igade be on top to make Jubilee people, to make Central people happy, because they will see their person is on top. The president is a Luo, is on top. Then in Nairobi, their Kikuyu person, Central person, forgive me to be, I'm not tribalistic, but that is how the plan is, to be on top. If we go to the running mate, it will mean it's only two things. Anybody out of experience we have seen with Uhuru and Ruto, anybody who want to be your running mate will be somebody who will be submissive to you. You will never ever take anybody. But Karua knows the kind of Raila. Karua knows what Raila is. And Karua knows if you take Kalonzo, who can change, you can even vote for him today to be running mate. Then the next day he's saying that I never read that thing clearly. What will you do? You will ask yourself, was I a fool?
No, please.
That's why Kalonzo cannot be the best running mate. Kalonzo cannot be the best running mate. Let us just take that Karua. They will go and fight with Raila in the boardroom. Karua, when she comes out, she will walk away. She will do anything. You will just see it on the camera, but you will never hear her going to talk with the people on the street. But Kalonzo will come, then Mtula Kalonzo is going to slap him a little bit. He starts saying, I never read it clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kizito. Wycliffe?
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, Alex, you're coming in next after Wycliffe. Just hold on. Yes, Wycliffe, carry on.
Okay, now on the issue about the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, I just wanted this is according to my own opinion. My suggestion would be if team could accept the idea of the running mate, it could be also a good idea. Then Igade to be left to govern, to be the main candidate. However, the only challenge which I have with I know people have been opposing, but it will be fair enough also to factor in the issues about the regional balance, because you see, for instance, Sefuna is a LUHYA, and then Team is also a LUHYA. So it will be also fair if one of them is given maybe a governor, one of them needs to step down. That is according to my my opinion or what I'm thinking. And you see, the problem is we can't also be greedy. It will be fair enough also to allow also other people to be represented. I think that's what I wanted to say. Then on the issue about Baba's tour in the US, I have heard about it, but I'm expecting to hear more about it. What the people that is going to meet there, and what is he going to do there exactly? Because right now we need him to be campaigning more rather than going out most of the time. And the issue about Islamic voters, is it Islamic votes and Raila Iftar in Mombasa? I think Ruto might have maybe copied what is happening in Mombasa, what took place yesterday. And then on the also I wanted to bring the aspect of maybe what I've been seeing around, especially in Western region. I mean ANC had a nomination today, but not all parts of the Kakamega region. What I understand is they didn't have proper. They didn't have what do you call them? They didn't have proper. The people who participated in those nominations were quite a handful of them. So if you go maybe for a particular ward, you could have find maybe unapata maybe it's only one polling station which is working in the entire constituency. So I think Mudavadi he has allowed his party to die completely. That is my thinking. And on Viga side, I think we have a problem there, especially on the gubernatorial seat, because it seems like everyone wants to be given that, especially Admio guys wants to, because we have Marende, we have Otichilo, we have Haneri, and everyone wants to be given that slot. However, the only problem is I am meant to understand that Agoi has stepped down for Haniri, for Moses Akaranga. And there's a rumor which has been circulating also at the same time that Mudavadi could have reached out to Akaranga for that seat. So there's a problem there. For Azimio guys, they need to do something about it. So I think that's what I wanted to talk about for today.
Okay, thank you, Cliff. We appreciate your observation.
Then Ben, sorry for that. Okay, you had mentioned to us that you had traveled towards Bungoma. I don't know what you got from there. Your findings. Maybe you could also brief us what you got.
I'm right now in Kimilili. I will be making a tour to meet the people tomorrow, but today nilikuwa tu juju. So nimeongea na wazee wanasema ni Azimio, lakini vijana sijawaona. So tomorrow ndio nitaenda I think I'll do some street interviews. Maybe by evening I'll give you in the next show I'll give you the feedback if I'm able to play the videos probably. But as at now wanasema ni Azimio tu. Huku unajua ndio mbolea DAP. Although it looks like Ditmas can retain the seat. Hiyo ndio mambo na mbivu na mbichi nitakwenda confirm kesho. Yes, Kip.
It's a very quick one. Nilikuwa nataka kusikia mambo ya Simba Arati. I can see this Katwe, Alex na Pen amenda wapi? Because I want to hear about somebody who's there politically and somebody there who's a city manager. Because Kis City is it's going to be a city one day.
Okay, thank you. And talking about Simba Arati, let's have this before Olo's question, before Alex comes in.
Simba Buyore! Hey, Simba Buyore! Simba Mbuyole! Simba Mbuyole!
Okay, Alex.
Yeah, who requested the video you said?
Olo, David.
I will have commented about the whole issue of Simbarati, but I don't deal with Ninacoms like Olo. Olo should start having respect to people. And yesterday when you were not here, he was bashing us, and we told him that until he has respect, we are not going to rebut what he says. So I will hold my comments next round because of the person who requested that. Sure. And I've come here because I wanted to talk about that. So, but anyway, it is sad that in this DNA, somebody can say that Kisii people don't pay taxes in Nairobi. I think we can't allow that whatsoever. We cannot allow such kind of bigotry. That is magnanimous beyond. Everybody pays taxes in Kenya. If you have a business, if you have a matatu, if you have a house, if you have land rates, we all do that. We can even produce receipts like Sonko does. But that's very wrong to have such kind of ethnocentric rhetorics that some people don't pay taxes. That's a lie. We pay taxes. And that has ruffled me. So let me drink some water and then I speak later.
Alex, even as you drink water, is there a tax in this Nairobi called Kisii? A tax to be paid.
But somebody just said that. I mean, on this panel.
That's why I'm saying that we don't pay tribes don't pay taxes in this country. There is no tax called Kisii.
No, but the whole issue is not that. What they were insinuating is because Kikuyus and Luyas pay taxes, they should be in leadership. That is their thought. That was their thought. If you remember what they said.
Sleep over tongue,
If
man.
we follow what they said.
Okay, Kizito is here.
Bernard.
In content and in context, we cannot go that. That is a bad debate.
Bernard.
Very good man.
Forget about Alex. You know, Alex, when we are talking.
No, you are drunk. You are drunk, my friend. I will say that.
I am not drunk with cola. I will never drink. I don't drink beer. I don't drink alcohol. I drink cola and soft and milk. What I want to tell you is
that milk talking?
Okay, when you think that we are talking for drunkard, that one go to somebody who drinks. I drink cola. I don't drink alcohol.
No, I believe what you have said, but I can't believe you can drink milk and say that people don't pay taxes, but there are those who pay taxes.
Alex, you are my friend.
No, we are friends.
Even me, Luos, I know I don't be tribalistic, but I want to tell you something.
Yes.
I have a matatu, and I have a circle. I'm a member of circle from Kisii. And these Kisii people, I know the way they operate. They come to Nairobi, they pick people, they don't pay tax because they say we are on transit. We are on transit.
These Kisii people.
Yeah, that's why when I was talking, I can substantiate.
Enough of Kisii and the taxes.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
That is very
true.
Circle, so I cannot speak for the circle against the
yeah,
circle.
Because I'm a member of circle. My car is working there. They don't pay.
Thank you very much. Let's get back to the debate. Kizito and Alex, tafutaneni tafadhali.
No, Bernard, hakuna kitu ati tunatafutana nyuma.
He said something that I said is not right in the panel. Mbona nitafute mtu nyuma
exactly
kitu
what I'm saying.
ameongea ambayo is not right.
It was a by the way, we can't turn
It was not a by the way. That's a very bad statement.
But
Don't
Alex,
speak for
here,
him and say it's a by the way.
Trivial matters, okay?
Those are not trivial.
I can't prove to you that you pay tax, can I?
Look at you. At Kisi, people don't pay taxes.
Can we shift from that topic, please?
No, but you can't ethnocentricize the whole community and say you can't prove.
Please, thank you. Please, if you continue in that line, we go to the quarantine because you are
go take me. Who fears? You can't say people don't pay taxes.
Alex,
okay, I apologize. I apologize, Alex. Alex, I apologize. I apologize.
I take it. Thank you, my friend.
Alex,
please. I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Apology
for yourself. So does Kizito and every other person. Let's not turn this into an issue.
No, it's not about that. They are, look, Bernard, there are statements that are not right. Bernard, there are statements that are not right. Honestly.
I'm telling you.
You don't become angry. You just
every statement that is said.
So we are not hungry. Nyumba, we are not hungry. We are just being firm.
Let's make progress. Thank you very much. Can we have Katwe? Katwe, your internet has issues or something? Katwe seems to have a problem. Keep.
Yeah, tutakuwa pole leo, relaxed guys, temperature down. Tunakwanga. I know sometimes it was a slip of the tongue. There's an apology there, but yeah, it makes the program interesting anyway. So it's good to be defensive, but to reduce kidogo. For me, Nairobi, like I said yesterday, is a very important metropolitan area in Kenya. It's the #1 metropolitan area in Kenya, and it should not be split up into tribes. I think that even though we've had the last 2 leaders as being useless, going through a very good trend. You know, we started with Luo, then we went to Kamba. I think it's Kamba, yeah, Sonko. And then next we give another tribe. But this time now we need to kind of think of somebody who's had a managerial post. So I'm not talking about Nairobi as a capital city, because that brought contestation last week. Even if we take the political capital city elsewhere, I don't care. That it's just that we need to look at it much, commercially. And Kenya is known as a service providing country. We provide a lot of services. Visa is running here. Google is running here. Oracle is here. All these big IT companies are in Kenya. All these fintech companies are in Kenya. So we need to guard Nairobi jealously. So we need somebody who will take care of the taxes of Nairobi properly. And we need to elect somebody that will manage Nairobi. I am using the word manage purposely. I don't want somebody who's going to politic about Nairobi. So we have to be very careful. And this thing, it might slip away from Azimio if we're not careful. I do not know what's going on right now. I just heard from Bernard right now that the Azimio plan is everybody, the nominations for parties happen. So you've got ODM, Wiper, Maendeleo, Chap, all sent do all their nomination rounds, and then for stronghold, for contested areas like Eastern and Nairobi, Mombasa, and so on and so forth, we then pick the strongest candidates and we deputize the other. I hope that is the plan. I really think we should not look at it from a tribal point of view or disability point of view or manini. This is a very important city, and 60% of Kenya's wealth comes in. Don't think about tourism. Don't think about national park or agriculture. Agriculture, we've killed it. It is a city that is known for its services. We had, I think, 31 billion, or is it not 3 billion? 3 billion in investments from outside for fintechs and tech companies coming into the country. You know, we've got Gigi, Jumia, all these companies that are getting money from outside, and they're all based in Nairobi. So let's remove the tribe thing. I think it's a waste of time. Let's look at the leader and the achievements. Si ati tunaachia huyu kwa sababu ako kwa hii kabila, sijui ati kwa sababu Ruto alipik Mkale Sakaja, tutampatia. So let's be very careful. Let's be sober about Nairobi. Let's be also careful about the MPs that we bring into Nairobi. But I'm not too worried about the MPs in Nairobi because for some strange reason, Nairobi is split into communities. So you'd find certain communities concentrated in a particular area, and they'll pick their leader from there. But as for the gubernatorial seats, I am urging you to pick the right people. As for MCAs, also pick a very good MCAs in Nairobi. As for Mombasa, we're also sleeping. So that's our second largest city. Then Kisumu. Kisumu is doing its own thing, so it's all right. And then Nakuru is doing its own thing there, so that's fine. Let's look at these two cities and be very careful who we pick in these two in these two cities. And those are the little things I wanted to say. Nilikuwa nataka kuchogoza Alex, lakini yeah, ako waya leo. So I'll leave it at that because I wanted to add on to Kisii. I also think it's going to be a very big city soon. I mean, there's a lot of business that happens in Kisii. I've traveled there because I have relatives in Kisii, and yeah, the city is open 24 hours. There's business going on day in, day out in Kisii. It's a growing area, and so I'm really worried about who we're bringing in. The person who's coming in is a very good general for the party, but not a good city manager or town manager or county manager. So let's be sober in the next in this coming elections. I think it would be important that we do that. So let's forget about tribe when it comes to Nairobi. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Kip. And just to say something about the tribal arithmetic. The tribal arithmetic is the political reality in Nairobi, but not necessarily that it is the factor that should determine leadership in deciding who should be leading. If somebody is not capable, it doesn't matter how many tribes he has behind him, he will still not perform. So let's go for sense, let's go for capabilities and delivery, and of course, integrity. Besides, our politics will grow from tribes in the future. But as at now, we always revert back to the default mode. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele. Watu wa comments, tafadhali, naomba hivi. When we're on this platform, let us help the debate. I don't like going personal, and I work very hard to see to it that we keep in the middle of the road. But there is always that temptation of going personal, get at each other's throat and all that. Please, let's avoid that. Let's help build the country. Let's help build the debate. Let's differ on opinion, and let's counter each other with opinion, not, get into the issue of calling each other names. I've already been called in, kumbe mina kuanga na ujinga. Sasa hii ujinga yote natokana nayo wapi? Please, let's do this. If I judge something against a particular decision, inaweza kuwa ni ujinga in your eyes, but there are other factors that I must put in consideration. One, the debate has to continue. For the debate to continue, we have to remain at the center of the debate. The temptation of being drawn this way or being thrown that way will always be there. And it is not as easy as it looks. So please, let's respect one another, debate for the sake of the country and for the betterment of the future of our children's children. Not everything can be done now and be finished now. Katwe, are you now sorted before tufanyeje? Katwe, I will advise you get out and then get back, reconfigure. Because either your net is very low, if you're using Wi-Fi, reboot your Wi-Fi. You're buffing, and I don't think you can communicate that way. So please get out, and then you get back. You will be in a better position. Nyumba, namna gani?
Mzuri Bernard. Asante,
Yes, karibu
niongee.
maoni ya leo.
Leo hata sina mengi, ilikuwa ni siku yangu nisikilize, na lakini siwezi kosa point moja naweza kuongea. I salute all the members of the panel, wherever you are. I'll be very brief because, as I've said, I want to hear more than talk. On Baba USA tour, the tour will be very beneficial to this country. Number one, I know they are going to make some agreements and even maybe trade, which will be beneficial to our country.
Bwana Nyumba, there is a problem with your audio. We can't get you clearly. We can hardly hear what you're saying. Kuna echo fulani hapo inasumbua sana.
While he's sorting that out, I have a very quick question about to him about Raila's travel there. Don't you think that it was a plan to run away from the DP choice? He doesn't want to, hataki kusumbuliwa na vitu kama ya Kalonzo, and when Kalonzo did that dirty trick in IEBC, kutuma mtu kuharakisha the peak of the DP to be a lot sooner. Don't you think it's that the trip for Baba was purposely also done for that, Mr. Nyumba? You're on mute.
Hello, is the audio rectified, Bwana Bernard?
I think that's better.
Yes, I'm on a laptop. Maybe there was a small problem somewhere. If I answer keep, I'll only use one word. Honorable Raila Odinga is not a coward. There's no way he can run from anything. I will summarize that way. I also said that it will be beneficial to us trade-wise, and also it is a political gain. Kenya is becoming more renowned in the world through athletics, through many other issues, and also being a member of the Security Council. So his presence there, not only for him, the delegation like Martha Karua will be exposed at that international level. And as you are aware, Kip, Martha Karua will be the deputy president next time. Take that one to the bank.
I thought it was Gideon Moya, somebody said earlier.
No, I'm alerting of the latest. That was maybe earlier. the latest information is what I've given.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I'm also joking.
Okay, order.
Yeah, now, I said I'll be very brief. On Islamic vote, Raila Iftar Mombasa. We know coast, the greater population is Muslim. So it's a big plus for Raila, or Azimio for that matter, when he captures a coast. We know it has been his room all the time. Coast is with him, so that more Muslims are going to join and give us a boost. Ruto Iftar Nairobi is a good trial, but the Muslims are very cohesive, more than the Christians. Me, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, and I know our formation is a bit loose, but Muslims are very strict. So if the greater number, and that number I've said is in cost, goes for Raila, even the Nairobi ones will not resent Ruto. I finish there. Nairobi governorship contestation. Igathe is a very qualified person. I'm not saying the others are not qualified, but this is a technocrat. He has been CEO of many big companies in Kenya, which have done very well. So the combination of Igathe and Tim Wanyonyi be a very strong, because Wanyonyi is also a very strong contestant. Not only that, I don't want to sound tribal, me am a Kikuyu, but the population, and we cannot run away. We vote tribal manner, we do. We don't want to just behave like the ostrich. That's the truth of the matter. Tribal element, you can never forget it. And the LUHYA and Kikuyu population in Nairobi is very high, and they are going to take that seat. Before I rest my case, it is my request. I've been following this program for a long, long time behind the scenes, and I've decided to come to the scene. Me, I'm Azimio. I'm a Jubilee member, that is Azimio, and our next president will be Honorable Raila, deputized by Mother Karua. So my last comment is this. This panel has been very peaceful, and one thing, I'm an old man actually. When I was young, I used to be a fighter. You could not abuse me, I fight back and box you. But now being an elder, I'm very careful not to be in situations that are hostile, situations that are not peaceful. Please let us, whatever, even if we differ in any issues, let's handle it peacefully, because some of us may feel displaced when there's war on this panel. Let's keep the way it has been going. Thank you, Bernard and the panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nyumba. We appreciate your submissions and your perspectives. I would that we move forward. Let's heed to the advice. I would that none of us regrets joining or being part of this. We are here for Kenya, and we want the best for Kenya. Let's all do our very best to see to it that we stick to that. As much as we'll be tempted to deviate, let's keep the focus. The main thing in life is to keep the main thing. That is what I've learned. Now, let's listen to this before I will bring in Roba and then Mama Selina.
Aki leo umeniruka Roba Bernard. Okay.
Wale tunaweza simama nao kulinda mali yenu. Nikapata kiongozi wa Azimio, mtu ambaye amepigania haki za Wakenya kwa uhai wake wote. Hata tukimnyima kura akose kuwa rais, anaamuka, anaendelea na kazi. Miaka yake yote amekupigania, na wewe unajua hiyo. Huyo mtu tunaweza amini akiwa rais ataendelea kupigania haki zetu. Kama mtu hajawahi kupigania Mkenya hata siku moja, kama mtu hana hiyo rekodi, hata akikuahidi nini, ujue kesho anaweza kukugeuka. Usiende ukapatie fisi kazi ya kuchunga kondoo. Na hizo ndio sababu ya kwanza ya mimi kuwa kwa Azimio la Umoja. Sababu ya pili, ameahidi kupigana na ufisadi. Na kama serikali haitapigana na ufisadi, utakosa haki yako. Haki yako ya dawa, vijana mtakosa haki ya ajira, utakosa hata security sababu pesa yote imetumika vibaya. Kwa vile ameahidi kupambana na ufisadi, na tushafanya kazi na yeye serikali ya Kibaki, na najua ako na hiyo uwezo, mimi nikajiunga na yeye. Watu wa Laikipia, hata kama huniamini leo, hata kama hii haijakuingia, lala ukifikiria na utaona ya kwamba wale wanajipendekeza, yule ako mbele kusimama na Wakenya sio mwingine, ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Na tukiwa naye kama rais, mengi yatawezekana. Na ndio tukisema Azimio, watu wanajibu inawezekana. Azimio, Azimio. Ukikuta mwenzako ambayo ako kwa mrengo mwingine, hakuna haja ya kupigana. Ako na haki yake ya kuwa kwa mrengo mwingine. Muongeleshe, mwelezee sababu zako. Ukimvutia atakuja upande wako, lakini ukimtupia maneno, umemwambia aende na msiwe pamoja. Mimi hata sitaki kukupatia sababu zingine. Nataka kusema hivi, wacha wale wanakuambia uende pande ingine watoe sababu zao tatu za wewe kujiunga na pande ingine. Na hii si mambo ya kutoa kelele, ni mambo ya kusikilizana, uchague ni upande gani. Na ukaona nimeenda Azimio la Umoja. Wananchi, na muomba tuingie Azimio la Umoja, tukomboe nchi yetu. Kiangalia karibu kila mahali kwa nchi, uongozi kutoka chini kwa MCA kwenda kwa governor, kwenda kwa ma-MP na kwenda juu, ile tunahitaji ni uongozi bora. Iko nafasi ya kuchagua viongozi bora na kubadilisha nchi yetu mwezi wa 8. Na mwezi wa 8 haiko mbali sana. Na muomba usichague chama, chagua mtu. Sisi tuko na Kenya na tutafurahia mkichagua watu wa na Kenya, lakini tuko tayari kila mmoja wetu kuwekwa kwa ratili, muone kama kila kiongozi anafaa kwa ile kiti anaomba.
Okay, that is that. Alikuwa na malilia Roba.
Yeah, there's somebody called Kamau. He said he was charmed. Can you give me that chance? Then I'll come in.
I can't see him. That's why. Just make your submission as we look for him. He dropped out.
All right. Let me just start. What I'm saying is, let me start from the other side, and I will finish for the Papa coming to US. I think I might have some more information because I broke that story here in this network. You see, this network, people don't realize. You guys, you have some people who know some news ahead of everything. We broke this story here yesterday, even the day we knew. We were just keeping quiet. I knew where Papa is coming and where he's going. I know to organizing. I'll let you know later on. So the story of let me start with this LUHYA nation. I watched their, it was, you can call it a news conference, where they are demanding Mr. I think Timu, I don't know, Tim somebody, and I think the OTM Secretary General to be the senator. So what I don't get is, man, if you are, so you want the governor to be a LUHYA, you want the senator to be a LUHYA, you want MCAs for that to be a LUHYA, that's going to be a disaster on your face, because time has come. Let's talk of reality. It's Nairobi also, don't forget. Nairobi has Kikuyus, Nairobi has Kisis, Nairobi has some rules. So the best thing we can do is let's try to balance. Let's be real, let's try to balance about it. And that one might work for everybody. But if you want the whole cow, you eat the horns, paka ukule paka mukia, utaipata. And that's the way I just feel. If they go, let's just go. And against me, I want the best person. You know, all of you, if you see my politics, I don't care where you come from. I don't care what you do or who you are, as long as you get the job done. So among these people, they keep on saying Tim Wanyonyi, I guess, then Gadia, or the other people. I don't know more about them. To be sincere with you, I don't know more about them, but I know about Sakacha. And I've been asking myself, how did he do when he was a senator? So at this point, I don't see where they did much. The other thing I can give him credit, and to tell the truth, and I think that one, it caught my eye. It's when it came, there's a time he was caught during the curfew. Then I think he was one of the members in the Senate who were organizing all this. But when he was caught drinking and enjoying whatever it was, he stepped down. That's something many people don't do in Kenya. And I give him credit for that. And if it means that's the way, if he wins, he can do that, that's fine. But this guy called Ligati, I don't know Ligati, the guy quit on the people of Nairobi. He came in, if I'm wrong, as the assistant governor or something. Then later on he left. And now, some years later, he's trying to explain why he left. You could have told us that time why he left, not now. I don't trust him. He's a quitter. He should not be given a chance. So let me get that one on my way. On the Islam, what you have to realize also, it's going to be a factor. And Islam, if you look Uhuru Ruto ticket 2013 and 2017, they got some people. And maybe that's how they won. If they won, I don't know whether they won or not. They got a lot of vote on that. I think for Ruto, it's too little too late. Because I've been saying him the way he associated with, I know he asked the guy from, I don't know his name, who was the majority leader before, but he has not been just like doing things, a lot of things, like the way he did with the other Christians. I never saw him going to the mosque giving money the way he took all that money, giving out the charges and other people, something I call bribery. He was bribing people. So it's too little too late. He's trying to make it up. He has a right to do it. And I commend him for doing it. But I don't see him getting a lot of votes when it comes to from the Islam nation. So after having said that, let me submit my main thing about Papa. So all of us, we love Raila. But when somebody, I think Kenyechi, if I'm not pronouncing your name wrong, is saying...
It's Kip. Just Kip.
Yeah. Since you just said it, you knew who I was talking about. So you just come here and tell us that Mr. Raila is running away. If it was not you, it was somebody else, and somebody said, instead of him coming to the US, he should be campaigning in Kenya. I have some good or bad news for you. Raila is coming here Don't forget, some of us, we are also foreign, even if we are where we are. It's going to count. So this idea of saying he should stay in Kenya and campaign there, he should get out. Let him get out. But the bottom line is, the main reason why he's coming, he has to look for money for campaign. That's the truth of the matter.
Robert, before you continue, I was only saying that to open debate. That's all. It was just to put the conversation in.
That's fine. I take it. So you guys, when some of us, we just say Raila should be back in the country campaigning, he also, please remember, he needs money to campaign. Now, from my understanding, he's coming, he goes to DC. Somebody said he's going to sign some trade, whatever. That's not true. I don't think at this point, Raila is official who can sign trade and other things, Kenya and the US. Let's not lie to people. He can just come. I know he's going to meet the Prague community. I mean, they call the Prague Caucus, which is the African American. Some of them DC. Before he jets into San Francisco, where I am right now, 1 hour from my house, he'll be coming here. Let me tell you something. He's doing the right thing. Raila's come to San Francisco. Some of you don't know. The Uber, I know you guys, you use Uber Kenya. That's the head office. It starts in San Francisco. iPhone, the one you use, the head office in San Francisco. Google, that's the head office is there. Facebook, same thing.
Silicon Valley.
Yes, so he has all these friends. When they come in, I'm still waiting. How much it will be that dinner is going to fundraise. He's going to fundraise. So he comes here, he's going to talk to some of these people, high tech. But the one thing I want to assure you, those who are thinking that Central Kenya, you know the people who are organizing all this? I can tell you most of these are from the mountain. I stay with them here. Even I just talked to them overnight. They just called me. They think I didn't know, but I told them I knew. The mountain people are organizing more especially this San Francisco trip. Some of them are come from the state of Washington. Some have come from Phoenix, Arizona. Some have come from Colorado. Some are coming here from the surrounding states. And they won't send Papa. They fundraise him. And I'm just telling you, he's with Sarkozy. For some of you don't know, Sarkozy went to one of the best schools in the world. And that's Stanford, which is like 10, 15 minutes from San Francisco. That's why Sarkozy is coming too. So Papa is doing the right thing. He's going to get money. He's going to get support from more especially Mount Kenya, who are the people behind all this. And that one you can take to the bank. They are behind all this. And there are many of them here. And that's why also it makes sense for him to come with Ongwai. Ongwai, the governor of Kisii. Do you know what? There are hundreds and thousands of Kisii, most of them in the US. And those ones, they will be voting too. And that's why that makes sense. So just let me leave it there. If you have a question, I can answer what I can. But for the trip, I hope it's going to be a successful trip, and we wish you more the best.
Okay, thank you. Nyumba, uko na swali?
Yes, sorry, I'm using a laptop. Yes, Bwana Roba has touched on issues I raised, and it's good I also put it correctly. One, I didn't say Raila is going to sign a agreement. He's not in the government. But I said for future, and he's going to be the president, trade agreements to be signed. So he is just laying the ground for that. I didn't say he has come to sign.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, you said he got the left Sonko's government, Nairobi City, unharmoniously and write him off. I can assure you nobody could work with Sonko. I had a friend of mine in that first government of Sonko who was a CEC. We have an architect. He's an architect called Wachira. Wachira was sacked within 4 months after being given the post. So Sonko was just hiring and sacking. So Igade did the right thing. Because of one thing, Sonko could not have sacked him because of the constitution. But Igade could have been a very sad worker, and Sonko could not have let him work. So I refute the statement that Igade ran away. I would have done the same. So I refute that of Igade, and also he also raised a contradictory statement on trade. You said Raila is coming in the city of iPhones, Uber, Google, Facebook. So you see, by you saying that negating the trade positions, you have already said this will be very important for trade. Thank you, Bernard.
Sorry. And on top of that, Roba, you said that you respected Sagaja for stepping down. Why won't you give the same to Rigathi, the same honor? You're on mute, my friend.
Mr. Nyumba, I was saying, Ian's all those businesses, he's come there and he should have friends. Raila is an worldwide icon. He has some friends, and even some of Kenyans who work that place there. Some of us who work in the Silicon Valley to raise funds. It's not about trade. It's raising funds, and he has people who do it. That's where the money is, my friend, whether you like it or not.
Okay, thank you, Robert. I think it's one and the same thing. International trade begins somewhere, and if we have already a working relationship, now that becomes a good stepping stone. When Baba finally assumes office, he will have an easy way of working with these people because they already have a working relationship. On the issue of Igade, I think Igade did a honorable thing by resigning. If you are in office, why should you earn salary for not working? Because Sonko was insecure, especially after the death of the Nyeri governor. Okay, after the tragic death of the Nyeri governor, the first person to cry out the issue of deputy governor inheriting the governorship was Sonko. And from that day, he was never comfortable having a deputy because that will, put his life at risk. In his opinion, there was a time I understand he would work with 7 people who will test his drink or make sure that his glass is clean before he takes a drink. I think there was chaos. So Igade did a honorable thing that the deputy president has been unable to do all these years. If he really did not believe in the government, he would have stepped aside. I think we should honor him for that. And if he's capable and is able to deliver, why not? Governance of a city like Nairobi does not take one person. It takes a team. And so he's not coming to work alone. And that's why we are talking of putting together a good team that will help this county pick up, not one individual coming to play Superman. Like Sonko tried it and it crushed him.
Hey, so can I say what I meant when I said he quit on people?
Yes.
Okay. For most of you who have listened to me before, Bernard, I was against Sonko from the beginning, even became a senator, even he became a governor. I've been telling you why, my reasoning. But for Mr. Igade, from his news conference, from what he said was, first of all, he left, he didn't even tell people why he left. And now he has come to start explaining. But my thing is, this is a process also. You see, he's doing the right thing to come out and explain what happened, why he stepped down. Like now, I know he was saying either today or yesterday, it's not a puppet of Raila or Uhuru. That's what you want him to say, what you want him when before people decide. So he left, but he kept quiet. He kept quiet. So it's not like he was on the spotlight telling us exactly what happened. So that's what I meant. But he's doing the right thing. He's doing on the right track, telling us exactly what he wants to do, what the future holds. But at the same time, you can't just keep. I mean, we have to question him why he left. Maybe he could have been right now the governor. It could be seeking the second term. But Sonko, from the beginning up to now, I say that man is not a leader. It's just like somebody. I mean, education matters. Let me leave it that way.
Thank you, Roba. And just back to Igade on my take. It's a honorable thing when you leave office. You don't badmouth your boss. In fact, if he spoke at that time, it will have been more chaotic. Nobody will have understood him. He's a gentleman to walk out quietly, go and do his thing. And now that his boss is out of office, now he can badmouth him or explain. To me is more diplomatic and more honorable than all the exchanges that we are being served to as Kenyans between the president.
Bernard, he could have given his talk to the Nation or a Standard or a news and forget about not him to hold a news conference.
When you're number two, you don't confront your boss and you don't cry to the public. In my school of thought, you just live quietly, let the boss do his thing. If it crashes, then you later on come and clear your name. But if the moment you begin to say the boss is bad and you have left him in office, what are you telling Nairobi people to do? So I think, in my opinion, subject to being corrected, I stand to be corrected, but I think Igade did well to quietly walk away and, deal with it quietly behind the scenes. And then until that regime is over, then you can now tell us what was wrong with the regime. It could sound not very political, but diplomatically, in my opinion, it's the right thing to do. Kasuti iko nini? Ni wakati wa Mama Selina.
Roba na dominate show bwana. Sasa sisi watu hawataongea.
Wewe Kasuti,
mbona na dominate show peke
wewe
yake?
ni mzee. Wewe ni mzee wa kanisa tena. Nyamaza kimya. Asante lakini. Mama Selina, vipi lakini?
Poa. Thank you so much. At least leo naweza kubreathe, niko mahali naweza at least niseme 1 2. Okay, kwanza nataka kushukuru Wakenya na panelists wenye wako hapa. Ingine nianzie hiyo tu ya Nairobi, deputy governor. Na mkumbuke enzi ya Moi ya kwamba unakuwa unafanyia like your boss hakuna kitu anajua na wewe unakuja unawekelewa, so ilikuwa ngumu sana kwa deputy governor kwa sababu yeye was a professional, a businessman, na unaletewa mtu kama Songo anapinga hata serikali yake. So for that I don't want to dwell on that. Na nyumba yoyote kama unajua iwezi kalika, it is good unamwondokea, alafu majirani wataona, kwa sababu kama angeropoka watu wangemchukua makosa. So he left, akawacha Songo kwa ofisi na makosa yote, na ikajulikana Songo hawezi tengeneza serikali. So na ndiyo sababu tumekuwa tukisema deputy president hata yeye angeresign, lakini alikataa. So mtu kama deputy mayor Nairobi, it is a honorable thing ya kwamba I cannot work with you, let me step aside, continue. Na mnaona vile Nairobi iliharibika. Nataka nimeona Kip ako hapa, nilikuwa nimewaambia juzi kulingana na siasa ya Nandi. Mnaona vile watu wote walikuwa wameenda kupika Keter, na nikawaambia Keter anatoka kwetu, ni jirani yangu. and you see what the constituency of Nandi is, ya kwamba mtu hawezi kuja kukupanga kwa nyumba yako, and walikuwa na they have been threatening Keter long time, wanaenda Nandi wanalete maneno, but the Nandi, and that is the heart. Hapo ni nyumbani kwako Italel Somoei, that is the heart of Nandi. Nataka kuambia Wanandi wetu asante sana, mlikataa kusikia uchinga ya kina Sudi, kina Kositanyi wanatoka Washingishu na walitaka kukuja kuharibu siasa ya Nandi. So nataka kuambia Wanandi walifanya kitu ya maana ya kwamba mtu hawezi kuja sukuma kiongozi, wewe ndio unajua mahali kiatu inakufinya. So the Nandis wanajua Keter what he has done for us na nini anafanya, and kama ni siku ya Keter ya kutolewa atatolewa na watu ya Nandis, but not a group of people kuja kusema you are not loyal. You are not supposed to be loyal to somebody. You are supposed to be loyal to your constituency. Umechakuliwa kama member of parliament, be loyal to that constituency, but usikue puppet ya mtu. Nikimaliza hapo, nataka kushukuru wa Kenya kwa sababu wameona ticket ya Martha Karua, na hata mumeona akiongea, she's not talking because, na tumekuwa tukisema hapa, Martha Karua is a leader, na ameongea, she talks like a leader, na atatuwakilisha kama kiongozi, si ati kama mama vile chana na juzi nilikuwa nasikia watu wengine wanasema ati wanatufatia favor kama wanawake. They recognize. Who are you recognizing? We are equal partners. All of us are Kenyans. Kama we umesaliwa kijana na mimi nimesaliwa msichana, what is the difference? Ati niliona wapi Ndeto alikuwa nasema, you know, we have tunaona hii wa mama. No. He was very wrong. I was in a very bad place where I could have not picked the phone. Lakini nataka niwaambie wanduku wanaume, kama kuna wamama wametoka kwa leadership, they come because they have something to give to Kenyans. Ndio tuko na wamama wale wanawapikia chakula nyumbani, tuko na wamama ile wanakaa nyumbani, we agree to that, lakini tuko na wamama viongozi. So nataka kushukuru wamama wa Kenya pia kidogo. Kalonzo, unaenda kuchukua wamama group kidogo ati ya Wiper wakuje wapishane na nani? This man is very low. This man is low. Hata mtoto ya nasari hawezi kukaribia. Why do you have to go and get some few women wakuje wapishane na nani? We have 4 million votes. Na umesikia wamama kila siku wamesema that is our stand. That is the start of women. Na mumeona wamama professionals, mumeona wamama ya siasa, mumeona wamama ya kanisa. So I want to ask, na tena nimesikia tena mnasema ati Kalonzo amekimbilia kwenda kuchukua certificate. This is not the time that ila alichukua machungwa nusu. Things are very different, my friends. Kalonzo kuja pole pole, na tulisema tangu zamani, and now huwezi pishana na consistency ya wamama. Ya mwisho naona baba anakuja. Nataka kuambia wale wanaweza tukutane DC, tuende tukaribishe baba kabla hajaenda hiyo site ingine wanasema. Na nafikiri penat ni mzuri. Wacha nikwambie, ukiwa nje na uchapata nafasi ya kuingia kwa hii Mtembei TV, you feel so bad. Ni kama dunia imekupita. But the good thing is, hata kama tuko nje ya curtain na tujaonekana kwa runinga, we are following. Lakini nataka niambie wamama wasimame imara, and we need more votes. Tunataka viti kutoka governor, tunataka viti kwa MCS, we want viti kwa members of parliament, even the Senate. We want to show our brothers in Kenya that we are equal partners. Na pato nataka niambie wanaume, kama hamwezi kututrust, why are you trusting a woman to cook for you, feed you, anakuchungia watoto, and you come and sleep? How about if we decide one day to kill you all men? Will you wake up? We trust your life. You give us your life. si ndiye tunawachunga, and then you come and talk nonsense like that. Mtushukuru kwa sababu Mungu atatupatia hiyo roho mbaya. Otherwise unaoa mtu is not your brother, is not your sister, is not your family, na unakubali, unakuja umelala umengeti hapo. But if that woman want to do something, so sana sana wakati mnaongea mambo ya wamama, be sensitive, na kama tunapishana kisiasa, lakini msituchukue kama less. We are not less family, we are not less, we are equal. Na nataka kutuma yule aliongea ni kijana na shukuru. I want them to see. And by the way, let me say this, mama hata kama mama hata mwenda simu ula ako kwa street na alisa, you cannot find a mother in the street kwa sababu ako na watoto and the children will take them. Angalia ile wababa wamekuwa mababa ya ng'ambo na kununua mkate na kupeleka. Akikosana na kwake unamkuta street, no child want to go close to it. So constituency ya wamama muheshimu. We respect you, we love you. Muko partners wetu, muko wasasi wetu, but msiongee kuhusu constituency ya wamama hivyo ati look at these women, we just give them. What are you giving us? Tukiamua leo hata kutoka kiti ya chikoni mpaka huko chuni mama peke yake. And things are changing. Samani wamama walikuwa naambiwa, oh, kama ujasijui nini wesi simama. They are learning, mumetuonyesha. We are getting there. Kuna siku mutapika makoti hata nyinyi. Na si mbali, very soon. Samani, ungeshika mtoto, ungepatilisha nepi, you are doing that today. Aunge cook, siku hizi unapika. Mama anakuja chini unamsafu. Those are the things you people you do at night. Alafu mchana mnatuambia ati you are very strong. What's strong? Samani ile mababu zetu ndio walikuwa, those are the time of women and men. But not now. Hii yenye nitawaambia siku ingine after election, msikuje kutuambia tutawaipisha. Mumewacha responsibility yenu. Nyinyi wengi mnalishwa na wamama, alafu mnakuja hapa kutuchezea. Tunataka kuomba kura kwa upole.
Nani amekuchokoza?
Hapo basi.
Mimi nani amekuchokoza? Nani amechokoza mami?
Mimi kipindi sijakuwa hapa tatu.
Unajua mtu akisema, nilisikia mtu akisema these women, you know, we are what?
No,
nilisikia mbaya sana. I wanted to come in back.
Wapashe wasikie.
Okay, thank you. Yes, nyumba mkono wako ilikuwa juu, kuna nini?
Unajua Mama Selina, naona ni rika yangu. Sasa ningependa kumweleza si wote. Wengi mimi upika hata saa hizi. I cook. So is maybe a few. Mtoto wakanya wanafanya hivyo, Mama Selina. Huyo ni mmoja, wawili, watatu. Wengi tuko sawa. Unaona hata mimi ni wa mother damu Karua. So tuko pamoja, madam.
Asante. Ile nilikuwa nimesema, nashukuru wa baba wametusupport, lakini mtusupport mkijua we are equal leaders. Mjaona Matakarua ama Ngilu wakilia vile Kalonzo analia, mpaka anaenda tafuta wamama watatu atiendeni kwa street.
Mama Selina, imetosha. Thank you. Kalonzo, usilinganishe Kalonzo na wanaume tafadhali. Kalonzo ako kwa group yake peke yake tafadhali. Naomba tu.
Na mbona mtanipatia pongezi? Tena mbona mtanipatia pongezi ya Nandi? Constituency inaitwa Nandi. Waliona ndume anaitwa.
Nataka kuongea mambo ya, lakini nataka kusema hiyo.
Order. Thank you.
Excuse me, Bernard, just a minute.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi.
What happened to raising hands?
Order, everybody, please. Let's have some order.
Okay.
Yes.
I was saying.
What is it?
I was saying I'm grateful that Mama Selina is speaking out about women, and we appreciate that the work they do in our community every day. However, let them go slow. And let us not brush off Kalonzo or any other person. We know we need them. So let's go slow, and we are sure those leaders will
friend,
reach.
we don't need them. So far, we don't need them. Stop bringing here this issue. We don't need them.
Okay.
Let's
Bernard,
do this.
Bernard,
Can I finish, please?
Bernard anasema women will go slow kwa kuwapikia chakula ama
No,
kwa women
no.
in
That's
leadership.
not my point, Mama.
Order.
That's not my point. My point is.
Order, everybody. Thank you.
Yes, Ben.
Kasuti, don't cut off the person just like that. Let him explain why we need Kalonzo and why we should support Kalonzo when he's in error. He should explain himself. Then you will understand.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I was saying this, Mama Selina, not because I want you to be in the kitchen. No, that's not my point. It's not my point. I'm just saying, don't push it so much, and people may start seeing like the way Kalonzo has been for a long time, pushing to be the DP. We understand it's very essential to have a woman, and we love the work that women do in our community. Not just cooking, but all the things they do. We respect you. And if Martha is to become the DP, we will appreciate that. If she doesn't become, we'll still appreciate. That's my point. And the issue of Kalonzo.
Okay, thank you. No,
can I
1
finish?
minute. No, 1 minute. Have
Yes.
you hear women complaining? We are saying to Natosha, we have not said anything. Martha Karua have not said she want to be the running mate. The women are saying we have a constituency of 4 million women or 4 million Kenyans, and we are also equal partners. We have never come here to complain and say we need you guys to give us. We are saying we are here. This is what we bring in the boat. You want us to bring a bread? Yes, we have this bread. Can we share together? Hatujasema mama Martha Karua atasema kama mimi sijakuwa running mate, I will leave Azimio or nawacha Raila. She's working, she's talking. Anataka tutengeneze mambo ya corruption. So that is what we want from you. Lakini ukisema tukuje polepole, in what? What have we done?
Naona mnasukuma sana, ndio maana nasema tuje polepole. Otherwise, Ben, thank you so much for giving me that opportunity.
Okay, let's do this. Thank you. And I want us to remain civil. Baba's campaign was he doesn't want followers, he wants partners. And if that's the principle of Azimio, then the women in Azimio are not followers, they are partners. And Azimio being big as it is, the dynamics will come into play. And like we are all saying, many people will want to be part of that ticket, but we want a ticket that is not just going to give us victory, but is going to work thereafter. Because we have had so many tickets that get into victory and then thereafter it becomes impossible to work. We don't want that. And Karua seems to be the favorite in some quarters. So be it, but let it not be as a favor. Let it be as an opportunity that is given to somebody who is capable. I believe that's what Mama Selina is talking about. And looking around and looking how people are performing, she's better off than Kalonzo. Of all people, Kalonzo disappoints big time. And they're insisting that we need him. I don't think so. We may need him in terms of numbers, but in terms of examples of how national leadership should be got, I don't think so. He's putting up a bad example to young politicians that they should ask for seats and then manipulate to get or else. You can't be a national leader with or else. We need people who can sacrifice themselves, sacrifice their families for the sake of the country. Not, if you don't give me, I will do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. Those are unattainable relationships which we should discourage. As mature leaders and future leaders, we shouldn't give people with such mentality an opportunity to be in leadership anywhere, because they will run down the country. Their interest is themselves. And such people, they are disqualified. I'm a Bible teacher and I've always insisted on that. The Bible is against leaders who seek their interest first as a priority. And that is my benchmark. If you are in this for what I can get first before the country, before any other person, then you are the wrong number of people that the true test of leadership is how you deal with your appetite. If you can't lay a grip on your own appetite, you are the wrong person in the kitchen, you are the wrong person everywhere. Thank you. Now, mikono iko juu.
Tena ndiye nimalize kwa sababu niko job na sitaki kuwasumbua. I want to ask Kenyans. Martha Karua was the Minister of Justice. Mkitengeneza constitution ya Kenya. She was the one cooking that constitution. Mbona mimi sijasikia watu, ninasikia wakipenda constitution, nasikia wakisema hii katiba ya Kenya ni mzuri. Who was the Minister of Justice? It was Martha Karua. Nani alitengeneza hii katiba? It was Martha Karua. And she cooked it and locked it until even you guys, you cannot play with it. Kama aliweza kutupatia katiba mzuri, kama aliweza kusimamia kama Minister of Justice, what else proof do you want us to give you Kenyan so that you can know we can do it? Martha Karua, and I want somebody to challenge that. She was the Minister of Justice na yeye ndiye alisimamia mpaka tukapata hiyo katiba. Nilikuwa naona Uhuru na Ruto wakiingia ofisi ya Martha Karua akiwa cooperative. Mambo ya hate walikuwa nakuja kumulilia Martha Karua. Why people are forgetting? This woman is a strong person and anaweza tetea nchi. Niyo tu pena nilitaka kusema kwa sababu naona watu wanalilia katiba na wataki kusema who was the minister in that time. Thank you.
Mama Selina invoked.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate that, and it's a good reminder for most of us to put in perspective. But let's also not, dig in for an individual until we forget we have a nation. Kenya is best with every Kenyan on board, not just one individual or two individuals. So, as much as we have...
You are comparing Kalonzo being a vice president of Kenya, and now we are comparing Martha Karua was a minister. We are comparing these two individuals because they had a big role in the country. Is it right?
Mama Selina, I agree with you 100%. And mtu kama Kalonzo hata sitaki kusikia hiyo jina tafadhali. Naomba hii debate isonge mbele.
Ndio nataka kusongesha, ilikuwa Nandi Hills. Nilikuwa nimeuliza.
Ngoja.
Nilikuwa nimeuliza mambo ya Nandi Hills. Nimengoja kujibu, tukaenda other things.
You people mmeanza kunipeleka mbio.
Jaacha.
I have 5 hands to choose from, Mr. Kip. So understand me, okay? And all that, it's a matter of weighing in scale. So subiri kwanza. Guru, what is it?
Done.
Mr. Guru, you're mute.
Yes. I just wanted to caution Serena that this is a patriarchal community, and the manner in which she is going about saying mother could jeopardize her chances. We are not here talking about how mother will come to deal with men. We are dealing with mother as how she is going to straighten the systems of administration. Lakini kutuambia maneno ya wanawake na
never
kunyorosha
sijasema.
wanaume,
No,
hiyo haiwezekani.
No, Kuru, no, you are saying wrong. Nimesema, no. You have to withdraw because sikusema mata anakuja. Nimesema we are mothers. Tunawa trust. Muna trust tukiwa nyumbani. I never said that word. Uta withdraw because sikusema mata anakuja kudini na wanaume. Why are you changing things? You are the one spoiling it.
That's what I got. And
no,
by the way,
you are wrong.
But by the way, the language you are using is very scaring, especially if you ask Nyomba, the Kikuyu experience with the traditional women leadership has not been very good.
No,
and therefore,
I did not say
let us approach this matter with sobriety and a lot of wisdom, so that we don't scare away men in our community.
Somebody say, women, we need to come slow. Munatupatia. Why are you saying that? Kuru, I thought you are a good person. We have been in this together, but you want to sell something wrong.
It's the language that I heard you use, and I did not like it.
What did I use? Did I say mother? I say women of Kenya.
Kunyorosha, you know, I mean, the language is scaring. Let me say that. It's feminist.
Please.
It's feminist.
I say, if it is about corruption, if you are a corrupt man, I say Martha Karua was a minister of justice. Na nikasema aliwapatia constitution mzuri. Na nikasema alitengeneza katiba. Why are you changing things? Anyway, muko na parliament walisikia nikiongea. I never
Let us use a smooth language.
And again, we are not scared.
Okay,
yes,
let's use a smooth language.
Order. Thank
we
you.
Also admire the lady.
Set the record clear. Guru, the record is clear. Thank you very much. Yes, keep.
Let's not, that's a sensitive topic. I wanted to talk about what Mama Selina said about Peter Keter. Kasuti usinichape tafadhali, nipatie muda kidogo kusema hii. I know you're next. Nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba Keter is not a joke. Keter is one of those leaders that is conformed towards what he believes, and he stays strong to it. You know, this is the guy, I think back in the day, 15 years ago, alikuwa student. Wakamfukuza hapo Egerton, I think it was Egerton. Wakamfukuza, and then he started NAC, Mama Selina's party, NAC youth wing, kupatia Mwai Kibaki cheo. Immediately, the negotiation was for him to be put back into school. Akamaliza shule, alirudishwa. Mwai Kibaki akamsaidia kurudi shule through NAC. Alafu, what happened next? He tried to get on a ticket. I think it was ODM. I don't remember. Akajaribu, he failed. The second time he got in, and ni mtu mwenye ametatisha government ya Jubilee. He's got his own convictions. So this is watu wanajua huyo ni ndume kabisa. So congratulations for Nandi Hill for retaining this person. Anaingia UDA shingo upande. He's actually the person who advised Ruto that URP ni party ya nyumbani. Why are you folding it to Jubilee? So he advised him. Now you can see Ruto is doing the same thing to the Kikuyus. So Keter is a good leader. Hata kama ako UDA, mi naweza mvotia huyo mtu. Because unakumbuka ile shida alisimamisha magari sijui wapi because of corruption. Some trucks were stopped. Enja amekuwa akipatia Raila leaks Jubilee government. So he's somebody that I admire a lot. Lakini saa zingine anakuanga na kichwa ngumu kidogo, like anakuanga na hasira. So well done to Nandi Hills. I respect that person. So Nandi's hiyo ni mzuri sana. Kama mlikataa asitolewe. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Wana Kasuti. Kasuti.
Yes, wacha ni correct Kim. Wewe wacha kupotea, kuja hapo ni kucorrect. Hakusimamisha magari. I remember those days, hizo enzi nilikuwa kwa barabara, pia mimi nilikuwa naenda na magari kubwa. kile kitu alifanya, hiyo logistic transport ilikuwa yake. So in Mlolongo, in fact it was Mlolongo or Gilgil kwa Weighbridge,
It
hapo
was
ndi alikosi
Gilgil.
chaos.
Gilgil.
Gilgil, hapo ndipo alikosi chaos, mpaka akachukua simu akasema sisi ndio tunatengeneza sheria. Hiyo tu ndio alifanya, ashawahi fanya kitu ya ujinga yenye imeshaiona, but that guy is good. Credit apewe, but hiyo tu, hiyo ndio ashawahi fanya kitu ya upuzi.
But siku hiyo walikuwa wamemset, walikuwa kwa sababu alikuwa amepiga Ruto na Kalenjin, so they wanted to say amepeana corruption. That was setting. It was set kwa sababu walikuwa wakale wale walikuwa upande ya Ruto walikuwa nataka kuonekana hata Ketera anaongwa, so it was really nothing. Ni ile tu alisetiwa na alikuwa na mama Muindi.
I remember, na hata angefadhali angebaki Jubilee, honestly speaking. Tungempatia bado, si ndio? I think that is somebody who should have stayed in.
Thank you.
Is Jubilee tu. Hiyo kiti ni yetu, usijali, hakuna
Thank you
mahali
very
Ketera
much.
naenda.
Thank you very much, Mama Selena. With all the due respect, you are somebody who has been in this panel for a very long time, and you know how this panel is, and you, where you are and where you stay. God forbid, and forgive me for using those terms. Where you are, women, they outweigh men. That's why you can talk like that. You, at your age and my age, I know you are my age mate. I respect you so much, because if to say you are young, we met when you are young, we could have been married.
Are you 60 plus?
Me, that one doesn't matter. I can look short and the way you see me, but you are my age mate, the way I look at you. What I want to tell you, Bernard, and the panelists that are here, when we were young, women used to be beaten thoroughly. But when we are in diaspora, men, they are the third people beyond the dogs. That's why Mama Selena can talk like that. I respect women so much. Me, I have 4, 5 women. They are my wives and I respect them so much. But what I want to tell you is this. Women, jitume. Siete sisi ndio tuende tuwapigie kura na mjitumi. Hata kama Martha Karua, I respect her so much. Wacha jitume, aende atafute votes, ampigie Raila. We will never vote for anybody. I respect her, and me personally.
Tumesema, my brother, tumesema tuko na 4 million votes ya women.
Yeah, but don't insist that we neglect women. We respect women, and where you are and where I am, we respect women. The only problem where we always try to put people who are living in, let's say, in Kenya and in Africa, where they think that women are still under. Women are not under. They are human beings like anybody. Because we are now a little bit, we have this knowledge whereby we know women should not be beaten, women should not be taken. That's why we can talk like that. I don't deny. But what I want to tell you is, wacha wanawake wajitume. Asiende kwa ballot box ajifanye eti yeye anapewa juu yeye ni mwanamke. Aende atumie ile 50 million yenye mwanaume anatumia, atume. Hata kama anataka mimi nimpatie, akuje kwangu nimpatie hiyo 50 million, aende afanye campaign na afanye hiyo ajipate. Lakini si eti angoje tu ndio apewe. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema tu, Bernard. Forgive me, but I'm not against women. Me, I'm a polygamous man. And I'm proud of it because I have 4 plus other concubines outside.
My brother, tuko na women councillors, tuko na women governors, tuko na members of parliament. Wanatafuta vile kila mtu anatafuta. Hatujasema mtupatie, Have we said that? No. Tunaomba kura. Nikikuomba bwana yangu, niombe mtoto yangu, niombe msichana yangu. I have 5 votes in the house. I will convince. Hatujasema mtupatie. I say msitufananishe na Kalonzo mwenye analia. Did I say wrong? Na nikauliza, kuna mama mumesikia akisema munipatie? Hata Kilatis Wanga amepigana Homa Bay mpaka amepata.
Remember, I was not on in the panel. I was listening from the behind, but the way you talked is what triggered me to come into the panel. Me, I had already contributed and I went outside, but the way you contributed, that is the only problem. Women, they only want to be given. Women, they only want to be given. For example, where you stay,
Can we move the debate forward? Let us move the debate forward.
Zito.
Okay,
Yeah.
mwisho nilisema
very
kuna
much
mtu
for
alikuja
coming.
kwa radio kwa akasema we tunasaidia hawa mama, let them come slowly, we will look after them, na nikasema no, we are equal.
But is it not the truth? Is it not the truth? If you are my woman now, I will give you money to go and campaign. I will provide everything. But after you get that chance,
ukituma huyo mama, that money will be for you and your woman and your children. It is not bad, because kama huyo mama angekuwa na yake, angekuwa naye. But I will be proud to use my husband money na niombe kiti na itakuwa ni yetu na wewe.
na unifukuze kwa nyumba. Thank you. Na unifukuze kwa nyumba. Thank you.
Na wewe ni baba ya nyumba.
Hey, talk the truth. I know why I'm talking like that. Bernard, who is staying in Kenya, will never realize, will never understand.
Okay,
but I know.
Thank
you.
Kama wewe ni baba mkate utafukuzwa tu. No, let's do this. Let's do this. Please, let's make progress. Thank you. I want us to what? Who is this? Mr. Kamau. Bwana Kamau, upo au upo? Na watu wa kujificha nyuma ya curtain. Sasa wakienda hata tuwezi jua. Mr. Kamau one.
Bena, wachana na wenye wako nyuma ya curtain. Ongea na wewe yenye unaona. Okay. Those are ghosts.
Let's do this. Thank you. Guru, make your submission, please.
Yes. I don't want to go backwards. I want to go forward. I want to say that we admire the character of one Mother Karua, and we won't want anything that would derail her entry into big rig politics, especially a language that could spark off some other debate, which is a sideshow. So let us be careful, even as we try to sell our candidates. On the issue of Baba going to the US, I think this is the right move, and you are aware that there is no leadership that can be productive and progressive without forging partnerships across the globe. I think Baba has done very well on that score. I think so far, out of the presidential candidates who have offered themselves, maybe only Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka could come close to rivaling his international connections, on account that Stephen was once a Minister of Foreign Affairs. But Baba has done a wonderful job forging relationships across the globe, and I think his leadership will be of much use to Kenyans, because he will not be going to introduce himself. He'll just be going to strengthen personal and national ties that he has already established, which is a good thing. Out of that tour, I am some things will come out, perhaps how to deal with the Kenyans diaspora and the trade opportunities that exist for our country and between ourselves, and perhaps new sources of funds, and that to make is what much easier, because the country needs a leader who will hit the road running the first day. There are many issues that are pending, including trying to see how to sort out the issue of debts, and even getting more money for development. So I think it is in a good stint, more so now that he seems to have taken the stand to announce to the world the person he prefers to be the running mate. I do not think that the presence of Mother Karua in that tour is for dressing purposes. I think it is a statement, a very strong statement, that she's going to be a part of the government in a big way, which is a good thing. And I think it is also good for bonding, and therefore I think by the time they'll be coming back, we'll be entering another phase of our politics, which will require more aggressive campaigning, and I think they'll have time to plan those things out there, so that when they come, they are able to hit the road running again. Now, there's this also issue of LUHYA nation. Bernard, our city is clustered in communities, and we can't run away from that fact. The people who have thrived in Nairobi city politics, they are very much aware of the ethnic composition of populations from the ward level to the constituency upwards. And therefore, any party that will not take consideration these factors, they will fail spectacularly. That is why it is not time to chest thump that we must get this or that. If the purpose is to win, then compromises will have to be made. I do not see a possibility where especially the Kikuyu capitalist class will accept a fact that they can give Raila Amolo Odinga the topmost seat and then cede the position of the governor of Nairobi. I don't see that happening. And therefore, the statement by the LUHYA nation, although I don't begrudge them, it is within their right as people to lobby and advance their interests, but they should not take it as a foregone conclusion that they must get that one. If the purpose is to assist one, Raila Amolo Odinga ascend to the highest post in the land, they will have to cede ground. In fact, I pity Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, because actually, if he was a good negotiator, this is one position you should have rope in the hand, and the possibility is that you would have gotten it, rather than try to rob it for a position that is already gone, and you can obviously see that it is gone. But anyway, people negotiate differently, and therefore that's it. I think that is my take on that issue of gubernatorial seat in Nairobi. I hope that sovereignty will rule the day at the end of the day, because what is required is unity that will propel Azimio to victory. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Guru. I Believe that's clear enough. Raphael?
Asante sana Ben kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Kwanza ningesema nilifurahi sana kuona huyo jamaa wa Nandi ambaye anaitwa Keteri kushinda. Watu walikuwa wanacheza sana na nilikuwa na wasiwasi kwa sababu watu wa mrengo mwingine walikuwa ambao yuko pia, lakini kuna wachache walikuwa wako kinyume naye, lakini hatimaye Waswahili wa kule pwani wangesema ametoboa. Jambo lingine ni kwamba safari ya mzee kuja hapa US ni nzuri kabisa. I wish I knew long time ago I would have planned to reach out during his visit, but I would not be able to make it. But we welcome him to the US, and we hope that if he's coming to fundraise, then we'll be able to help where possible. Now, the other issue is about Martha Karua, which has been debated for a long time here on the show. As a person, I strongly support her. There was a thing which I wanted to be cleared, and it was cleared the other day when we were on the platform. So, indeed, she has done many things in the country, especially looking at the policies which were framed before having the new constitution. My concern has been the way we know Azimio is a combination of many parties. And as a people, we may have differences, but we still need each other. Somebody may be weak, but we still need each other. So my advice would be, let's be careful on the kind of wording that we try to relay to the public. If we don't, if one is weak, let's accept he's weak. But my advice would be, let us not brush them off. Let's be clear, they are weak, and that has made them not be very good on the side of the fighting for the public. But again, let's not brush them off. We still need them. We need them. Ben, you said we need them in terms of numbers. That's very right. So let's be careful with the language we use here on the platform. Otherwise, Ben, that's my contribution for now. I thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Brother Raphael. I agree with you, we shouldn't write off anybody. But when it comes to providing right example, we should be able to call out the bad example.
That's
so
right.
That our children will not follow wrong footsteps when they are looking for leadership.
Yes.
We need to do that on a more deliberate way, because we do a lot of, sugarcoating too much until our politics is not painting a clear picture. Look at the young people who are coming into politics. We don't have assertive, articulate young people who are stating what they want because they want to play, nice. I want to play a support of Baba. Mimi ndio jicho la Baba. Kumbe mimi I'm sponsored from elsewhere only for me to get, a particular followership. We can't live a lie and succeed in providing right leadership. And so, as much as no writing off anybody, we should be bold enough to call out what is wrong. That's my take on that.
Now, I agree with you. I agree with you. One more thing, there's one guy there who came. I don't know where it's Loba, I don't know. He came there briefly, yes, and then he disappeared.
Yes.
And I was like, I really pity that guy. Because I can imagine the number of young people who have been lured, they have been cheated. And he looked very forceful. But after some time, I think you took the pressure out by giving him the facts. So you can imagine the number of young people in our country who are sailing in the same boat.
And they are not few. We run into them. Just listen to the conversation in the matatus or just the village setting. You will get all those manner of excuses, especially this side where, you know, everything said on TV is taken as gospel truth. They don't know how to separate between propaganda and you know, political rhetorics and reality. So if Wetangula comes here alinyimwa ukubwa na Raila, hakuna mtu anauliza kwa sababu anaonanga Raila kwa TV na wanaona yeye ni mkubwa na yeye anapeana ukubwa kwa kila mtu.
So Ben, the ball is on your side. You have a challenge. In Kenya, please educate our young people.
We'll do our best. We need to be facilitated to do that too. Now, naomba tu Bwana Penny, umejaribu kuja ukienda. Umefika?
Niko kijana yangu niko. Habari ya leo?
Salama, namna gani?
Salama sana. Na nasalimia mama Yego Selina. Na nimuulize swali. Ndio nilikuwa nataka nimuulize. Hii watu ya Tindred iko namna gani? Kwa sababu ule ambaye alipatia mzee Moi na mzee Kenyatta taabu sana alikuwa anaitwa Jean Marie Seroney. Hiyo ndio history nyinyi mnatakiwa mjue kabisa. Na yeye alikuwa mtu mzuri sana, alikuwa anapea mzee Kenyatta taabu, lakini hata akapatia na mzee Moi taabu. Hivyo ukipata wakati mama Selina atueleze hii watu wako kichwa ngumu namna gani. They are on the right side though, it's not bad. They are on the right side. Na yangu tu ya kuchangia ni kusema kwamba wacha mzee Raila atembea hapa. Everywhere all we need is peace and policies as to how Kenya is going to get better next time. Because the last 4 years have been wasted. There are a lot of young people that don't have a job, and there's a lot of frustration in Kenya today. Unatuma pesa mpaka unachoka. But we want a country, an economy that works for the people of the particular country. Na nimalizie tu kusema kwamba kuna show ile ya jioni siku nyingine, I don't know whether Alex is there, walikuwa wanadanganya. In America, there is no law that tells the president not to fire anybody, including his vice president. Ngawache hapa itakuwa ngumu kumfire kwa sababu anatoka na watu yake yote. Kama ule mzee alikuwa na Trump, alikuwa na all the religion, all the church ya wazungu alikuwa naye. So it was impossible for Trump to fire him. Hiyo tu, hakuna sheria ambayo inasema the president of the United States can do this or can't do this. He's above the law. He can do whatever he wants. Lakini afford the constitution, whatever is written in the constitution. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nachangia. Bwana Bernard, asante sana, ni show mzuri sana. Ina ni challenge kwa sababu wengi wenu mko Azimio, na nikienda nyumba ya kwetu ya UDA ni kama kwenda kanisa ile, you are a preacher. Nione kwenda kwa kanisa ile ambao umekaa for 50 years. Na hii nyumba yenu nikikuja hapo ndio mimi napata kina Stone BK wanasema mengi ambao, na huyu Alex ni mzuri sana. I really trust what the young man says. Even if he's in order, I mean in Azimio, he is really clear as to what the points are. It doesn't matter where you are if you are putting the points right. Asante sana Bwana Bernard, na kuheshimu.
Unapenda Simba Rati pen?
Pana. Mimi mtu ya machogu na anko ya nani. We are principles. Sio kwamba lazima uende na euphoria. You have to have certain principles to go with. No, I don't. It comes with the dancers from Nairobi. Sisi ni wazee wa kuku kiti.
What principle is against Arati?
Arati anakuja na ile ukorofi ya Nairobi kupiga watu. Na ati anasera watu. Hapana. Sisi huko kiti kwa pole unasema ile unataka, unapewa ama those are the principles.
One moment. One moment, we get this video. before nani niambie sadaka ya nini, sadaka ya Pasaka alituma wapi?
Hapo ni kweli.
Also just heard from Sonia Birdi about why they were at that weighbridge. Now let's go to the weighbridge itself. There were police officers and weighbridge officials manning that weighbridge at the time. Kamcha Menza, our reporter in Nakuru, went there earlier on today and filed this report.
This is the truck in the middle of a saga that has befallen Nandi MP Alfred Keter. The truck that is now impounded at Gilgil Weighbridge, Nakuru County.
I have said it is impounded because of lack of having the permit. It is called exemption permit, which is given to trucks which have maybe abnormal load, wide loads.
The requisite, however, was a surprise to the driver of the truck, Josephat Omboga, who alleges that an officer requested for a bribe of 20,000 shillings, but he says he did not give out the money.
Tuseme for 2 years haijatoka kwa yati, almost 2 years. From 2 years back tulikuwa tunapita hapa, hatujawahi ingia kwa weighbridge. Sasa jana vile tulipita tulikuwa tunataka kupita, tukaambiwa tuingie ndani. Ask me, uko na permit? Nikamwambia permit sina. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria tunaenda kupimwa. Akaniambia zungusha gari huko.
And so he says he was then forced to inform his boss, whom he says is one Sonia Birdi.
At around 7:30, Mheshimiwa visited with another group, and all what conspired is what has gone round. He was kind of a bit emotional, and he reacted to the duty manager because he wanted the truck released. He could not understand why it was impounded. So in the process, there was a lot of commotion because he appeared to be agitated by the fact that the truck is... I don't know if it belongs to him or it belongs to a friend, I don't know. But then he was coming purposely for that.
The reports that we are getting from the media is a one-sided story. You need to get our story. We didn't go there because we were going there for no reason. We had a good reason. As members of parliament, we play oversight role, and what we saw, if they could not even listen to us, how do you expect them to how are they engaging with other Kenyans?
If standing for a correct thing is a mistake, then I don't know what it is to stand for the rights of people, because that's what we did.
Status controller.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
That is the president communicating.
Yes, sir.
Anapiga, hakuna mwenye anachukua simu.
In the now trending video clip, the MP is allegedly heard invoking the name of the presidency. And in a statement, the Presidential Strategic Communications Unit says the presidency condemns the incident where several public and or state officers are alleged to have abused their power and exerted undue pressure on officers lawfully going about their duties in order to evade due process. The statement further says that the presidency commends the officers who stood up for what is right and encourages them to continue supporting government efforts to provide public service in an efficient, prompt and transparent manner. The weighbridge manager says there was no cause for alarm as the owner is simply required to get a permit from the Kenya National Highways Authority.
Plus more trucks, they are carrying these plastic tanks for water. That was introduced the other day. They also get the permit. So, if he was using 2 years back, that is long enough. Things have really, there's a lot has changed.
The statement from the PSCU says the presidency has never, does not, and will never support or condone corruption, extortion, or abuse of power by any state or public officer. The statement ends by stating that the presidency urges responsible government agencies to ensure that this regrettable incident is swiftly subjected to the due process of law. Kamche Menza, KTN, from Nakuru County.
Usimgonge sana. He's matured. He has matured now. He's grown for 10 years. Keter is still a good leader.
Why are you defending the... You are bringing defense before even the accusation is made. Right.
I know I'm being biased. You're right, I'm being biased. I like him.
Yes,
Now
Mama Selina.
I can see how Uda people feel. Kumbe nakuanga hivi. Bias.
Okay, Penat, tumeshukuru umetupatia hiyo clip. Sababu ya kusaliwa wanaume na kusaliwa wasichana, hiyo ndio sababu. Lazima utoke nje upigane na haki, kwa sababu Keter alisema yake, lakini kwa sababu alikuwa amepiga watu sana na mambo ya corruption. So I'm still saying kuna mtu alikuwa kwa sababu after that what happened? Hakupelekwa kotini, hiyo lori haikufungwa kwa sababu ilikuwa ni ukweli. So we want to say anyway, it was that day. Wengine walikuwa nasema wamekunywa, kenye sijaona leo. Accusation ya siku hiyo walikuwa nasema walienda pale kama ni walevi, but ukiona vile ule officer amesema yes, na president amesema ofisa ya serikali ifuate ukweli, naye mwenye raia afuate ukweli. So hapo mi naona ni sawa, lakini ungefuata ile maneno ilisemwa siku ile, walisema alienda pale kama ni mlevi, alikuwa na mwanamke, but hiyo ilikuwa ni siasa. Otherwise I want to say Keter ni mtu akona msimamo. Penny alikuwa amesema constituency ya Chelakat Mutai, Maria John Seronei na sasa Keter. That is my constituency, na hapo ndio roho ya Nandi, and that is where we have those lions. We have the lioness and we have the lions in Nandi. Thank you.
Okay. Did you clear on the Nandi issue? We listened to Wangira.
Yes, I listened to. I've cleared. Me, I'm the question. There's a question I want to understand because I'm still confused. I want to leave. I asked in my previous submission, but I haven't had any answer about this. It's eating me. That's why I've not gone. Is Azimio, and before that, when I'm not going to put them together as an alliance, but anything that Raila had done in the past, from COD to NASA to now Azimio, is zoning. Zoning was in the plan. Zoning was agreed upon before we went for the first national convention. It was accepted. The smaller parties that came with ODM, they accept. The smaller parties that came with Jubilee accepted. And it was going to work out, when Kalonzo came in, it looks like zoning has been scrapped because I feel like he removed the timetable. He removed the mathematics that we had, because Kalonzo wants to take over the whole of Ukambani, and he did not want the other governors to strengthen their parties, Kivuta, Ngilu, and I don't really like Mutua because I don't like his history. What I want to know is it still standing? Are we going to follow what Kalonzo wanted, which is I either go for the deputy or muniache nifanye zoning? So I'm still yet to understand, because this Nairobi thing is really, it's a head scratcher. We can't have all parties going in there, and we can't have all parties going to Western. Will waste. We can't have all parties going to Kisii. It'll waste. So there has been party nominations going on right now here for the whole Azimio team. But will we? Is it still in plan that we're going to pick the strongest candidates? Because if we don't, we'll be cooked. And I'm not.
I get your concern, and I believe it's everybody's concern. In my opinion, there is no uniform treatment of the entire country as far as these elections are concerned. There are places where zoning will work, other places it won't work. Like in Western, there is high-tech consultations and give and take agreements being struck. But other places now, like Ukambani, Kalonzo is a problem. The reason why Kalonzo wants zoning in Ukambani is so that he can lock out the other 3 governors, their parties. He wants everything in Ukambani to be Wiper. That is impossible, okay? Because the Machakos is already with Chap Chap. NAK is in Kitui. And then this Maendeleo is it to Fangaman, the Kibwana. So if we allow zoning in Ukambani, what happens to these other parties? So there must be a different treatment of different places. But from the information I have, the nominations of different parties take place because we must enhance party wherever democracy to thrive, and the small parties should not die. But after that, there will be another aspect of discussion and agreement among these people who have gotten party tickets. Who is the strongest among them, especially where there is tough competition. Where there is no tough competition, it will let go because it won't make much difference. So those who insist to go through all the way, they will be led to go all through the way. But we cannot say that we'll give a uniform rule that everybody should comply. At times in politics, it doesn't work that way. There's no straitjacket in handling such matters of great interest.
Yeah, because I'm concerned of also Mombasa when he's going to send, because it might be a stronghold. The coastal area, Pwani, could be a stronghold for Raila. But just like Western, it has to be played carefully. Otherwise, it will slip off the fingers of Azimio. So, Wiper saying, oh, we're going to bring Sonko. What's the name of this fellow in UDA? The former senator that is vying via the UDA ticket. He's not weak. You might look at him like Ivivi. He's not a weak leader. So mkieka Sonko alafu tuweke huyo mtu wetu Azimio, you're spoiling the math. Same with Nairobi. Sakaja is not weak. Sakaja is a very strong leader. And if we have 6 candidates vying in the Nairobi elections, that's very.
I think we are a stretching as at now. Let's get to know who the candidates are, who is competing against who.
Yes.
And then that will be viable. But as far as putting credible candidates in different places, one thing we need to fight specifically in the 2022 elections is voter apathy. There are people who are not ready to go and vote. They must be given a reason to go out and vote. So if we, through the nominations, keep away people that they wanted to go and vote for, what we are doing is keep them from voting. That's one place that each party needs to be watchful over. Because if I wanted to vote for so-and-so and that person is not on the ballot, then I'll sit home. But if it was only an MCA that I wanted to vote for and it's on the ballot, that would give me reason to go and vote for the governor, vote for the MP and all that. I will make it to the polling station because I have to vote in this my cousin, or vote in this my uncle, or vote in this my favorite candidate. But if that person is not in the ballot, and then it is multiplied around the country, will mess up the elections by low voter turnout. And the low voter turnout means scramble for the few people who vote, and the incompetent people will find their way into the seat of honor without stiff competition for that matter. So I think let us give time, let the nominations be finished, and we'll see what to do. But there is very little we can do in terms of controlling the matters here. Kuna mambo yanayohusu watu ni mambo magumu sana. If it is me, I can decide anytime I wake up, I go. But when it involves another person, there's a lot to be negotiated, and probably I may strike the deal or not. But for Nairobi and Mombasa, I don't think kuna shida huko.
Thank you very much. And before I leave, I'm not leaving yet. I just wanted to say Katwa, when it's your turn, tuambie mambo ya Simba Rati.
Inaonekana huyu Simba Rati amekuwa hot cake eh? Sawa, naomba hivi kuna Katwe umejaribu, sijui kama sasa umetoboa.
Sijui kama mimi pia naweza ongea.
Niko.
Bwana Jazz, is it Jazz or Juice?
Yeah, hata mimi nataka kuongea.
Bernard, sasa unaweza nipata?
Yes, you are better off. Katwe endelea.
Bernard, can you be able to hear me now? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been having reception issues because we are blessed that there is a lot of rain in Kisii, and because we do not have fiber optic, we are using the nano stations for our Wi-Fi. So that is a more reason why whenever there are a lot of rains, we don't get that kind of good reception. We are not privileged and blessed. So now, before I start, there's something that I wanted to say when the young man was there called Xavier. Xavier, I wanted to tell you, Bernard, that the kind of conditioning UDA has done to our young people, it will take around 20 years to damage that kind of ignorance for young people. Because you could tell, basically, that young man has been reading Mpasho and been reading a lot of Gata Price to come and challenge. You know, for ATV, I've been in a lot of platforms there, and Alex will testify with me here, and probably Akina Kip will testify with me, that whenever you come to such a kind of platform, you have to have facts. And it's not a question of you coming with Gata Price to gather information to come and try to challenge people who do a lot of research before they come to this platform. So it will take a lot of time for such kind of ignorance to be damaged from a young man. And remember, the brain is developing, and so there is a lot of gluing in their brain. And secondly, I will want to say this, that for any student who has done politics, political science, or any other course that is related with politics will agree with me that nothing happens in mere coincidence. A lot of things are choreographed and they are made to happen. If things do not happen by mere coincidences, then it means there are people who make these things to happen. Things happen because of time, purpose, and places. And if Polycarp Igathe came to the Nairobi politics, the only question that we need to ask ourselves, where has been Polycarp Igathe all this time round until now he's coming to this arena of politics? And in my humble submission, I feel like Polycarp Igathe did not come by himself. Polycarp Igathe was brought in from where he was. And we understand from where we are sitting that our Nairobi County itself controls a GDP of 45% of the national GDP. You could tell the reason as to why Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta decided to bring NMS in an unconstitutional way just to control Nairobi. And this is the same thing. Nairobi, when you're controlling Nairobi, is like you're controlling almost a half of the country. And anybody who wants to control Kenya must have an upper hand in Nairobi. Take an example, in 2013, Raila Amolo Odinga controlled the country using the 3 cities, being Mombasa, Nairobi, and Kisumu. And he had subsidiaries like Kisii County. He had subsidiaries like Kakamega County, which control a lot of GDP. The power negotiating formula is not just by mere coincidence. And I'm not surprised that Raila Odinga is not speaking about it right now. it's because maybe they've agreed on this, and they have agreed on that kind of power sharing. The issue of tribalism should not play such kind of politics, because I feel like it's a little bit lame to speak about Luis in Nairobi, to speak about Kisis, speak about Kikuyus and Somalis, because every person that lives in Nairobi actually makes Nairobi to be what it is, as it is right now. When I came to the show, I had somebody saying probably Kisis do not pay taxes and all that. Just a point of information, I'm not rebutting of what they said, because I don't want to spark any problem out of that, is that if you go to Kisii County, you'll find that it is one of the towns that has been given a central bank there. You cannot be given a central bank if you do not circulate a lot of money that the banks cannot be able to hold. So in the fullness of as far as economy, the Kenyan economy is concerned, you cannot do away with the Kisis. But it does not mean that other communities do not pay taxes, like the way it was being alleged. So controlling Nairobi is the only way a person who wants to clinch power can be able to control a country. Because you realize that during the time of Mashujaa Day, or any other time that we have a state function, you do realize that it is the governor who invites the national government. It is the governor who invites the president. So if you do not have a good consensus relationship between you and the governor, like the standstill that we heard during the time of Mike Mbuvi and the president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you realize that that kind of standstill brings the economy to its knees. Let me break it down in this sense. Putting Mike Mbuvi Sonko in Nairobi was a very major problem. And in my own opinion, I feel like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was not for that. And because we do understand who wants people that he can control, Mike Mbuvi Sonko was imposed in Nairobi by one person who runs a one-man show. And I don't want to mention the names, because he wanted to control the Nairobi from the back door. And the kind of truth that we're seeing right now in politics in Nairobi is because the power brokerage is very important to any person who wants to control that place. And in my own opinion, I feel like Polycarp Igathe, in as much as we are saying that Azimio and all that are trying to confuse people and all that, I feel like the ticket of Tim Wanyonyi and Polycarp Igathe will take Sakaja by storm. In this sense, I don't feel like controlling Nairobi should be coming from a community, but rather from a person who can be able to deliver Nairobi out of NMS. Remember this, NMS is an unconstitutional body that is running Nairobi. And as time goes by, as it is being declared unconstitutional, we need somebody, even after NMS is not there, can be able to work with NMS, like NMS has worked in Nairobi. There was a joke that was peddled in the streets that if you're not hit by a matatu, you'll step on a tomato peddler, because there was no space during the time of Sonko. So we cannot be able to say that these kind of politics that are playing in Nairobi are just for personal gains, but rather for a country's gain. I don't feel like Sakaja was right. No, Sifuna right to call for a presser, because that meeting was held yesterday, and the top, maybe he could tell us that he was not part of that meeting, but I don't feel like it was okay for him to call a presser and start saying about Tim Wanyonyi, unless it was choreographed politics. Those are my humble submission as now. But before I finish, there was a request by Kip to speak about Simbarati and other politicians in Kisii. I almost forgot. Sorry, Kip. Let me just speak about it in a minute, Ben, if you can allow me. One, Simbarati is I'm an ODM diehard, and I'm a lifetime ODM member. I signed that a long time ago. But I strongly believe, in as much as we want to win this seat, unless we say that we want to win for Azimio, but if we want to win for ODM, I'm very sorry that in as much as we want to vote Simbarat, my county is going to lag behind. Because one, Simbarati plays celebrity politics. Simbarati plays populist politics. Simbarati plays more of William Ruto politics, in the sense that he says that I have come from a very low place to this kind of a place. And if it serves me right, there is a rumor that is being peddled that the deep Kisi is going to gang up against Simbarati. In this sense, between Ongeri and Chris Obure, one of them is going to shell the ambition. And if one shells the ambition, be prepared for a major showdown and a breakdown of Simbarati in Kisii. Because one, in Kisii, we play politics of clanism. Simbarati happens to come from a clan called Bobasi. And coming from a clan called Bobasi is the same clan that Chris Obure is coming from. It is the same clan that Janet Ongera is coming from. And that will play a very bad downfall on him, because you cannot have two people from the same clan running from for the top office. And that is why I'm saying this. If Ongeri makes that huge step to step down for Chris Obure, I'm sorry to say this, I'm a diehard of Simbarati, but Simbarati would have gone home in the morning. Because one, there is another rumor being peddled that he doesn't have respect for the old. The same characteristics that is being associated with William Samoei Ruto. They are saying that at some point, William Samoei Ruto is using him from the back door. The story behind that, it cannot be confirmed. Nobody should vote me anywhere, but those are just rumors that it is being peddled that he is being assisted by William Ruto in terms of the funds. Reason being, we do not know. But if this narrative goes on and Ongeri shells his ambition because he is 84 years old, I am sorry, but I think even if Chris Obure takes the day, it is still Azimio that will take the day. Another thing that will make Simbarati to go home in the morning, and maybe people will not vote him in, I'm not saying it's the issue of Momoimo Onyonka as a very close friend to him. Some Ongeri and the governor Ongwae have been their names have been maligned in looting, in that Senator Ongeri has not been speaking about all those problems in the Senate. He has been shelving Governor Ongwae in a lot of aspects, and looting has been taking place in the eyes of the community, but Ongeri has not been talking about that. So if they go on that joint ticket, and they win these two seats, these are two friends. Momoimo Onyonka will shield Simbarati, while Simbarati will be looting. And that is not what people want. A more reason why we feel like it is okay.
What about your DAP candidates for the governorship? Has there been an announcement for DAP in Kisii?
Yes, Machogu is current MP. Nyaribari Masaba Machogu is the DAP. It's becoming stronger by day, but I don't think he will beat Simbarati per se. The person who can beat Simbarati can be within Azimio. But they were all called to Azimio headquarters and told that they must shield their ambitions because there is a danger that the young group is growing impatient day and night because people, the UDA fraternity was so much swallowed, and they are avenging because on the constituency level they might not be able to win any seat, and especially now that South Mogirango has been able to have a formidable challenger for Osoro, a man called Sonko. Given that fact, the only thing they will put a spirited fight for is the governorship. But I am not sure, even with that, the way Simbarati has consolidated his team, because the one thing that really rattled us was the women rep seat that could have gone to Janet Ongera. And Simbarati has been firm and said, no, he's going to work with Donya. So the certificate that was given to Janet Ongera has been taken back, but today the women rep was not given the certificate. So it looks like Simbarati now has the upper hand. And what he said today was simple, that my original team still stays and I will work with it. And I think they have resolved a lot of issues, especially with giving nomination to the people who really were popular, like Kibagendi, like John Okendo, like Sonko, like Kenani, like Obiri. All those people were really popular on the ground. So the fact that ODM has been able to do that and has been able to retract the direct nomination for Mama Janet Ongera, so it looks like people are actually coming to a reality that Simba stands for change, unlike before, whereby people felt. That does not mean, that's an analysis I'm doing, that does not mean I still support him. I'm still Team Ongeri. But he has an upper hand as of today, as we talk.
So there are two things here. Sorry, Bernard, there are two things here. First is the clanism that Kwate said. And then the second thing is it looks like ODM is doing the nominations quite well now. You can see they've learned that in Westerns, and now Kisii is becoming good. So it looks like I've not seen any fracas in Kisii. You know, it looks very mature right now. So I'm seeing some maturity coming in your party.
Yeah, lastly, I'm commenting on what you asked. Lastly, lately you have not seen Simbarati utter any abuses to anybody. He has stopped it totally and completely. And all the masses, the large rallies that he used to have, he has stopped. He's having town hall meetings, mess meetings are held in his house. The jam that used to be there, the piki-piki, the boda-boda who are very unruly, carrying his posters day and night and making the whole, you know, Kisii, region and urban organization, and anybody, be honest, the region and urban organization of Kisii, we are like squatters. I will tell you, if you come on Monday and Thursday and you just cause a small jam, even a person who's supposed to get to the hospital can't get to the hospital. So I think a few collective wisdomers went and told him that I think this type of campaign only works in Nairobi. And now you must change totally. And I think he has changed. Kato will tell you, Kato is in Kisii. Mondays and Thursday has been reserved to be market days. Let people make money. Don't block jams, don't do this. And Simbarati has done that. And I think we echo him that he has listened to the voice of the people. But had he gone, and Mohammed Egg, who also is a Somali origin, but also lives and have interest in Kisii, will tell you the truth. We are not speaking here as gossips. We are telling you that the way the campaign, you can't campaign as an Nairobian in a small environment, let's say like in Migori, and cause the jam 24/7, and whereby the border are carrying your placards 24/7. I mean, people will get tired of you. But now we are seeing whereby the merits. People are going to his home. The elders are coming. The church is also playing a part. He's not abusing anybody. Onyonka has been curtailed. And now we see respect between the young and the old. And he has put more intellectuals into his campaign. What used to look like a Ruto-sponsored campaign now looks like Azimio more. And that is what Katwe was speaking. And we are seeing now him being groomed into now the leadership that a community that does not have land, that almost is diasporic. You know, we are nomadic. If you go to everywhere, you find cases. We are nomadic. You go to Nairobi, we are everywhere. You go to Mombasa, we are everywhere. Why? Because we don't have land. So.
Asante, thank you for that, for both of you. The reason why I bring it up is because I know Kisii is quite an important town, and it's going to grow. It's going to grow, and it's going to be a very important economic factor in Kenya. I always look at where the economy is in Kenya, and you've mentioned a very important one, which is Migori. I'm sorry about that, Bernard. I'm very keen in Kisii politics because of that, and Western Migori.
Okay, thank you. And before I bring in Mr. Wangira, Arati does not play popular politics. He's been in Nairobi, yes. He has risen from the rank of nominated MCA where he is. I think the Great North is better off under his MPship than it had ever been. I think it was under Beth Muko or something. And being young and being groomed, I think he can deliver. I wouldn't, it is, I think, overjudging him if you compare him to Sonko. But I know with politics and the propaganda that flies around, anybody can say anything. In my opinion, Ongeri should join Arati. They form a formidable force. Yeye ni mzee, afanye council, akuwe council, head of the council, board of advisory, wasaidie kijana, alinde muji vizuri, mambo yende sawa. Story ya Onyonga na Arati kuwa marafiki. Oversight ya counties, it's not one senator, it's the Senate. Bwana Katwe, you know that. It's the entire Senate. Hata kama mimi nakula na senator wangu, okay? And the matter is there that Wambora amekula pesa ya Embu. Naelewa, the whole Senate will send a committee there to investigate the matter. So whether Onyonga is the friend of Arati, they will not eat what belongs to Kisii and go scot-free. It is wrong for us to judge that if they are friends, then they will eat. If Ongwae and Nini have been eating, it's not Ongeri to be blamed. It's the entire Senate for sleeping on the job when they are supposed to be oversighting the counties and their flaws. Yes, Katwe, what is it? Katwe, quickly, we want to go to Wangira and then Black. Hey. Katwe, your net has refused. Sorry. Katwe, your net is not going through. Sorry. Mr. Wangira.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I just want to pick from where my colleagues left on this issue of the running mate for Raila Amolo Odinga. You know, the biggest mistake would be for Raila Odinga to have a deputy president who doesn't respect him, or who thinks that they're equal, or who believes he's the one who made Raila Odinga to become president. You know, we must just learn from what has happened between President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. Raila Odinga must pick somebody that they can work with, you know. And, you know, that's where I'm having bigger problems with this man called Kalonzo Musyoka. because Kalonzo Musyoka is coming in as a person who believes that without him, then Raila Odinga cannot become president of the Republic of Kenya. And that's why they even have clamors like no Kalonzo, no Raila. And in that regard, it's my take that Raila Odinga should not perhaps pick Kalonzo Musyoka, and perhaps he should go ahead and pick somebody like Martha Karua, who has come out boldly to prove that she's ready to work, but not to clamor for positions. And as we are nearing the 28th of April, which is the deadline for presidential candidates to name their running mates. And I hope that it's now time that Raila Odinga bites the bullet and names Martha Karua to become his running mate. Then we can deal with the rest as time goes. I was just looking at the Star a few minutes ago, and there's an opinion poll that has been released by Radio Africa, which puts William Ruto at now 45.5% and puts Raila Odinga at 41.3%. I just want to use this particular opinion poll as a working document and to highlight issues that perhaps are not making Raila climb as fast as he should be climbing. This clamor for 6 Ps by Raila Odinga, he did it in Homa Bay, he did it in Mombasa yesterday, and I think he did it also today at Bomas of Kenya. I don't think it's a good move, especially from Raila Odinga himself. If he wants to do it, let him do it through somebody else, but him directly. Now Raila Odinga is a father to 26 children. When I talk of 26 children, there are 26 political parties that are supporting Raila Amolo Odinga's presidency. And let him not be seen to be disregarding or to be in contempt of any of these 26 political parties. Let him find a way of, feeling them, making them feel appreciated. But I want just to use the example of William Ruto. William Ruto has adopted 12 political parties, and he has allowed them now to function, within themselves without any undue interference. And that's why you will hardly hear William Ruto say that in central Kenya it must be UDA now. It's ready to accommodate even Chama cha Kazi and these other small parties within central Kenya. So because what he needs is a team that can consolidate and make him president of the Republic of Kenya. And that's something that Raila Odinga needs to borrow from. Then we're also seeing a lot of confusion and disorganization within Azimio. And we are only 2.5 months, seriously 2.5 months to the general elections. And we cannot continue.
Order.
Bernard,
point of order.
Sorry, yes.
Point of, Wangira says that the Kenya Kwanza parties have been given the freedom to be able to make their own decisions all over the country by William Samoei Ruto. Is that really right?
Can I continue?
Okay, I don't think so. And then also when Baba talks about six P's or Madoadoa, what he means is Azimio. It does not mean ODM. So I don't know what you mean by 6 P's working against Raila, Mr. Wangira.
Did you listen to Raila Odinga when he was in Homa Bay? Did you listen to Raila Odinga yesterday when he was in Mombasa? Raila Odinga was...
You should know when Raila is attending an ODM function or when he's attending an Azimio function. Those are two different roles he plays. If you go to ODM, I think he speaks ODM language. But when he's on Azimio, like when he was in Garissa is it Kariso Marsabit? He talked about Azimio. We want Azimio people voted for.
You know,
and the other day was in Trans Nzoia. Wangira, the other day was in Trans Nzoia. He endorsed Natembeya. He did what Azimio should do. I mean, should ODM be swallowed just because Raila is the Azimio presidential candidate? Then what does ODM bring in?
Yeah,
I mean, be honest.
He endorsed,
Let's be honest there.
he endorsed Natembeya and Wangamat.
Can I continue? Can I continue, Bernard?
Continue rush to conclusion.
So I was talking about the confusion and disorganization within the Azimio, especially when we are at 2.5 months to the general election. You know, this is another thing that Azimio family must work on. Just like the examples that I've been giving you of Kalonzo Musyoka coming up with ultimatum that is either Kalonzo or no Raila. And the issues that I've just been telling you of the ultimatums that we had today from the LUHYA fraternity in Nairobi, you know that those issues are causing real confusion within the Azimio. And we must find a way to get out of this confusion and disorganization. And finally, ODM must not disregard or treat any of these small political parties in contempt. Let us find a way of balancing so that they feel as part of this Azimio family as we move forward. Because at 41% and Ruto at 45.5%, you know, that tells you that Ruto needs only another 5%, and then he will become the next president of the Republic of Kenya. So we have a lot of work to do here, you know, to look more organized and more strategic, especially as we move forward towards the 9th of August 2022. Because if things continue the way they are, especially where there is confusion and disorganization, then it could cost us this presidency come the 9th of August. That's all that I had to say, Bernard. Thank you.
Yes, Alex.
Yeah, and I think, Bernard, thank you for highlighting the protocols in Raila Odinga. Raila carries many hats, and the so-called confusion that Wangira is speaking about is him being confused because he doesn't agree when Raila goes to an ODM platform and agitate for ODM as a party. Some of us have been saying here that if this is what is going to happen in Kisii, then ODM is going to lose all the seats, despite the fact that ODM is the most popular party in Kisii. And Baba going into Kakamega very late, and Kakamega and Vihiga has been very ODM. We have seen now the infiltration of other parties, and Baba is not capable of now, because of him coming late as the ODM leader, and now because people want to view him, that he must just carry one hat as a mere presidential candidature. It cannot be. The people down there also need Baba to agitate for the needs of ODM as a party. Even when we will go to parliament after winning the election, when we are going to form committees, ad hoc committees that are going to propel the economy of this country, ODM must sit and ask, how many MPs did you bring? The composition of House committees is not based in overall that now as you can't let a party like Chap Chap, because it's part of us, now you say 26 divided by the whole committee. Now you put, if 26 divided by 100, probably it's about 3.89. So you say, oh, 3 members, 3 members, 3 members, 3 members from ODM, 3 members from this party, 3 members from this party. It can't happen so. The strength of a party is what brings the composition of even House committees. so on and so forth. And that's how, even in arithmetic, how they have agreed on how they are going to share the revenue that is going to be gotten from the party funds. It's going to be on arithmetic of how many people they have brought to parliament. So it's not wrong for Raila as an individual to set apart and go, part of his time, and go and agitate for ODM to be voted in. I think it would be illogical to just leave Papa completely out of the equation. So let us not be confused when Raila goes to a certain area. Tomorrow, Raila is going to Kisii as a presidential candidate, not as ODM, as we are waking up. I don't know if it's already Monday. It's already in Kenya. It's already, I think, yeah, today in Kenya. He's not going as ODM, but he's also going there to thank the voters for choosing these people. At some point, Raila is going to be with everybody on the podium. But later on, Raila will not be with Ongeri and other candidates in the podium. He will go on the side and say, we gave Simbarati the nomination for ODM and the rest that you saw yesterday. Now, what is going to happen? Some people like me may try to feel that that's unfair, but that is not unfair. He's still a party leader in ODM. We must distinguish that because that's the politics of coalition. Pre-coalition election is difficult. Post-election coalitions are easy because you fight, then you come back. The problem with pre-election is that you fight while you are together, which is uncommon in many countries. Thank you.
Okay, quickly before Black comes in, on the issue of opinion polls. Opinion polls are just opinion polls. You can't use them to gauge who is stronger and who is weaker. Some of these opinion polls are hired to create a particular political perception. And we have insisted on this platform that there is a difference between political perception and political reality. We are dealing with UDA, a party that doesn't have membership. They had to use IBC register to carry out nomination. How can such a party be commanding 45% of presidential or wherever in the opinion poll? It's not adding up. So some of the things that are making us get concerned, I don't think they are an issue. Let us finish the nomination. Let the rest be clear. We'll know who is who.
Sorry, Bernard, I don't think opinion polls are wrong. It's just the way we do it in Kenya is not scientific enough. And we've not found the correct formula in Kenya to do proper scientific opinion polls. I think in the West, we have certain criteria to create a more sustainable opinion poll. So you could pick 2,000 people from a particular area, but the sort of questions you're going to ask those people in opinion. So one question could be, who would you pick as the deputy president? Who are you going to pick as the president? Then you'll also look at the economical values of the people that are around. In the US or the UK, you'd look at also race and the communities those people are there. But in Kenya, I don't think we are doing it that way. So I agree with you that opinion polls that we see right now, no, it's the political atmosphere. I agree with you. We are not ready for the correct one. Alex Unanicheka, you have to add on top of that. Tafadhali.
You know, if you come from a point of education and information of what opinion polls are, they are supposed to shape the politics. You need to know what they are meant to do. They are supposed to change the narrative of politics. They are not just meant to be released and digested and excreted somewhere and left there. No, they are meant to do something. And
Alex,
what they do, wait.
Let's wait for the opinion poll after the nomination. Forget this one.
This point for
one
him.
is strategically drawn at 45, and then they give Musalia 3. 3 plus 45 is 48. It's set to rig in somebody. Achana hiyo maneno.
Wacha nijitetee. No, I know opinion polls are there for two reasons. One of them is exactly that, even in the West, is to drive a narrative. So certain questions will be driven towards putting a particular presidential or premierial candidate. I agree, but in some cases it's done in such a way, like you'd hear here in the UK, you'd find that an opinion poll is being driven to see who is the strongest candidate within the party. So that one is always done without bias, and I usually trust those ones, and they're usually leaked. That's what I meant.
Okay,
But
let me say 10 seconds, we go somewhere else. There is no question in opinion polls that are straight. All of them are leading questions. Go research what leading questions are.
it depends on the company that does leading polls. Oh, okay, we're going to have this argument later, Alex. Sorry.
So, okay, thank you. Enough on that. Let's please listen out to Mr. Black. How are you, Mr. Black?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well. Karibu.
Safi kabisa. Hi, Alex, Kip, na wote. How are you guys?
Poa nyeusi.
I don't know if I'm going to be sick today and agree with you. Taitwa mole now.
Okay. Now, I don't know, before I proceed, I would like to kidogo tu kurudi nyuma about this Martha Karua story
Before
that
you
you guys
continue,
are having.
before you continue,
Yes.
ulileta huyu mtu anaitwa William Ruto videos hapa, utakuja naye. Huyu mtu kwa comments, rafiki yako kabisa.
Okay. In regards to that Martha Karua story that you guys were discussing, hii yake for kukua DP, I heard that most guys were dismissing Kalonzo. I don't know why people are so fast in dismissing Kalonzo. You know, politics is a game of numbers, and numbers don't lie most of the time. Now, when you look at Kalonzo and Karua, you ask yourself this question. I mean, what numbers is Karua bringing to the table, and what numbers is Kalonzo bringing to the table? At this point in time, let's be honest with each other. Kalonzo has more numbers than Karua at this point in time. We don't know how things will turn out, but the way it is, Kalonzo has the numbers. And you also have to look at the fact that after the elections are over, there's going to be life in Parliament and life at the Senate, whereby numbers count the most and numbers carry the day. Kalonzo has numbers when it comes to MPs. And I don't think, and I don't see Karua getting any, if at all, numbers in Mount Kenya. The way UDA and the other parties have, at this point of time, taken root in Mount Kenya. So I'm looking at perhaps if Azimio could get maybe Kalonzo as the DP because of his numbers. And then I don't know if the CS position, super CS position would still exist after the elections. Perhaps get Karua having that post, maybe to streamline the ministries. And then we'd probably have a win-win situation. No, but unfortunately, that would render Kalonzo useless. It would put him in a position where now Ruto is at this point, being a DP with no portfolio. But all in all, if I was to pick a DP for Raila, I would go for Kalonzo because of his numbers. Because he'd still have to push his agendas in Parliament. He'd still have to push his agendas at the Senate. And that's where Kalonzo comes in. So you cannot just quickly dismiss Kalonzo like that. Kalonzo is very important and very, very important to Raila Odinga. So moving forward, in regards to Raila's visit to the US, I mean, it would be for fundraising reasons. I mean, and that is normal of most presidential candidates. So it's okay. I don't even think there's any need to discuss that, which is fine. And then about Tim Wanyonyi's candidature for the governorship, and in relation to the LUHYA nation, there are very many lawyers in Nairobi, to be honest, especially around Kibera. So dismissing Wanyonyi will be committing all the LUHYA votes, or at least most of the LUHYA votes, to Sakaja. Because as it is in Kenya, let's be honest with each other, everyone would like to, usually likes to vote for the people they feel close to, and by feeling close to, it will be tribal. Let's be honest with each other. I'm not, advocating for tribalism, but that's the fact. It's the reality on the ground. So by dismissing Wanyonyi, It's like you're trying to push the LUHYA votes onto Sakaja, which will be a disaster for Azimio. And as for the Islamic votes, well, as per 2019, statistics say that around 10.9% of the Kenyan population are Muslims. We have around 54 to around 55 million Kenyans at this point in time, as per the last census. When you do rough maths, that translates to around when you do 10.9% of 54 million Kenyans, that would translate to around 5.88, 5.9 million Muslims. And when you look at that, that is a substantial number. And at least 50% of that are eligible to vote. That would put it to around 2.8, 2.9 million Muslims votes. Of course, they're very important. The more reasons why you'd see now Raila and Ruto having this iftar meals to try and convince these votes to their side. I mean, so they cannot just be dismissed. They're very important, just equally. So I think, I mean, bila kuongea mengi, because I know tutaongea tena baadaye, I just wanted to be brief and leave it at that. Unless there's any question, I see PK raising his hand.
Kalonzo's issues is in terms of the conditions he's relaying. Secondly, if he comes in with members of parliament, they get into parliament, then they cross the floor going the other way. Do you have any means of curtailing them? There isn't. Just like when late in the day, ANC MP joined the UDA to vote against the handshake. What did we do? We just raise our numbers and battle it out on the floor of the House. So if Kalonzo is blowing hot and cold or putting unnecessary conditions, let's win these elections without him. Because winning with him makes no much difference. We may not be able to contain his members, but if they choose to follow him in joining UDA and frustrate the agenda and floor of the House, there is nothing we can do. In the agreement, we can't stop them from voting with UDA or against us. So, in my opinion, the earlier we deal with the Kalonzo problem before the election, the better. If we let it cross to the floor of the House, then we have 5 years of battling, just like it has been between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. If that is the case, I don't think we are ready for that kind of bargain, in my opinion.
That's why I would also agree with you in a way that the way I look at it, if Azimio faction does not sort out their problems, the way it is right now, I see William Ruto getting a majority of MPs in parliament, and that's going to be very problematic. Assuming in the most unlikely occasion that Raila wins the presidency. Sorry, I'm biased because I'm a UDA stout supporter. But in the unlikely event that Raila wins the presidential election, I mean, at this point in time, I see UDA, or rather Kenya Kwanza, to be precise, having the majority numbers in parliament.
And I see why
that's gonna be a nightmare for Raila if he does not get his house in order at this point in time. To be honest, he's not gonna be able to move any agenda.
Black, the Azimio house is in order. The house that is not in order is Kenya Kwanza. And from where I sit, the majority of members of parliament coming from UDA, that is overshooting.
No, that's why I corrected myself and said Kenya Kwanza.
That's what I'm saying. Kenya Kwanza is going to get members of parliament from where?
We have Mount Kenya, which largely right now UDA and its affiliates.
Mount Kenya
they are commanding the most popular. They're currently most popular, to be honest.
Amekuwa kicked out. Baba mwenye nyumba amerudi. And
at this point in time,
the majority
Kenya
of the
Kwanza,
seats, are going to be
Majority
Jubilee.
with what? Jubilee.
Majority of the seats in the mountain are going to be Jubilee.
I would really love to see you after the election. I don't know if we should put a wager here
I'll
right
be
now.
here. I'm not going anywhere.
Huh?
My moderation contract
Huh?
continues after the inauguration of Baba. I'll be here. This channel is not closing at all.
Why don't we put a wager on that?
We will be here.
Why don't we put a wager on that? What I do know, as of this point right now,
Yes.
the most popular group right now is the Kenya Kwanza, and of course in the Rift Valley it's the same.
How many
So when
counties
add
do you
up
have,
the-
Black? How many counties do you have? Let's start there.
I don't have any counties. Do you have any counties?
Keep,
Just my mic. I mute on my end.
Keep, can
There's
you
some
bring
noise
the
in the
laptop
background.
and do the image thing that you did last time? I want us to take him slow by slow. Bring the electoral map of Kenya, put it in your laptop, then we take him step by step in terms of the provinces that we used to have, so that he can come in reality. Because I think that will help my friend, so he can see the whole electoral map in a reality, more than speaking out of, I don't know what to say. I don't want to sound abusive.
Oh,
But
so
that
you want
electoral
me
map
to?
will help. But I think Bernard will allow you that if it needs to be. But PK can say something while you're looking for it. PK.
Yeah, so you want the dashboard I created for what we had,
Yes.
the analysis. All right.
Yeah, the electoral map, so that we can take him slow by slow. Yeah, but PK endelea, nani akitafuta hiyo.
All right.
Okay, asante sana. Nice to see some guys here, Black, Wegoro, Kip, and Alex. I don't have much to contribute today, but there's something Black mentioned about Kalonzo. And as much as I really don't support Kalonzo, but I think Kalonzo might shock a lot of people. In that we all understand, and we've all been saying that our politics are very tribal. And when we break down our politics, we also go further and say that our politics are very ethnic. And looking at the composition of what Azimio has come up with, there are two things that are very interesting to note. The fact that Uhuru is sitting at the apex of Azimio, and the push for Mount Kenya to have someone to become governor of Nairobi should be very telling, that there's a possibility Kalonzo could sneak in and become the deputy. Because I don't see how Uhuru could be seated at the apex of Azimio, then we have a Mount Kenya candidate running Nairobi as governor, and then we have
Somebody's
Raila
mic is on. Kindly let him unmute.
Sorry, can you hear me? And then we have a running mate from Mount Kenya.
There is echo. There is echo. There is echo.
So I tend to agree with Black that there's a very big possibility that Kalonzo has a chance in sneaking in to be the running mate. Apart from that, there were talks of Kalonzo taking Sonko to Mombasa. I think that was a bait, that he was trying to test waters there. And at the same time, Kalonzo is trying to force someone to run in Nairobi. It is not far-fetched that the matrix in Nairobi could change dramatically. If Kalonzo is not going to be the running mate, he might be promised something in Nairobi, and that could change the ticket of Wanyonyi and Igade. So those two things must be watched carefully. If Igade is going to be given a different running mate from Wanyonyi, or if they give Kalonzo a candidate in Nairobi, then maybe they would have appeased Kalonzo from being running mate. But if they don't give Kalonzo someone from his party to run in Nairobi, then I think all indications will be that Kalonzo might be the running mate. As much as I may not like him, as much as I would want somebody like PK to be Raila's running mate, but so far the way things are running and the way things look, he might have a say in Nairobi gubernatorial seat, or possibly running for DP position. Thank you.
Is that the reason why we saw Kivuta Kibwana retreat today in terms of now trying to agitate what the Kamba people will get in Nairobi?
I think the reason why Kibuda retreated, he must have realized that the stool that Kalonzo was talking about is already in place, the three-legged stool, and the fourth leg that they were trying to introduce may have failed. And if that is the reason why Kibwana retreated, then it means the stool Kalonzo was talking about is perfectly in place. And if that stool is in place, and one of the leaders of that stool is Uhuru, who is seated at the apex of Azimio, and Raila being the presidential candidate, then it would mathematically mean the other stool would be the running mate, in my opinion.
So that puts Ngilu in a danger, that Maloba is a real danger, because now if that stool remains three, it means Kalonzo wants to make sure that his party is a parliamentary.
Exactly.
So don't you think
Ngilu might lose his gubernatorial seat.
Then don't you think
If I may also ask a question. Can I be allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. To PK?
Yes.
Okay, quick question. Okay, thank you.
So I'm asking a little bit, maybe out of context, but I really, there is something I really don't understand. Why is Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, anafanya nini Azimio? Why is he there really? He's a retiring president. Why is he there really? This is why I'm asking. From where I sit.
He's a politician.
From where I sit, Uhuru Kenyatta seems has promised Kalonzo Musyoka the vice president position. Uhuru Kenyatta has promised Matiang'i. Uhuru Kenyatta has promised so many people third position of the vice president, of the running mate. It's only one position. There is only one position. What is his role? He is going out. He's a retiring president. What is his role? Why is he there?
Why hold on. I have to interject here. Why is Trump still the chairman of the Republican Party?
This is the reason why I'm asking that. All these problems that we are seeing and experiencing in Azimio, actually, Uhuru Kenyatta is the source of all these problems. I may be wrong.
Okay, let me help you
I
there.
may be wrong.
Uhuru is a founder member of Azimio. So I don't know how you can ask what is he doing in Azimio, yet he's a founder member of Azimio. Azimio is the coalition of the willing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Azimio is the coalition of the willing. Uhuru is willing to be there, as Raila has said. So you questioning why he is there is not attainable. Uhuru has chosen to be in Azimio because Raila said Azimio is the coalition of the willing. You may not be willing that he be there, but that is his choice. And that is a democratic choice.
So do you think there is something that you and I don't know, and probably Raila Odinga doesn't know, that Uhuru Kenyatta and Kalonzo Musyoka know, that we don't know?
Okay, and I think we are bringing now the right thing here in that I think what you're trying to ask is, did Uhuru Kenyatta play Kalonzo Musyoka to be here and to be the deputy president, but now he's being played? I think that is what basically you're asking, which is a good,
Yes.
which is a good question. Now that is now we can debate on that. Not why is Uhuru, what is Uhuru doing in Azimio? Now we can debate that. who can answer him that?
There is someone his mic is on. Kindly, there is someone his mic is on, and we are getting echo.
PK, I think you being from the Kamba, you can tell us. Do you think Kalonzo has been played, or Kalonzo used the Azimio platform to become to come to on a national level? Because for so long he has been playing the Kamba politics. He needs to be on the national level where he wants. Do you think he has been played, or we are playing we are being played, both of us?
I am not sure, and as much as I would not be speaking for Uhuru, but I started by saying that we all know that our politics are very tribal. And being tribal, I believe the reason why Uhuru is still in Azimio and Uhuru is still there is to make sure that his people are covered. Because in Azimio, I don't think their interest would be more covered by anybody else than Uhuru. Uhuru is the only person who fits that bill of making sure that the interest of the people in Mount Kenya are taken care of. And that is why he's still in Azimio. As for Kalonzo and the games they are playing with Uhuru, I think there's a time, Alex, you said that politics is about playing each other. You have to learn how to play and to be played. And I think because Raila has been blamed a lot by the rest of the NASA team, I think Uhuru this time is ready to take the hit of Raila. In the event that Kalonzo is going to be played, it will not look like Raila is the one who played him. I think Uhuru is prepared to take that hit of Raila by playing Kalonzo, if Kalonzo is not going to be the running mate.
Alex, I think I'm ready.
Well, I have heard what you have said very clearly. I still have two issues with what you have said.
Can we wait until it's your time to submit, because you had a question? We were going on through a debate.
Okay.
So just wait for your time to submit, because Kip was answering Black on the electoral map, so that we can have that mathematical calculation and see where we are, because we don't want to be hypothetical. And I think Kip is very good in doing that. Kip, can you give us that so that we can hypothesize on that and come with the numbers that Black is saying?
Right. So yeah, I'm unable to do two screens today, but this is what we have as it was from the Star and Nation. So I don't know which polling company was this, and this is the assumed numbers back then. This is back in, I think it was last month. Yeah, last month, most 6 weeks ago. So we can see that most of what Ruto has right now as the counties he's secured are from my tribe and the Kikuyu. So you can see 16 counties. And what...
You are not able to project it the way you did last time?
Oh, yes, I can, but we'll have to...
Go ahead, so we can be quick, so that we don't take too much time.
So what we have here is we've got 16 counties and about 8 million votes, right? And most of them are within my county, my province. And then if we go down to Raila's, he's all over the place. You know, Raila is in all parts of Kenya except for Central and Rift Valley. And as you can see with our map here, there's just a few Rift Valley ones that I even find a bit fishy here. Like for example, like Kipia is, I'm still a bit if about. Turkana is, they're saying that it's a battlefield, but it's not for us. Marsabit is also not a battlefield. I don't think Samburu is. Kajiado and Narok. You can see Kisii is also being called, Kisii and Nyamira are being called battlefield, but now we are already seeing that with just Kisii and Nyamira, Raila has two battlefield, has two counties that is gone, and this is actual projections compared to what we had in the previous elections. So if I look at the previous elections, you can see that when you see the red is where is supposedly Jubilee had won. You can see Marsabit, some of what I really suspect Kisii and Nyamira was supposed to be ours. You can see Tana River. You know, the number of counties that we can already even count with what they call as battlefield, Kajiado, Kisii, Lamu, Nairobi, Narok, Nyamira, Samburu. I can go on, and you will see that Raila.
I want you to project the Rift Valley one, and that's where I want us to help him.
So,
project the Rift Valley one so that we can go step by step, because I think,
so
the Rift Valley. Now, as you see Rift Valley, we have North Rift, we have Turkana, and as we go down all the way to Kajiado and Masai. And where we are at this point, and I think Black should understand. Now we can say Uasin-Gishu, Nandi, and Kericho, and Bomet. And Bomet, I'm still having a question mark.
Yes.
Because of CCM. And let us be analytical here from what this nomination has brought, and not go ahead just from the nomination. We are seeing a place whereby in the Rift, Uasin-Gishu, Nandi, Kericho are locked for UDA. Nandi did very well in the nomination. But when you come to Bomet, I have a big question. Okay. And then we go down, then we go to the Maasai Nation. And then from there, we still know that Narok, Kajiado is purely Azimio. So Turkana, I don't know where Black comes to when it comes to Turkana, but as far as I'm seeing Turkana right now, Turkana is getting more Azimionated. Keyo Marakwet is still under deputy president.
That one is not going anywhere. Keyo Marakwet, the Elgeyo people and the Keyo people are done with him. Baringo, there's going to be a lot of votes that we're going to UDA is going to lose. Bomet and Kericho are Kipsigis, so that one there's going to be a big slice going.
Contestation.
Like Kipia, like Kipia has a lot of Kikuyus there and Masais, so it's kind of a metropolitan. So in Rift Valley, the way you guys think that Rift Valley is completely locked, we already have 3 counties within Ruto's stronghold that are going to get a big chunk going. Bomet, Kericho, Kipsigis have always liked Raila. Like Kipia has Masais, and a bit of it is going to go with also the watermelon, who is Kalonzo. Kalonzo has a lot of weight there. Kajiado, like Alex said, and that is just the Rift Valley. Now let's look at.
Let's go to Nyanza. Just go to Nyanza.
Yes.
Okay, Nyanza, I want to tell Black we don't need to discuss it a lot. Kisii is locked, Nyamira is locked. There's nothing like battleground. In as much as you may want it, take it to the bank. 80% Raila. Migori, a factor that could have disturbed us a little bit. The Kuria people under Marwa, for the first time, at least 50% will vote for Raila. That locks Migori. So let's get out of Nyanza. Nyanza is gone. Let's go to Western. So I
And
would like somebody from Western. I would like somebody from Western in the panel. Maybe Bennett or somebody who should be neutral to be a little bit philanthropic to Black here, because we don't want to analyze. It seems that we are so assimulated. Wangira, are you there in the panel?
Question, please.
No, wait.
Wait. Before you ask the question, we need to look at this map. This is not my data. This is data from the polls 6 weeks ago. So this has already been locked. All 4 counties, including one that was stolen by the Rift Valley, which is Trans-Nzoia, has gone.
Can Wangira help us there? Wangira, are you from Western?
Can I interject before? Can I interject before Wangira says something? Something has touched me there.
We are answering Black, sir.
Yes,
we will come to you.
It's about Black. It's about
No,
Black
don't worry.
and the Kisii and the Nyamira County.
No, wait. We will come there. We are talking to Black. We will come. We will analyze. We are not going anywhere. We are just giving you a preview. Then we come back to the panel. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Wangira.
You are asking about Western.
Yeah. What is your projection? Because you come from there.
If you look at Western, Busia is already locked. Kakamega locked. Most of Vihiga is locked. So the place that we have some problems is in Bungoma and perhaps part of Trans-Nzoia.
Thank you.
Trans-Nzoia, I think the only problem with Trans-Nzoia is Kitale, because it's metropolitan. We've got a lot of Kalenjins also there.
And we have to remember the factor of Natembea. Okay, now let's go to the...
You know, the Bukusu factor. You know the Bukusu factor. The Bukusus have been anti-Raila for a long time, and you know it has not been easy to change them. And that's why I'm talking of the Bungoma and Trans-Nzoia factor.
Sure, and that's why we wanted somebody from Western to give the view, and it's clear. Thank you for that. Now come to Eastern. I want PK to give. So we go quickly. Then we come now to debate it. PK, can you help us in a Cumberland and that region?
So we've got Embu. Embu, I still feel as though it's central, but yeah, we can still look at it. That one,
Is PK there? PK, are you there? We wanted somebody from that area to help us, but then go ahead. Go ahead.
What I think is it's somewhat accurate in Eastern. The only one that I think a large chunk will go is Meru. I think even almost half of this. So this 780,000 votes. Meru has some strong leaders, and they've been singing our praises. I think Embu are very close with the Merus, so there's going to be some changes there. I'm not very sure about Tharakanithi, but that's something somebody else can say. But
Embu and Tharakanithi are issues. They are UDAs.
The UDA full down.
Meru is warming up to Azimio as well as Kirinyaga, but the two counties, Embu and Tharakanithi, are not yet in the basket.
And for me, I feel Marsabit was stolen. This is not, I think that should come here. And even if it's...
Don't worry, just give the scientific pool. Let's not give our views. I mean, we are just looking at the data.
That is a battleground.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Let's go to
Coast.
Coast. This is the one that I am mostly interested in.
Anybody from Coast or anybody who knows it better?
I myself.
Okay, go ahead.
We have nothing for UDA there, so we'll look at the battlegrounds and
let Black is from the coast. We want to listen to people from the areas. Tell us.
I'm from the coast.
Yeah.
Huko ndo nimetoka.
Go ahead.
When you say coast is Azimio-ated. I beg to ask the question. Do you know of a county called Kwale?
Okay, let's see what they voted for last time. If we are in contest, it's all Azimio. I'm sorry, it went to Raila, all of it.
Black,
Why is
just
it
give
that?
us your
Why is it
overview.
that? I'll tell you this. Why is it that when I ask you that question, you go to what they voted last time, and when I ask you that question, I mean, when you're answering the same
No, I'm
question in
showing.
regards to when it comes
Okay,
to
sorry.
Tarakaniti, all those things you're talking about
So,
right now.
okay.
I mean,
Why I'm saying that? Why I'm saying
you
that
are.
it's no, wait, Black. Why I'm saying
Mm,
that it's looking
mm.
that in both the previous election and the scientific analysis, Kwale is gone. So last time it was taken, and now we assume the scientists are saying it's taken. So I don't see where there was an advantage for you here. So I wanted to show you why I showed you the
First,
previous one is to show you that last time it was taken by Raila, and it's with the only thing that is not with Raila. Sorry.
let me
Let me
tell you. Let me tell you one thing.
keep allow Black to give us the Kwale from Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, Malindi, and Lamu. Just give us an overview so that we go to Nairobi and then we discuss it now. From what you said that you believe you have won the members of parliament. Just give us an overview.
The situation on the ground at Kwale.
Yeah.
First of all, Governor Mvurya controls the
Okay,
ears of.
according to you, Kwale is gone to UDA. We agree. Then
For
Mombasa,
sure, for sure,
Mombasa,
for sure. Mombasa is not. Mombasa is going to be a very big battle.
Okay, Kilifi.
Very big battle because they're going to be Kilifi as well. Kilifi as well.
Okay,
It can be
Lamu.
50-50. Kilifi is going to be like 50-50.
Lamu.
Lamu, you see now with the interest of Kenyatta into the equation, it's
It
going to
was
be
taken by
50-50 as
Jubilee.
well. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm
No,
saying.
Malindi.
That's why I said with Kenyatta
And
and
Malindi.
getting into the equation.
No, Black is misleading. Black is
No, it's okay.
misleading.
It's okay,
Don't use
Wangira.
don't
Wangira, it's
please.
okay.
Let's not use some heavy
Yeah,
words like misleading,
yeah,
because
thank you. So
now you see when you give.
according to Black, coast is a battlefield, most of it. Okay, now let's
Yes,
come
it
to
is.
Nairobi, and people stay in Nairobi like Wangira. Now you can help us there.
With Nairobi, it used to be a province. I think we're forgetting about Northeastern before we go there.
Okay, Northeastern. Who is conversant with Northeastern? Anybody in the panel conversant with Northeastern?
Okay, the last time,
Yeah.
last time in 2017,
Yes.
most of Northeastern voted for Jubilee.
Yes.
But looking at what Uhuru Kenyatta has been doing with Northeastern area by trying to consolidate the leadership from Northeastern, Northeastern could end up being Azimio.
And most of their parties, most of their new parties are associated with Azimio.
Most of their parties are associated with Azimio. That's right.
Yeah, because all of it was a straight jacket. All of it was Jubilee last time.
Yeah.
Except for I think the Economic Freedom Party, which I think was the senator.
Yes.
But yeah, most of it was red last time.
And we have agreed now that still Uhuru has consolidation of it. Now let's go to Nairobi.
Nairobi, it used to be a province, so it's just one, and they are saying it's a battlefield. I tend not to disagree. Let's see what happened last time. I wish I had. I'm going to make this a bigger dashboard by adding now members of parliament.
Yes.
But this is what we had last time. It was a mixture of everything. So we got Sakaja, who is now with the UDA, Sonko, who's been. I'm talking about elections now. And Esther. Esther was with us. She's not doing very well. Sakaja was the senator. He's the senator now. So this is very contested. So I'm still worried about Nairobi. My personal opinion. It was all Azimio last time, but now it's a battleground. I don't know that I have a feeling, and that's a lot of votes, 2.5 million. Yeah. It's a
Okay,
lot
I
of
think,
votes.
and also Nairobi traditionally has been on the hands of Raila.
Yes, traditionally, yes.
Yeah,
Correct.
and this and Uhuru tried to take it away from him, whereby they almost took it half, isn't it?
Yes.
2013 to 2017, Raila took it, governorship, and this time around they also took Jubilee took it, with the Jubilee part of Uhuru. Now that Uhuru and Raila are together, I don't know why we can call it a battleground, but I'm not sure about that. So
Even Alex, even last time in 2017, on the presidential vote, Raila got more votes in Nairobi than Uhuru Kenyatta.
Okay, thank you. What I wanted to do was just to show the map so that as we talk, we just don't throw words. People have varied views and their views are legit to them. So as we debate, let us not just throw things that iko hivi. Let us know that we have given you the map and Kenyans are listening to us, and Bernard has given us the opportunity to show the map today so that we don't just say, keep throwing the way we've been. So thank you, Atuya, welcome. And I'm no longer the moderator. I just wanted us to see that map. Bernard, chukua ushukani wako. Kwa sababu najua the coming debate after this, Atuya and Black and others are coming like a hot hair. Saidia sisi hapa, Bernard.
No, before you continue, yes, I think Alex and I will design another dashboard. Now we're going to go down into the MPs from last time, and then we'll look at it properly. So, yeah, we are scientists here, me and Alex.
So Bernard, tafadhali chukua ushukani, maneno ikiharibika usiseme tulileta kitu hapa ambaye sio mzuri.
No, you started it, you must fight it to the end.
Okay, Maggie being the only lady here, Maggie, wewe tuliza maneno hapa ndio Black arudi. Maggie, ingia. Inaonekana Maggie hayuko. Black, go ahead. Go ahead and the ball is yours.
Okay, I think I said most of it, but what I can say is going to be a real battleground in very many places. In the traditional places where the two candidates used to win, the two presidential candidates used to win, they're going to find it very hard this time around for both sides. Just to be fair.
Okay, thank you very much. Atuya, I think ulitoka kulala because of that. That's the only thing that made you wake up. I know it's the middle of the night, and you're welcome, brother. Simbarati is the next. Simbarati, I've given up. Simbarati is the next governor from Kisii.
Okay, thank you. I think I joined in just to shed light on the battleground issues. I think you blatantly lied to Kenyans that Kisii and Nyamira is gone. I will say Kisii County is Raila is leading with maybe a 10 to 15% lead over William Ruto. But when it comes to Nyamira County, and Alex, that's my county, I will categorically tell you today that Nyamira County is UDA, and it is assured of 3 seats out of the 4 constituencies. It is assured of probably a governor. Senate, I'm not sure because Okongo is still strong. So I think I'll positively say that Nyamira County is not it is a battleground, but UDA will win it with either 55% to 45%. When you also said that Narok and Kajiado are Azimio-nated, I don't think you are being factual. Narok is characterized by the fact that it is not only Maasais who live in Narok. We have a very large number of other tribes, and especially Kalenjins, who actually do decide the gubernatorial contest in Narok. That's why you'll find it that the side that is associated with the deputy president has won the governor seat there in the last 2 elections. So Narok, without fear of favor, it's a battleground, but UDA will win that. Either 52, 53, but UDA will win Narok. Kajiado is another county. Kajiado is Kajiado is a Maasai county, but remember Kajiado stretches to Kitengela. It stretches to the other town. I'm forgetting the name, which is full of either Kisis, Kikuyus, Rongai, and Kitengela. They are full of Kikuyu speaking or Kikuyu people from the central region. They make up a very large voting block in Kajiado County. That makes it also a battleground. It is not an easy win for Azimio, as you said. Kajiado is a 50-50 affair. So when Alex is saying that it's gone to Azimio, that's purely wrong. Like Laikipia will say it's gone. Whoever I think Kip was trying to say that, whatever. Laikipia is gone. We have no debate about that. Turkana will be a battleground. It might go anyway, the other way around. But the votes in Turkana are they 200,000 or less?
It's more than that, my friend. Go
Let me
look.
check very quickly.
A little bit
over
300.
200,000.
241,000.
I was not far away from that. So I think that one will be a 50-50 affair.
So Atuya, let us shorten you. I'm glad you are very categorical that in the Rift Valley that we call the stronghold of UDA, you've realized that there is a lot of strongholds that are really not stronghold. There is battleground. The Maasai.
Yeah.
I'm taking from your analysis.
Yes.
The Maasai counties are battleground according to you. The Turkana is a battleground, and a few others. So
Laikipia needs to be put in there because the Maasai is there.
Yeah.
Maasai, what you forget, you guys.
Let us deal with what he has said. We are going to give him what he has said. So the whole of Rift Valley is a projected of about 2.4 million.
1 second. Rift Valley, I have the numbers here.
5 million.
Rift Valley has 5,344,000. But Baba is taking 395, which is Trans Nzoia. So hii tumechukua cake kubwa sana.
Be partisan. You are giving us just the raw data, not who is winning on.
Okay,
we are just working on the numbers of Atuya.
Okay, so Atuya's number, including Laikipia, has 3.5 million votes. The battlegrounds is 1.4. The one that Raila has there is 395,000, nearly 400,000. So yeah, Rift Valley battleground, hiyo yenye nasema 5 million wako nayo, 1.4 is battle, 395 is gone.
So both Black and Atuya agree that what they call that, because Black started at the beginning that they are ahead, and later on Black was neutralized that it looks like Kenya is in the battleground. Atuya has come and proved.
Let me put that correct, Alex, before you even prosecute a wrong case.
No, I'm putting your words.
Rift Valley is predominantly UDA, and even in 2013, 2017, Narok, Kajiado, and even Turkana remained battlegrounds. So it has not changed anything from our basket. What we had in 2017, we still have it. And then anyone saying that Laikipia is full of Maasais and whatever, I will agree to that. And I want to remind Kip that Maasais, 50% or even 55% of them support UDA. And then we have Kikuyus in Laikipia. So if you add the 50% of Maasais in Laikipia who support UDA, plus the 100% of Kikuyus who support
Masais
UDA.
Masais don't support UDA. They don't support ODM. They support Jubilee.
That's
There's
where
a
you
big
go wrong.
difference. There's
That's
a
where you
big
go wrong.
difference.
Now,
No, wait. There's a reason why.
Let me finish this and then
No,
you
I
come
know
in.
that. There's a reason why they do not support ODM, but would go for Jubilee. And you finish, I'll tell you why.
So the issue of that Laikipia is a battleground is not there. Laikipia is locked and clean to Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Trans Nzoia is a clean battleground. When you say 300 and something gone,
Atuya.
that one is false.
Atuya, Makiadi is saying, don't forget there are Kamba votes in Kajiado. That is true. And Peter Kira is saying, bear in mind that some of the 2017 polls were doctored, and that is true. Let us not.
We cannot ascertain that.
It's okay, but they were not ratified. That one too. You can't ascertain, but they were not ratified too.
The Supreme Court actually said there was a flaw in the system,
Yeah,
in the way the
that is
process
why
was
we
conducted,
cannot ratify
but they
the
never
date.
questioned the numbers.
Okay, and so Atuya, let's come to the conclusion. Duke Moses is saying that, and I'm with Duke Moses on the because I want us to debate this even with the people who are on the panel. I don't want us to forget them. Or Nyamira, you are very wrong, and I can assure you, the UDA candidate of Nyamira is my uncle, and I'm telling you the truth. Even from my village, we are not voting him. Take it to the bank. Let's not fetishitize things. So I'm speaking from the home ground, from where I sit. I don't want to talk about other constituencies. I'm talking about the man Walter Nyambati. We are not voting him in my village, and even Penny Nyagaka will tell you. So Moses here is telling you on that you're wrong. So Atuya, you have given us your analysis. Who is here again in the UDA who can tell us how they are doing well, so that we listen to them? Because the analysis from UDA is you have the numbers. We want to see the numbers today.
I want to say something about Nairobi.
Alex,
I want to say something about Nairobi.
Before you go further.
Yes.
Atuya should let us, should tell us, should acknowledge the difference between Ruto ticket and the Ruto ticket. Those are two tickets that cannot be the same. So the Ruto ticket in Laikipia is different from Ruto ticket in Laikipia. So it applies every other place. Probably in Uasin-Gishu, Bomet, Kericho, and where else? Baringo. There could be a constant factor. But elsewhere, you're talking of battlefield, you must remove Uhuru from Uhuruto. Then tell us how much Ruto can command without Uhuru. Thank you.
Okay, Atuya, can you make that clear?
Okay,
And be precise.
That's
be
very
precise so
true.
that we go to another person.
Yeah, that's
We'll
very
come back
true,
to
Bernard. Bernard, please tilt your camera. I want to see your face. You're facing the other side. Yeah, that way. Let me tell you this to your eyes. It is very true that there is a difference between Uhuru Ruto and Ruto now. And so is the case. There is a big difference between Railonzo and Rarua, maybe. So if Railonzo want to lose some votes because of Kalonzo missing in the ticket, the same will happen to us. So we are all in a different ballgame 2022. So you cannot have your case predetermined and believe that ours is not. So if you
the difference is Uhuru was leading the ticket. Raila is leading the ticket. Yours is the opposite. The person who was following the ticket is now leading the ticket. That makes a very big difference in politics. That is the very reason why William Ruto was not given the flag bearer seat in 2013. He was told by Uhuru, I can guarantee you my vote, I can guarantee you Margaret's vote, but the other 6 million, I can't. But if I lead the ticket, we'll have the 6 million plus your 3 million, we form the government. That cannot be wished away.
Okay, and Atuya, as you answer, I like the fact that you have been able to identify Ralonzo, Rarua. Can you identify for us the scenario for your candidate? Who is it? Can you tell us so that we can analyze based on that?
Just hold on. Time is coming.
Alex,
Not very few
Alex,
days.
Alex.
Wait, Wangira, we are
Perhaps,
coming. We are coming. Let him finish, then we go ahead. We can't dwell on one person. See, people are getting agitated. Now, answer that quickly. We'll come back to you. We are analyzing. Today, we don't want to play politics. We want to talk about numbers because we don't want to throw here hearsay. Quickly, 30 seconds.
Whatever Bernard is trying to allude to is that the ticket that we had in 2013 has changed, and the dynamics will be different. That's simply true to some extent, but you have to remember that William Ruto was very cognizant of that fact, and that's why he invaded Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's strongholds earlier before they were lost. So when we go into the election, we are going with our voters 2017 intact, and I don't want to.
Your answer is not logical; it's emotional.
No, it's not.
We are coming to you. We are coming. There's no logic in that.
Let me say something about
and last time. No, hold on. Last time you came with some numbers. He came with some numbers last time. Today he's not answering his question. The numbers we present.
Let me say something about Nairobi. The Nairobi, Raila has always won that the county in Nairobi. But the fact that he has always won the county in Nairobi doesn't mean, winning 52% to 48%. You cannot say Nairobi is Azimio. That was almost the percentage in 2017. Nairobi is actually characterized by the tribal voting patterns in Nairobi. So where Kikuyus will vote and where LUHYAs and Luos will vote will decide who takes Nairobi and which direction it takes. So if indeed Uhuru Kenyatta moves with Kikuyus, then we can say Nairobi is not a battleground. But as things stand, Kikuyus are in UDA and Nairobi remains a 50-50 affair, and you can say it's a battleground. You can
a 2-year hold there. Wangira, you have a question or what?
No, I wanted us to use the figures of 2017 to help us arrive at some form of conclusion. And I seem to have these figures on my laptop now. Okay. And perhaps if somebody has a piece of paper, he cannot, as I give you what Uhuru Kenyatta got and Raila got in the counties of Rift Valley, because the only number Raila needs in Rift Valley to penetrate through will be 1 million votes in these elections. If Raila gets 1 million votes in these elections, then it will be done for him. So somebody who has you have a piece of paper. You have a piece of paper there.
Keep can do that. Okay. Keep
the county of Bomet. The county of Bomet.
Martin, welcome Kono Chini. We will come to you. Bomet.
Are you writing?
Keep is writing.
He's writing. The county of Bomet. Uhuru Kenyatta got 229,599. Then Raila Odinga got 31,822. That was county of Bomet. County of Kericho, Uhuru Kenyatta got 272,974. Raila Odinga got 19,448. That's Kericho. Then we go to the county of Kajiado. The county of Kajiado, Uhuru Kenyatta got 186,481. Are you writing? Then Raila Odinga in Kajiado got 138,405. Then we move to the county of Narok. The county of Narok here, Uhuru Kenyatta got, in fact, it was almost 50-50.
Wait, you're moving a bit too fast. You're moving a bit too fast. So
where do you want me to go back to?
So let's start with Bomet and just round it off. I know it's wrong. Bomet was 229,000, right?
Do I start with Bomet?
Yes.
Bomet Uhuru Kenyatta got 229,000. 229,000. 599.
Round it off. All right. And then Raila got 31,000, right?
Raila got 31,000.
Yes. And then Kericho?
Kericho, Uhuru Kenyatta got 270,000. Raila got 20,000.
Okay, I put 19,000, but that's fine. Yes. And then Kajiado?
Then Kajiado, Uhuru got 186,000.
186,000, yes.
Raila got 138,000.
Yes, move to the next county.
Then we go to Narok. Narok, Uhuru Kenyatta. In Narok, Uhuru Kenyatta got 149,000.
Wangira, you have to go quickly because
Raila got 130. Raila got 130,000 in Kajiado.
Yes.
Then we come to Nakuru. We come to Nakuru, where Uhuru Kenyatta got 600,000 and Raila got 100,000 in Nakuru. Then we go to Laikipia. Laikipia, Uhuru got 170,000, Raila got 20,000. Then we go to Baringo.
Slow down. 170,000. And then Baringo, yes. Let's go.
Then we go to Baringo. Baringo, Uhuru got 160,000, Raila got 28,000. Raila got 20. Then we go to Nandi. Nandi, Uhuru got 235,000, Raila got 33,000. Then we go to Elgeyo Marakwet, where Uhuru got one.
Moving fast. So that was Baringo, then what?
Nandi.
Which
Nandi,
is 23,000.
235,000 for Uhuru in Nandi. Then 33,000 for Raila Odinga in Nandi.
Awesome. Yep.
Are we done with Nandi?
Yes.
Then we are in Elgeyo Marakwet. Elgeyo Marakwet, Uhuru Kenyatta got 138,000. Then Raila got 7,000 votes. Then from there we come to Wasingishu. Wasingishu County, Uhuru Kenyatta got 265,000 votes. Then Raila got 72,000. Are you done with Wasingishu?
Yes.
Then we come to Trans Nzoia. Then we come to Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia, Uhuru Kenyatta got 110,000.
Yes.
Then Raila Odinga got 135,000. You see, Raila defeated Uhuru Kenyatta in Trans Nzoia. Then we come to Samburu. Samburu, it was 50-50. That was 31,000, 31,000. Are you done with Samburu?
So
yeah,
31,000.
West Pokot. Just a minute, I scroll. West Pokot, Uhuru Kenyatta was 97,000. West Pokot. Raila Odinga was 52,000 in West Pokot. Then the final county of Rift Valley is Turkana. Turkana County, Uhuru Kenyatta got 97,000.
How come it's the same? West Pokot,
Turkana.
Turkana, Uhuru got 97,000.
Sorry. In Turkana, Uhuru got 62,000.
Yeah.
Have you gotten 62,000?
Yeah.
Then Raila got 96,000. He defeated Uhuru in Turkana. Raila got 96,000.
Okay, thank you. You
So
can go ahead with that.
those are the counties of Rift Valley. So you can add and tell us the amount of votes Raila got in those counties of Rift Valley in 2017, so that we can have some rough guideline on what his performance in 2022 could be.
Okay, thank you very much, Wangira. And you can do that maths and give us the numbers later on. Let us give somebody who has not spoken so that we can continue
No,
the debate.
600,000.
Alex.
600,000.
So Black, wait. We have people here who have not spoken. Let us.
I just wanted to, if I could just get a minute.
No, Black. Let us allow and then we debate, please. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
FYI, 600,000. 600,000
are you there?
He got how many? 600,000 votes?
Yeah, 600,000 votes in Rift Valley. Without
in 2017.
Uhuru. Yes.
Without Uhuru.
Yes.
So look at those numbers.
So 600,000 without Uhuru.
Okay, Lusweti, are you there? Maggie is not there, Bernard. Lusweti is not there, so maybe.
Who said that I'm not there, Alex?
Okay, Maggie, we allowed you to speak earlier. Now we are speaking of the numbers.
Okay.
Not Karua. We are speaking of numbers, so dwell on the topic.
Na Nancy yako pia, usisahau Nancy.
Sasa umeanza kunipiga na then sijashika ni numbers gani you are speaking about, but anyway, if it is 600,000 Raila got in Rift Valley, that is Rift Valley ambaye ni Uda's house, right? Uda's basket. Then we are better off, because how now compared to what Raila is going to get in those other places like Coast, what I think Azimio, I think, is better off. What was Black saying? I think we should not just put our ears so much in Black's sentiments. We should also look into the other way around. Let us look outside the box, but not just depending on Uda ameshinda what. Those opinion polls, yes, we may agree with them, but they also can be there to speak to people like Black. Yeah, let me just say that. Go ahead with the other ones.
By the way, 600,000 of contested numbers. This is contested.
Okay, Ndeto, do you have something to say? As Ndeto speaks, you people forgot.
Alex, niko.
Oh, Nancy, habari yako, Sister Nice, welcome.
Niko poa sana Alex. Ni venye nilisikia ya Western imebidi tu nikuje haraka hivi hata kama bado niko kazi.
Asante sana. Bwekea yeye map ya Western atuambie, while Wangira you forgot Nakuru County in your calculation.
No, I gave him 110,000 for Raila Odinga.
Nakuru County?
You didn't write. Yeah, Nakuru County, yes.
Oh, okay.
Nakuru sikuweka. Nakuru, I did not
Nakuru,
have.
you didn't give us Nakuru.
I gave him 110,000.
Oh, yeah, Nakuru is there. Nakuru is there. I see the number.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, Lusweti, tuambie basi.
Unataka map?
Si lazima, sishawekwa hapo hivyo, nimeona. Nishaiona. So, Alex, politics za Western,
ongea na Bernard. Bernard anajua Western.
Wewe ndio uliuliza watu wa Western. Yeah. Unaona Alex, Kakamega yuko locked, Busia yuko locked, Bungoma ni maeneo bunge mawili peke yake ndio kuko na shida. Ila Bernard saizi, unajua nilisikia Wangira akiongea but si kuridhika na yeye. Unaona Bungoma yeye nimekubali. Bungoma sisi ni plain Bukusu. Ukienda Trans Nzoia, Bukusu plus Waluya wengine ni majority huko. Ni majority huko, unaona? Sasa kuanzia 2002 hatukuwa tushaiungana venye round hii tumeungana. Huo muungano ulikuwa 2002 na 2007 peke yake, Trans Nzoia na Bungoma. Lakini this time round tumeshikana. Unaona sasa Bungoma wanafanya kazi pamoja, wana campaign pamoja na Trans Nzoia. Kumaanisha Trans Nzoia iko locked sababu wale wenye wako wengi Trans Nzoia ni Bukusu na Waluya wengine plus Kisii Kisii na Kalenjin wenye wako huko wengi ni Pokot na wengi wao wako Azimio. Sasa ninaweza sema kama Kenya Kwanza inaweza toka na kitu Western kulingana na inaweza toka na kitu maybe ni Trans Nzoia, ila Bungoma iko locked. Na ukiingia Trans Nzoia pia Bungoma iko locked. Hizi maeneo bunge mawili ndio bado tunang'ang'ana, lakini bado tunaona like sababu sai ma MCA wenye wako huku wenye wako saizi wote wenye walikuwa kwa NASA, unaona ni wenye walikuwa kwa NASA.
Nancy, you may mute.
No, she's taking care of the kid, I think so.
Oh, okay. Shukrani kwa what the analysis that he has given, and now we can come back to Wangira. Hiyo maneno umeambiwa, umesikia. Sasa wewe fikiria juu ya hiyo ambayo Ndeto sasa ongea, ndio turudie. Ndeto ameumwa na mkono sana.
Huyo ni mtu wa Kenya Kwanza, we will lose election, achana naye.
Keep.
Alienda nomination na akaangusha nomination yake. You lost your ticket, my friend.
Unajua kwenyu. Ni sawa tu. Na baadaye na mwache watu wenye unasikiza wasifuate Keep. Huo Ndeto si mimi.
I will put up a show I think on Saturday.
Keep wachana na huyu, hata tupea analysis tuendelee.
Between the two Ndetos, okay?
Yes, I want that.
And the fighter of the nominee. So that we can settle this thing once and for all.
I want to see these two together.
Keep ameniharibia jina hadi wa leo nikaenda kusimama huko hivyo, nataka kupata kiti nitaambiwa wewe ndio ule ulianguka nominations.
Let's go back to the data.
That's not me. Anyway, actually the reason I came in early is because I think you guys were ulikuwa unatafuta mtu wa Ukambani PK. I think you were doing it, but I was work. I mean, nilikuwa nakuja hapa hivi, nilikuwa na nowadays I don't like to, nikiwa kwa gari, but you had spoken about something in Ukambani about the data. Though I lost a couple of it, sikupata the whole thing, how you guys finished that with PK. I hope Ali to represent vizuri. Me, I just want to talk about Ukambani at this point, but they Keep, I like your analysis. I mean, your analytic capability. I like it, and we really need it we really need it here. So I want to give you kudos on that, because as tunasikizianga tukiwa mbali. So me, I just wanted to talk about Ukambani, because Alex, you were saying, hey, kama Mkamba ako hapa pia kuja tuambie. I don't know what happened at that point. I lost a couple of, I mean, by the time I came back,
Go to the point. Tuambie Machakos, Kitui, Makueni, give us the raw data.
We
Okay,
are
so
looking at Eastern. We're looking at Eastern, and we already put Embu, Meru, and Tarakaniti as central right now. We know it's part of Eastern, but what we wanted to know about was Marsabit, Isiolo, Kitui, Machakos, Makueni.
Okay, keep. Let me run real quick with what I wrote, with what I had, and then you can correct something, and maybe now we can talk about the data, right?
Correct.
Because I come in with what I had wrote at that time, right? And what I thought. So maybe you guys had already gone and taken some things out of it. Can I just run real quick with what I have, and if anybody has a question, can come back and answer. Question
Seto,
me
you should
or
have
counter me.
finished by now. Your introduction is too much. You should have finished by now.
Hey, Alex, no way. Okay, me, I wanted to talk about. Okay, let's start. There's 3. When you talk about Ukambani, there's 3, but there's also a 4th one that people don't know. So let me start with the biggest one, Machakos. Machakos, sometimes people don't understand that, yes, Machakos, especially today, first of all, being the almost the first, capital city, Machakos has a lot of people. When you go to Mlolongo today, or what do you call it, Ruai, that place now, people don't understand if it's Mlolongo, if it's Machakos. I mean, people don't understand even this side of Machakos, and it's a metropolitan too. Because we go to Ruai, which is Machakos actually. If you go by just after Nini, I think even the JKIA over there is also Machakos, and there you find Kitengela and everything.
Deto, I'm going to be very tough on you. We want numbers, please.
Yeah.
Machakos.
Yeah.
You are
700,000.
UDA, or give us the numbers, please.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are not. You are giving us scenario. No,
I'm
give us the
telling
numbers.
you.
Go direct.
I'm telling you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Machakos.
Those little places that I mentioned, Mlolongo, what do you call this? Ruai and all those. Now, yes, it's hard to count Machakos from that. But once you get into Machakos, from there to Mitaboni, to Kangundo, to go all the way, that is Raila's place. That's Azimio. Watch your computer. Start doing that. But here, hapa karibu mkianza karibia Nairobi, there becomes a problem, because now we have people who are 50-50 because hapa kuna Kikuyu and everything. But from there, that's Azimio. Okay, I'm gonna go to Makueni. Makueni all the way to Sultan Hamud. Voi.
500,000.
Iyo yote. That. And going up to go meet with Garissa on the other side, because they meet on the opposite side. That will be
Garissa is northeastern, bro.
Yeah, but they also meet once you meet when you're going to Malindi and somewhere there, they meet, Garissa Road, not Garissa. Garissa Road, somewhere about there, when you start finding the Tessos up there.
Okay.
That's Makueni. That's Azimio. And this is Azimio without Kalonzo's influence, especially those 2 that I've said.
But Garissa is a battleground according to the numbers.
No, I'm saying before you reach where you're starting to switch.
Let's analyze Cumberland.
We are mixing the 2. There is Eastern, there is Northeastern.
Yeah, he's just on
We are
his own mention.
Cumberland.
They're our neighbors. They're our neighbors. I have to mix them, because where the transition becomes is where you start getting other people and mixed, and the metropolitan part of it. I'm just saying what is really in. So I've dealt with Makueni. If anybody has a question, will tell me. When you come to Kitui, Kitui is surrounded by Kamba on this side, Kamba on the other side, of Mwingi on the other side, which is where Kalonzo comes from. Kitui, I would give you a good 90%, because they only have one gap, which is Isiolo up there, that they share a border.
Yeah, that's but Isiolo is already Raila's home ground already. It's been confirmed. So Kitui has 500,000 and then 86,000 for Isiolo. So the combined total is about 600,000 between the two counties.
Okay, but I'm talking about Kao. I'm trying to limit myself to the Cumberland.
Yes.
And I'm trying to stay away from the borderlines.
Yeah.
Because the borderlines become normal. Like Machakos, I mean, we still have this other side of, Embu and everything, which we border with them. All right, let's go to Mwingi. Now, Mwingi becomes Mwingi becomes a little bit problematic of the Kamba side, because Mwingi on this other side is bordered by Machakos a little bit, Kitui, and then the other side, the Isiolo, the Somalis, and everything on that other side. So, Mwingi, when you come to Sekuru and going up against that, going to Moyale, then now you have a problem there, because if that's Raila's side, I'm just talking about the Kamba side. Then that's what it is. Then Mwingi should be locked up. Kitui should be locked. Makueni should be a little bit, maybe 80%, because of their proximity with Garissa, and also we don't know what the coast is all about, all that stuff. I mean, if we want to say the coast is fully out, because you know, Kina Mariakani, going down there, Voi, and all those people, I think the biggest thing in Ukambani, the biggest problem is actually Machakos, which is where I come from, unfortunately.
700,000 votes there, yes.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is Machakos, because that's where we are in Nairobi. We are metropolitan on one side. On the other side, we are in central. So we don't even know what is happening when you go to Embu, when you come to past, Kidimani, and all those people, you start getting into central, Kinamwiki, all those people, because and Kajiado, we have Kajiado is also included in it. So the problem is Machakos mostly. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. And also Nairobi.
Yeah,
little friendly.
So, Black, Black, you brought all this debate. You brought this debate and you made me start moderating, because we wanted to deal with the issue of that amorphous numbers. Now, according to you and the LUHYA, what are your numbers in Ukambani? Let us deliberate on that. You've gotten it from an insider. Now, give us your numbers. Quick review on Ukambani. You and the LUHYA.
That's awesome.
Before I get to Ukambani.
Wait, Black. Friendly fire here from Julia. And Dato means too many words in Kikuyu. A little friendly fire.
Julia is being violent. Julia is being violent. So, anyhow, hello.
Yes, Nyeusi, endelea.
Yeah, before I get to Ukambani, as Wangira was alluding, that Raila had gotten some votes in Bomet, which is true. But it's also good to note that at the time that happened, Isaac Ruto was on Raila's side. So he is the one who marshaled the votes for Raila in a large way, to be honest. Now, at this point in time, Isaac Ruto, please don't be so quick to laugh, Wangira.
Okay, one minute, Black. Somebody has said here that Raila got 725,000 votes in Rift Valley. So that was the calculation. Thank you. Go ahead.
Now, we have to put it in mind that when somebody is vying for a governorship, it means that he commands a very large number. Because you don't go vying for governorship if you don't have the numbers. Because you're talking about a county. So Isaac Ruto must have definitely marshaled up numbers for Raila, because at that point in time, he was campaigning for Raila as having been part of the code team at the time. Although
how come Isaac Ruto's votes count on the NASA section and Uhuru's votes don't? on the UDA section. What is
Black,
what
don't confuse people because
excuse me.
I don't think Ruto would
Just
have campaigned for Raila in
I think when you're
2017.
all speaking, I did not interfere, did I? So it is best you listen, just as Alex
No, but
once said.
don't confuse
There is
people.
wisdom in listening.
Ruto could
As
not
Alex once said,
campaign for Raila in
just
2017, please.
when you spoke,
Neither
when you
did
spoke,
he in
when you
2017.
spoke,
give him time to prosecute.
when you spoke,
Just leave him to
when you
prosecute.
spoke, when you spoke,
Just
I
leave
was
him to
silent.
prosecute. Go ahead. Finish.
Let's
When you
set the
spoke, I was
record
silent.
clear. We set the
You
record
can say
clear.
the
You
record
spoke
clear
a
once I'm
matter of
done. I mean, let's
silence.
be fair here.
It's not
Let's
a
be
matter
fair
of
here.
silence. It's a matter of what you are sharing. How balanced is it?
But don't share
When we
lies.
Why
say
don't you wait for someone to finish for you to?
Ruto
Okay, go ahead and
could not
speak then.
have
No, when Deto was speaking, nobody
campaigned for
intruded. Why is
Nobody
Black being
interfered.
intruded?
Mr. Black, I just asked you a straightforward question.
Why
How
don't you
come
ask when I finish speaking? That's the
votes
question.
on another section count and Uhuru's votes on the UDA section don't count? What kind of analysis is that?
You know when you interfere when someone is speaking and someone else again interferes, somebody loses the train of thoughts. You understand? I mean, let's be fair here.
It's not losing trends of
When most
that
of you are
means
speaking
for us, you're not
and
debating.
airing your views, we are silent.
That
We
means
mute
there
our
is a
mics.
script you're reading for us. That is not debating. If you want to
I mean, again,
analyze that Kalonzo adds votes to Raila and Isaac Ruto adds votes to Raila, and you are denying that Uhuru Kenyatta does not add to William Ruto.
I was coming to that. If only you left, if you left me, if you had let me finish, if you had let me finish,
you are misleading them.
If you had let me finish, then you'd get to ask the question, which I believe you'd not ask because I was gonna get to Uhuru. I was gonna get to Uhuru. So as I was saying,
Don't let
so as I was saying,
sprint.
I was gonna mention Uhuru once I was done with the Raila's part. That's why Alex once said there is wisdom in listening. Sorry for that. Anyway, as I was saying, Isaac Ruto campaigned a lot.
Is not balanced.
Isaac Ruto campaigned for
about people and the votes they bring, then you bring all of them in one place. You
have I finished? Have I finished speaking? Have I finished speaking?
Finishing speaking, what you are speaking matters, not just finishing speaking.
Listen,
I mean, follow what you're saying, and you should be able to make sense. That's what I mean. Thank you.
Bernard, I think it's only fair if you give Black a chance and then you ask questions later. You're asking about the question of Uhuru. You will have asked after he has finished. Don't interject what he's trying to prosecute. Nobody interjected when Martin was speaking, when Wangira was giving numbers, when Alex was speaking something. Let Black speak, and then you'll ask those questions.
Maybe it's also what you're talking. If it's not true, it's not true.
What is inaccurate,
Martin,
speaking when it's completed, whatever
he's
that
speaking lies. When he's speaking lies, note them down. I have lies that have been spoken here. I've not interjected anyone. I will ask them when my time comes.
Bernard, just a minute.
So as I was saying, can I finish,
Bernard, I'm just helping you. Bernard, just a minute. And allow Black to interrogate his point. After he finishes, then we'll come in.
I am not against Black prosecuting his case. He's been speaking and he will speak. But he cannot say, we cannot ask him until he has finished saying what he wants to say, if what he's saying is inaccurate. If you want to compare things, compare them from the word go. You don't give a list of this and this and this, and then at the end you smear it with the balance that is fake. So you want that one down, not reading script. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just note it down, just like I've noted things down, and I waited for people to finish speaking so that I could come back again right now and then refer back to whatever they were talking about. I did not interfere. I have a note here.
Not interfering.
I had written all my questions as
interfering is not the standard.
okay. So let me finish. Let me finish.
And I think
Let's
today
move forward. Kylie, let's move.
I had a button for quarantine in Gekueka. Today is the day in Gekueka quarantine.
Really?
Put me there if you can.
No, I can't.
So,
I'm not able. Black talk, please.
yeah. So as I was saying, at the time, Isaac Ruto was doing most of the campaign for Raila Odinga. At this point in time, Isaac Ruto is with the UDA fraternity and Kenya Kwanza, to be precise. So who's campaigning for Raila in Bomet? We are talking about Bomet.
Raila
That was what I was talking about. So coming back to Uhuru, the Uhuru factor. Coming back to the Uhuru factor. Before I get into it, I'd like us to agree on one thing. When you see aspirants scrambling for a particular party in a particular region, it mostly goes to say that that party is popular in that region. For instance, in the Nyanza region, ODM is very popular there. The more reason why there are many aspirants scrambling for the ODM tickets. Are we together until that point? Do we agree to that point? That the popularity of a party in a particular region, for example, ODM in Nyanza region, goes to say that the reality on the ground is that the reality on the ground, that particular region.
160 members of parliament. Now it is now a number of aspirants.
I am coming. Just a minute. Again, there is wisdom in listening, like Alex always says. Now, ODM people, aspirants are scrambling for the tickets in Nyanza because it's popular with the people, and that translates into votes. Right? Now, when it comes to the Rift Valley, UDA is enjoying the same. I mean, there was aspirants scrambling for the tickets in the Rift Valley, isn't it? Come to the Mount Kenya region. UDA has had the most when it comes to aspirants scrambling for the tickets of UDA. Now,
won't that be
to the point. I'm coming. Just listen.
Areas. Densely
just
populated
listen, please.
areas. There are more
Just
leaders
listen.
in a densely populated area.
Just listen. Again, keep. Now, coming to Uhuru Kenyatta and his Jubilee. Have you heard anybody scrambling for any Jubilee ticket in Mount Kenya? They're mostly issuing direct tickets. What does that tell you? Now that I've brought you from the point whereby ODM ticket in Nyanza is far much more popular, the more reason everybody wants to scramble for the ODM tickets, because it almost guarantees them and assures them a seat in parliament comes the next election. And I brought you again to Rift Valley, whereby UDA is the most popular party in the Rift Valley. The more reason most of the aspirants were scrambling for the tickets of UDA in the Rift Valley, because it almost assures them
Black,
a win in the general election. And then I took you back, and I took you now.
The whole of Rift Valley is challenging. I don't like that.
Come, please.
The whole of Rift
Again,
Valley is
listen.
not
Keep. Nobody has spoken about Kalenjins, Kikuyu, or anything. We're talking about parties. Nobody has mentioned any tribe. Nobody has mentioned any tribe here.
Black, right? You have 2 minutes, please.
Yes. So now, when you talk about the Mount Kenya being gone to Raila because of Uhuru, yet his party is not popular, judging by the tickets which were recently being fought for by the aspirants. Jubilee had nothing. There was no scramble. There was no nomination that I saw anywhere. They were just issuing direct tickets. So now, can you please convince me with the fact that I mentioned to you that ODM's popularity in the Nyanza is to the extreme?
Help you here. Let me help you, Mr. Black.
The race here is between Jubilee and UDA.
There's no race.
So what is your take? Somebody getting direct ticket and others going to fight to get a ticket means who is where?
What I was trying to portray here, or rather to project here, is the fact that
we had polling stations
reality,
like in
to show the popularity.
where nobody turned out to vote.
To show the popularity of a particular party, most of the times the aspirants, they would go for the party that is most popular with the people, that would assure them a direct win comes the next general election, isn't it?
We have no problem. Number of aspirants don't translate
Now,
into number of votes. Secondly, UDA's strength in the mountain is scattered. I'm giving you an example of a pickup polling station where nobody turned up to vote. There was only aspirants and the clerks for the whole day and not in one place. So where
was
is
that for the
UDA?
MP or the MCA?
Where's UDA in the mountain?
Was it for the MP or the MCAs? What are you talking about?
You had your analog nomination. You could understand that it was all blanket.
Leonard, 1 second. Black, look, we are here to debate about the map of Kenya. You are twisting us from now the pictorial map that you have forced us to give you because you are throwing words and saying that you have the numbers. Luckily enough, my friend Kip was here, and this research we have done it. We have shown you the map of Kenya. We are discussing the map of Kenya on how it looks right now. You are shifting to petty issues of nomination. Nomination is different. Now listen, there's value in listening. There's civilization in listening. You are shifting the debate now to nomination. That is not fair. Let's go back to the map that we have taken so much time to explain to you, discuss the map the way it is. Ndaito has given you the raw data of Ukambani. I asked you a question in regard to Ukambani. I asked Etuya. Now that you can't answer it, I'm taking it from you. Etuya, we have Makueni, we have Kitui, we have Machakos. What are your numbers so that we can move forward? We can't go back to nomination because we will be doing what we were doing yesterday, just going to definitions. We don't want to do definitions. We want to go by your numbers, our numbers, we move forward. Atuya, it's your turn. What do you have in Ukambani?
Before you go there, Sarah, can you jump into the debate because there's too many males here. We need some gender sensitivity here.
No, Stone Picker is already here, unless you go out.
Okay, so I could
Atuya,
do that.
go ahead. Give us the Ukambani quickly. Let us not go sideshows. Let's have a cogent, persuasive argument here because we are creating a debate that I think Kenyans will be fascinated about. Your numbers of UDA, your chairman is Mudama, he's running for governorship there. Put that. Her wife is running for senator. We want you to prosecute that.
So, Alex, I don't have I don't have the conclusive numbers as they are today, but just before Kalonzo joined Azimio la Umoja, William Ruto was leading in Ukambani in terms of opinion polls, but after Kalonzo jumped ship, it swayed those counties to Raila Odinga. Currently, I will confidently say that Raila leads, but we have a healthy 35 to 38% in Ukambani, something that we didn't have before. And it's subject to change after the treatment of Kalonzo in Azimio. So that's something that we're waiting to see, and it might change and sway in any way. So I don't want to give conclusive numbers in Ukambani as they are today, but I know Raila is leading, courtesy of Kalonzo being there. They expect him to be the running mate. But when things change, we might get to 40% or 45%. A quick run at the numbers of the Rift Valley that you gave. I only recorded Narok, Kajiado, Trans Nzoia, and Samburu, I think, because when you try to argue that Raila will get some votes in Bomet, I don't want to disagree with that, or even Kericho. But there's a difference. Uhuru Kenyatta is not William Ruto. William Ruto is one of them from Bomet. if Raila Odinga got, and I didn't record that because it won't make any sense. If Raila Odinga got 30,000 votes, expect them to go to 10,000. If Raila Odinga got something in Kericho, expect that to go a little bit low, because they will vote the last man because of William Ruto being one of their own. The only thing to speak about Rift Valley is the Narok, Kajiado, and Trans Nzoia. The numbers actually show us that it was a 50-50 affair. So we cannot argue here with the finality that we know who's gonna take that. Narok and Kajiado, Alex, you were saying they are Azimio. We cannot argue with finality. With Narok, I know we are taking the Senate position and governor position. That may sway things in our side. Kajiado, I'm not yet sure about that. Trans Nzoia, with the fact that we have Wetangula in our side, it makes even, if we had 110 last time, we might grow that and we might win that county. So in terms of Rift Valley being a William Ruto background, and you still guys are looking for numbers, it can't be 100% William Ruto. It is our stronghold.
Kajiado was...
I'm finishing.
No, wait. Kajiado was both orange...
Just allow them to finish. Just allow them to finish.
We actually don't interject you guys when you speak. So on Trans Nzoia,
no, you said 50-50. That's what gets me wrong.
Let Atuya finish. Keep, please.
186,000 to 138,000. It is not 50-50, but what's the difference there?
Senator and governor are Jubilee and Orange Democratic Party. And for Bomet, it's not about Uhuru and Ruto. It's about Raila holds his own space there.
Expect me that I will interject you and will be.
But you're saying lies. That's the problem.
No, I'm not.
Don't use such words. Keep, just let Atuya finish.
Keep, just relax.
You don't own the monopoly of saying the truth. Whatever you want to say here, I don't agree with it.
Atuya, relax.
I want to finish with what Bernard was saying.
If you say
what Bernard was actually asking.
I think you guys are not being fair. Why is it that when you speak, we do not interject, but when we try to speak, that's when you all come up with ideas and feel like you cannot hold your opinions or your thoughts or your question until someone finishes.
Can Atuya finish?
Let me finish. Cannot be 50-50.
Let Atuya finish.
9.
Okay, let me finish. We all went to a class of basic maths. 186, 138. One is leading, yes, but to what percentage? Keep do me the percentages in Kajiado and tell us. I wanted to finish up with what Bernard was actually. No, you do it in silence. You do it in silence.
Let Black do that for you.
All right. I wanted to say something about Bernard, what he was saying about Uhuru and Isaac Ruto. We are not disabusing the fact that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will run away with some votes from our basket. That is a fact. We'll have a percentage from our votes that will follow Uhuru Kenyatta to Raila Odinga. That one we know. We knew it as early as 2018, 2019. And we, being politicians, we have factored that in and we have done the maths. In fact, remember, we were planning to face NASA plus Uhuru versus Ruto. That was the plan. That is what we prepared for. It was Ruto versus NASA. Now that we managed to get two NASA principles to our side, the math even changes. So the issue about losing votes because of Uhuru, we are cognizant of that fact. We will lose. But you have to bear the fact that NASA has also lost. And let's wait for the numbers to see what will happen in the coming elections.
Yeah, thank you, Atuya. Thank you. Martin, kuna question, Ama. Don't rattle Atuya. Is that a question or a comment?
Comment and a question. Can I do it real quick? You know me, I do.
No, haukuangi haraka. Just a question.
So ninipatia props tu jana ukasema huwa na harakishaga.
And that means too many words.
Just a question. Okay. Then we have a comment from one person here. Then we will go around again. There's one person who has not made a submission. Maybe Bernard needs to make a submission.
Okay, for me, let me actually. Okay, let me forfeit my question part. Let me just then make a comment, because if I do the question, it'll be by time, right? Okay. Me, I just want to say, look, guys, there's politics and there's reality. And then we have people who come over here, and I think they are very smart people, but they are so politicalized in their minds. You know, we come here and talk reality. Like today, you guys had that session of doing reality of going to get numbers and everything. But then we come over here and we're trying to do politics, just because of ile side ingine. And we're not saying you're in the wrong forum, but you're here to talk, but you're just pushing your thing instead of talking politics. We're not, I mean, yes, most of us may have ambitions of going to politician, but this is not a forum of being politics and making your person be the person. We're just trying to talk about what is happening in our country. So when you find people like Atuya and Nani Una Black, when they come over here and hijack the whole conversation, I mean, from since I was at work, since nili kitu lianza, now it's even gone to a place that tumetoa nani amekuja hapa hivi kuongea, I mean kuweka, you know, what do you call it, PowerPoints on whatever, and we're just trying to talk about something. Guys, let's be Kenyans. Hii kitu yenyu hata mkitumbia Ruto, mtumbie nini, will not gonna change. Hakuna hii politics ya perception in this group, because we are here talking about our country, people from different countries, people with different ideas. Sasa mkishinda hapa hivi mnafanya the same politics, unapata Sudi huko anafanya ndio anafanya vitu za ujinga. You know, come on man. Come on, please, let's just be realistic, because you're wasting most of our times here. Ukikuja unatuharibia time yote, tungekuwa tumeongea vitu mob. And then vitu zitakusaidia wewe zinisaidia mimi. I get frustrated a little bit. Saa zingine nikikuja nikipata watu kama hawa wanapush tu kitu yenye okay, already mshawaambia, reality iko pale, the math says it, leo mmemtolea math kila kitu, lakini bado you know what, atakuja tena akuambie kitu kingine, aanzishe kitu kingine. Me, I'm sick and tired of people like
Neto,
that.
stop ranting, please.
Martin,
Focus on the topic and the
wait,
discussion at hand. Stop ranting.
Black, no. We are not here to agree. We are here to debate. If somebody debates against you, acknowledge that you don't raise your voice, you raise your argument. Atuya, you are not responding to that. Wacha tuende kujaz, atuambie juu ya numbers, tuende kwa Mwaura, who is a mathematician and statistician ama, alafu ndio turudi kwa Atuya. Jazz, are you there? Jazz, are you Mwaura? No, Njiru, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very
3
much.
minutes.
Thank you very much. Nimeshukuru kwa ile discussion ya leo. Na wasalimu wote. Ile challenge na kuanga nayo saa zingine when we are talking here, some of us wanakuja hapa wakiwa too much into what they support. It's always good to, unaona saa zingine, for you to become a good doctor, you need also to appreciate that symptoms, you can also possess the same symptoms which you treat in other people. So, nikisema hivyo, when we come in this discussion, at times we also need to separate our extreme support of both Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, so that we can be able to see something in a different angle. Sababu unajua saa zingine ukikuja alafu kuwe umesink too much into the belief, utakuwa sasa wewe tu utakuwa kama Oscar Sudi ama ile pande ingine yetu. So yes, I know we need such people who are sycophant and fanatics. But in this discussion, if you are too much fanatic, you will not be able to see sense in anything, including even what your colleague is saying. Let me begin by story ya Nairobi. Mimi kulingana na vile nimeona story ya Nairobi, nilisikiliza speech ya nani leo, huyu best yetu team. In fact, I was moved by that speech. Kwa hii maisha sijaiona mtu ako na heshima kwa kitu kama hiyo. Leo nimesikia vile team ameongea. Amesema he has been in campaign for close to 2 years now, na yeye anangojea ama sasa ile level yeye amefika yeye mwenyewe as a person, he is waiting for Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta to make their final determination. Huyo jamaa amenifurahisha sana. Yeah, he has an option of becoming rebellious ama yeye kusema nitaenda directly kwa wananchi ama kufanya nini, but the amount of maturity nimeona na timu Wanyonyi, I have not seen it even from any other Jubilee guy. Sorry to say that. So in terms of character, I've seen a very good character. The only shida tu ile timu Wanyonyi tu ako nayo, although I know people are different, ni huyu brother yake. Unaona huyu Wetangula as all, he might make Timu Wanyonyi suffer a little bit. Why? Because unajua ile kitu iko saa hii Wetangula ako ile pande ingine, and you know there can be this speculation that wanaweza tumiana wao wenyewe kwa wenyewe, so unaweza kuta saa zingine maybe people in Azimio wanaweza kuwa they don't have that extreme trust on Timu Wanyonyi sababu ya brother yake ile pande ingine, sababu unajua mtu kama huyu Wetangula amekuwa akionekana ni mtu ambaye he is flowing from one direction to the other, ni mtu si hana msimamo kabisa. Although I'm not saying that Timu Wanyonyi ako hivyo, I know people are free to support whoever they want even if they are brothers, but I wish Wetangula was in Azimio. Timu Wanyonyi saa hii ndiye angekuwa candidate. That is the only thing sasa ina complicate hesabu hapo. So history ingine again pia ya huyu, there is this guy Igathe. I'm still not confident with Igathe. Sorry to say this. Nasikia yeye ndiye anapangwa atokeze mahali hapo. Yes, Igathe, he is being portrayed as somebody ambaye akona experience mingi sana kwa corporate world. Walikuja na Sonko, he came as a deputy governor, na hiyo equation yao haikufanya. I can still confirm here, although I'm subject to correction, lakini ni maoni yangu. Igathe ticket is subject to futility. That's what I'm saying. I wish watu wa Azimio, and that is Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, can be able to use another concept. The way Igathe frustrated people, it is not about, Igathe is not about being frustrated by Sonko. That is one thing which we are not getting it right. Igathe is not about being frustrated by Sonko. Shida ya Igathe pale, he was not able to understand how he could have functioned constitutionally. And I can still tell you, venye tunaona hapa Nairobi tuko na vitu kama NMS hapa. I can tell you and I can foresee, Igathe will come and crash na hii NMS if this NMS will still continue being there, because I don't know how NMS will still continue being protected. Already nimeona kuna watu wameanzia kuinuka hapo Nairobi wanapiga NMS. So what I can say is instead of having this negotiated democracy in Nairobi, I wish they gave us an opportunity kuenda kwa debe tuchague mtu. I just see we have just wasted very valuable time whereby au watu wangeenda kwa debe na tungeweza kuamua yule mtu ambaye ako sawa. I'm still not very okay with Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta agreeing on somebody for us in Nairobi. I still see a concept whereby they might mislead us. They don't know this people. I still see they might mislead us. Yes, let them negotiate, but whoever they are going to give us kama ni story ya kuketi chini, I'm not sure. I wish they gave us an opportunity to go kwa ndebe na tuchague yule mtu tunataka. So kwa hiyo I will rest on that. To me, vile nimeona Timu Wanyonyi akiongea, I would support Timu Wanyonyi at this particular time. I would support in terms of character, in terms of humility, in terms of respect. Personally, speech ya Wanyonyi leo ndio imenifanya hata ni shift my arranges even from the people who I was supporting from Jubilee, because I've listened to Ngatia bado sijasikia. Yes, he has experience, lakini sijasikia. I've not heard his allegiance and and is solidarity ama is respect kwa hii team yote. Ngati nimekuwa nikimuona wakijipanga na Wiper ile pande ingine, so kuna hiyo tu tag war he has been assembling. So to me, team Wanyonyi forms the best thing. So history ingine ya maybe to respond, let me just respond. Nimesikia bwana Atuya hapa akisema story ya vile siasa iko Bomet wapi. I want to tell Atuya, there is one thing which I want to tell you. Please don't think that Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula supporting Ruto, they have arithmetically destroyed Baba's support. I think that is one of the things where many of us are getting it wrong. These guys went as individuals and some few lawyers who they support here and there. But it would be a bit naive to say that Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi wako na Waluya. I can tell you from the few mathematics nimekuwa nikiona, I can tell you Raila Odinga is having more support of lawyers as opposed to 2013 and 2017. That percentage might increase by 5%, 3%, sijui ni ngapi, but he has more support. Why? Because number one, Musalia Mudavadi ameoneshana si mtu wa msimamo. Then number two, Musalia Mudavadi, he listened to no one in the LUHYA kingdom. So yeye alienda kwa Ruto not from advice of key people in the LUHYA land. So yule mtu ambaye ako hapa na anaweza taka kuniambia, I would like to hear which are the key people in LUHYA land who advised Musalia Mudavadi na wakamwambia msimamo yetu kama Waluhya ni hii. I have not heard the council of elders kwa Waluhya, sijasikia Wabukusu wakiongea. I have not heard anyone serious in LUHYA land apart from Musalia Mudavadi himself na huyu Garisosa. Sijasikia mwingine. That is one. Nimesikia ukiongea story ya Bomet na Masai land. There is one thing which I want to tell you about Masai land. Masai land will continue being a swing vote, and you cannot slot it for Ruto. It will be shared, and historically, I can tell you Raila will get more. It will keep on being a swing vote, but Raila will get more. Why? Because he has gotten a chunk of Jubilee, and ODM is still intact. So Ruto will depend on the usual support ile alikuwa nayo ya URP and some small support ya Jubilee. So based on that, I can tell you the maximum support ya Jubilee ile Ruto atapata in Kajiado and Narok itakuwa around it will be around 40 to 50% of the Jubilee ile walikuwa nayo, and then ODM will remain as intact. So meaning that ndio nataka uangalie hesabu hivyo. So there is some addition sababu ya Jubilee kukuja hapa and some other affiliate parties, hata kama pia kuna some reduction in Bomet. In fact, in Bomet, Raila Odinga is gaining. Why? Because in 2017, Raila Odinga.
Njiru, we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. You have taken more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
come
back later.
In Bomet, Raila Odinga will gain more. Why? Because Uhuru is on side. There is still some division ile mashinani, na pia kuna wakale wana support Raila Odinga. Thank
Yeah,
you.
The Kipsigis, please mention that the Kipsigis are Raila Damu, please.
Correct.
They've always been with Raila.
So
that
let's
is Kericho and Bomet.
So wakati tunasema ati kuna kura, let's try to see how parties have moved. So Atuya, see how parties have moved. So don't just discuss from theory. Nimekusikiliza na unaongea theory sana. You are better and factual, and na ni kama unasahau vitu. So try to see compatibility na ile permutation may happen. So don't just discuss as a bluff.
Yeah, asante sana Njiru. Anaitwa Jazz ama nani? Jazz, we gave you your permission ukaenda. Sijui ulienda wapi. Umerudi?
Nimerudi, unajua nimerudi.
Kwa kamera tukuone vizuri. Tuone hiyo sura hiyo inatupoteza. Sawa, ongea. 3 to 5 minutes submission.
I will take the least possible.
Thank you very much. We appreciate.
Nimesikia kila mtu vile ameongea na yale yote kila mtu amesema. But I want to say one thing. Mimi kama Justus nimekuwa mtu ya Raila Odinga for a very long time. Lakini tangu handshake mimi na watu wengi ambao nyinyi hamjaongea hapa tulitoka. Mimi nilitoka, wenzangu walitoka, wengine watu ni wengi walitoka. That's a negative and a disadvantage to Raila Odinga. Kitu ya pili, hiyo hesabu yote kila mtu amepeana, hapa atapata hii, hapa hatutapata hii, hapa yule hatapata hii. I don't think that is true. I will say this. In Kenya today, tumekuwa na political analysts wengi, kila mmoja anapeana ile, kila mmoja na wamejiita majina, political scientists and all that. There are so many things, so many factors we don't put into consideration. Wakenya saa hii wanalia, wameumia, wanalia njaa. Sio siasa, wanalia njaa. Wataenda kupiga kura to punish the politicians. Watapiga kura kupiga these politicians to fight them. So that means kila mmoja, awe ni Raila Odinga, awe ni William Ruto, awe ni nani, kila mmoja kura yake imetilt. Hata Raila Odinga vile tunasema atapata 90% or 80% ya Luo Nyanza or wherever Nyanza, that is not true. Vile tutasema Ruto atapata this much Rift Valley, that is not true, because Mkenya in Luo Nyanza, Mkenya in Kisii, Mkenya in Mombasa, in Nairobi, wherever, shida yake ni moja, njaa. Analilia mwanasiasa. So Kenyans are going to vote in protest. They're going to fight the politicians. And I will not, niseme hivi, Kenyans are going to surprise the world. They are going to vote against all these forces zile tumesema zote. Nirudi Nairobi dakika moja. Kuna mwenzangu mmoja hapa amesema negotiated democracy is not right. Na mimi nasema hivi, negotiated democracy is not good for Nairobi, is not good for Mombasa, is not good for Azimio, is not good for anybody. Mwananchi anatungoja huko chini. You can negotiate in Nairobi. Tunangojwa pale chini. Tunangojwa pale chini tupigwe dafrao. Wananchi wanaamua, they will surprise all of us. They will surprise our political analysts, political scientists. Be ready to be surprised. Thank you.
Yes, then whom do you think is going to be elected as a president?
What was your question?
I'm asking you, you said Kenyans are going to surprise Kenyans, yes. Then who do you have to become a president next coming elections?
As at now, I will say both presidential candidates, the front runners are 50-50. It may sway anywhere, any direction. Siwezi sema ni Ruto, siwezi sema ni Raila. It will go anywhere because of the wrath of Kenyans. It may sway any direction.
Then, according to your opinion, who is going to be punished here? Is it Ruto or is it Raila? Because whoever is going to be punished is the one who is not going to take the ticket, the win.
Okay, to me, my opinion, wacha niseme jambo moja. Mimi nimetoka Kenya last week. Nilienda Nyamira County, ni kwetu last week. I learned something different. Kenyans are mad. They're mad at Uhuru Kenyatta. William Ruto ameuza Uhuru Kenyatta in a very negative way. Amempaint in a negative way. Ameweka Raila Odinga mbele ya Uhuru. So ameonyesha Wakenya kwamba tukipigia Raila Odinga, actually we're voting for Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye amekuwa ndiye shida kwetu. That is what is on the ground. We may agree, we may disagree. And I want to tell you, Kenyans may surprise all of us by voting in William Ruto.
You know, thank you for finally saying that. You know, I don't know why it's so difficult for you to, I mean, wallow in the mud until last minute you say what you wanted to say. You know, we are not here. No, wait. We are here to give preference to what we know, what we have seen, and what we propagate. There is no surprise here. We have two candidates.
Yes.
You are surprised, you. There is no surprise here. The surprise, ungeniambia wanaenda kuvote Koigi Wamwere ama Sonko, that's a surprise. Or Kagame. I mean, but when you still say the two leading presidential candidates, there's no surprise. So I think for your surprise, Nile, you were surprised that William Samoei Ruto is leading in Nyamira. And I'm glad for you to see that, because at some point that was happening. I'm not going to lie. But, and that is true. So, but what we were doing here today is being topical and pictorial, accepting the reality of what is in another place without buffing up emotions. And what you have seen we have done here is we have gone from Nairobi, Central, and other places to accept a reality that we keep on. Black threw up here statement that we have everything. And we wanted to interject him and tell him, this is what's in the ground. And we agree, some places are battleground, some places you people are winning one way. Somewhere like Kericho, Nandi, you people did very well, we agree. But some places in Bomet, there were problems. Some places in Kisumu, we have problems with nomination. And we are agreeing. So don't take us wrongly that we are here for no reason. We are discussing the reality of our country. No surprises, that's democracy. Who was next? Bernard, I wish you give your submission. Sometimes when you give your submission in between, people think you are a moderator, you should never give your submission. Can you give us your submission too? Because sometimes you tell Atuya,
I second that, please. Bernard, tumengoja
your submission, Atuya anakasirika sana.
Hata mimi nilikuwa nataka kulala sasa hivi na ngoja Bernard apatie submission.
Just a question. Okay.
Niacheni niseme tu kitu before Bernard apige.
No, Dato, maneno mingi ngoja.
Please, sijaiomba siku ingine, unajua na nyamazaga mpaka nyi wote mnamaliza. Please, for today, nipatieni tu. Najua mnapenda kunigonga. And Bernard, pole, si ati nilikuwa nataka kukuingililia hapo, I appreciate that. Mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia Black na nani ametoka kuongea na Just na kila kitu. At the end of the day, whether I'm ODM, whether I'm UDA, whether I'm, I don't know, I mean, whatever you want to call it, independent, kila kitu. At the end of the day, ndio naambiangwa mimi ni motivational speaker kwa hii kitu yote. At the end of the day, we have to agree that regardless wenye tunakosana nao, wenye sisi hatukubaliani na politics na kujuana, we are one Kenya, na sisi wote the reason tuko hapa is because we are Kenya, and it doesn't matter. Ruto akishinda, Alex hataacha kuwa Mkenya na mimi sitaacha kuwa Mkenya. No one will ever live to be a Kenyan. Today Ukraine are fighting a fight yenye wengine maybe walipigia ule mtu mwingine, but wako pamoja. Leo tutaamua tupiganie Kenya yetu. So either way mahali tuko is not what you believe and whatever you do, is just us sitting down having this good conversation, and to where one day we are all friends, we are all Kenyans, hakuna makasiriko, hakuna nini, and we are there. It's our country. It's our kids are dependent on what we do today, how we converse and how we do it. So as much as we continue doing it, I just wanted to say that because I might get off a little bit. But I just wanted to say that at the end of the day, haijalishi ule atakuwa. Ni sisi wote ni Wakenya venye tuko hapa kwa hii group, na tumegrow enough that si zile siku watu walikuwa wanaenda kukaa chini ya mti, tuko hapa hivi tunaongea watu internationally. I just want us to appreciate that. Niko hapa bado, but nitakuwa tu hapa. I just wanted to say that, but at the end of the day we are here.
Asante sana Mato. Asante sana Mato. So I think we will go for another round, but Bernard, we honestly will appreciate your submission, because when sometimes you try to redirect us, people think as a moderator, you also don't have a political view. You are in Western, and you are from Western. You are in Western right now, and you are from Western. And earlier you had told us that Baraza seems to be having a soft spot because of his progress and what he has done on the ground. Can you brief us of the few, in a glimpse, what you have heard and you have seen yourself, without being overly too philanthropic to Azimio?
Azimio doesn't need philanthropy from any quarter. Azimio is the ruling force in Kenya politics as at now. All the same, I am in Western. Today I had a busy day. I didn't go to the market. In the course of today is when I'll finish my session in the morning, then take a break, I'll do videos. I want to do street interviews, and that will give me a good picture of whether it is Didymus or there's another. I want to ascertain about the issue of Wamunyinyi running against Wetangula or Mukhiza Kitui. Because I inquired about Mukhiza Kitui, and it seems like nobody is aware that Mukhiza Kitui is running for Bungoma Senate. So it seems like there is some disconnect somewhere. So I don't know who is Wetangula's challenger in Bungoma as far as the senatorial seat is concerned. Wangamati and Natembea. Those ones are the ruling forces as far as Bungoma and Trans Nzoia is concerned. And especially Natembea is something. It cannot be ignored. It's on the lips of people here, and they are set for the same. What I will say about our politics is that, especially as young people, is that we miss the understanding that the dynamics of building a nation are different from, demanding for a better lunch and demanding for better dinner in a secondary school kind of setting. The nation has different people with different interests, and when you are charged with the responsibility of navigating these people, you need to carry them along, yet ensure that they are going in the right direction, even when they are demanding what takes them on the wrong direction. And so when somebody comes up with an event, uses an event to judge or make conclusion about national politics or national direction, that to me is it's no factor to consider. As far as this country is where it is now, it's not where it was in 2013, it's not where it was in 2017, and many things have gone ahead, many water has gone under the bridge. There is a lot that has changed, and so judging the politics based on 2017 will give us wrong figures. Judging politics according to the association between the NASA and the NASA walkout will still give us wrong judgment, because the NASA dissolution was not initiated by Raila Odinga. It was not provoked by Raila Odinga. It was the same people that left NASA. They were first one to walk out of NASA ODM was the last one to walk out of NASA. And then what happens? They went and created OCA. They walked out of OCA, okay, I went to join Kenya Kwanza, okay. Even in the Kenya Kwanza, they are seated with one buttock. They are on their way somewhere else. And so things like those must be put in view when we are judging the politics. William Ruto and his movement of trying to take over the leadership of this country, it's all wrong. It's all wrong in the sense that he has missed the very vital steps in that would have propelled him into presidency. You don't get the presidency by force. You don't get the presidency by demanding. You get the presidency by winning the hearts of Kenyans, whose heart has been won by one William Ruto. And for what reason? Which Kenyan is willing to go to the street or go bite a bullet for one William Ruto? I've not seen one. Politics of convenience will not help build a nation. Politics that build a nation are the ones that are offered on the altar of sacrifice. Somebody foregoing something for the sake of the country. And so, as we judge all these people that are at play, Jasia says that Kenyans are angry with Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenyans were angry with one Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi in 2002. I was here. They were angry. This one you're saying they are angry with Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't understand where it is coming from. The first place where President Moi had to meet with a rotten egg, it was in Kakamega. Now, Kakamega are very tolerant people, very tolerant, understanding. They can familiar anything. But when they reach a place of throwing rotten eggs, now you see the whole country has reached its optimum. Ni mahali gani Uhuru Kenyatta ametupiwa mayai imeoza? So let's not blow things that are imaginary. The truth is, Uhuru Kenyatta is in the hearts of Kenyans. He's loved by Kenyans. And if there was a possibility of him asking for another term, I'm sure he will still be a strong challenger. And I don't think even William Ruto will win against Uhuru Kenyatta. So let's keep facts the way they are. I don't like exaggerations. I love looking at things critically in view of what is true, not just what is possible. And what is true is Kenya is passing through a hard time, and it's not just Kenya, the world as a whole is passing through a hard time. The pains and the sufferings and the hunger we are suffering, we are not the only ones. The whole world is having a crisis, and we cannot blame it on Uhuru Kenyatta, except those who want to do politics of convenience, looking for somebody to blame for their own created problems. If the hyenas can take care of the sheep, go in the forest and bring them back safely, then it's okay. But if the hyenas cannot take care of the sheep, then somebody who has been sucking Kenya, eating Kenya, who wants to share Kenya once and for all, is not fit for presidency. Anything that William Ruto has fought to preserve in this country, I've looked for it, I didn't see, except what is there for us to eat. Any Kenyan who wants that kind of a person to be in charge of this country, and because of hunger, he wants to vote for him, that man must be insane. I mean, you're telling me that bully who used to take all the food in secondary school and run away with it, okay? Now that the people are against the administration, they want the principal out, they want the head teacher out, and then the bully become who? The president of the school. I don't think so. So let's not overstretch this thing. William Ruto is a good guy, but he's too young to be president. He's too immature, in my opinion. He's not ready to carry this country. He doesn't have a heart for this country. He doesn't have a mind for this country. He's just ambitious, and we cannot entrust this country to an ambition. We need to entrust this country to hands that are experienced, able to carry the fragile lives of Kenyans to safety, where they can be nursed until they are healed and they are able to run. But if we throw them to this inexperienced, over-ambitious, fast nurse, let's prepare coffins, bury Kenya, forget it. Thank you.
Atuya is showing me that time bad. But anyway, Bernard, we appreciate your contribution as a panelist today, but we need to interrogate you on that. Don't you think you run a danger of being an ageist by propelling that William Ruto is too young? And again, Obama became a president at a very young age, and Ruto's age compared to Obama. Don't you think that becomes an issue at this presidential campaign?
In my school of leadership, maturity does not come by age. It comes by a willingness to take responsibility. William Ruto has not been responsible for anything. He's always blaming one thing after another. That makes it okay.
That's name calling. Can I ask just a second?
Wait, Maggie, wait.
It's not a matter of the number of years he's been on earth. It's on how much of this country can he shoulder, okay? Has he proven that he can shoulder without breaking down? He can shoulder without screaming. He can shoulder without crying on top of the mountain. He has shown the whole world that he cannot take anything. He can't stay in the kitchen to cook for the country. The moment the heat is too much, he's crying to everybody. That is immature, irresponsible, and unnecessary to charge such a person with the responsibility of this country. This country is too complicated for such a person to handle it. So we need a cool head that can take pressure without breaking down, that the doctors can be on strike, and the teachers are on strike, and the Kanjo are on strike, but the man is still in with a cool head to find a solution. But if William Ruto is president, the doctors on strike, the teachers on strike, Kanjos are closing, universities are striking, the country will what? He will dismiss us to go in straight lines the way they used to dismiss us on parade.
Thank you, Bernard, very much. I see. For the first time, I see people sweating on the panel, and they know. 3 people are seriously sweating, so I will give them an opportunity. One is sweating even up high in the ceiling board, so we will give him. So we will start with the one who's not sweating too much. Black. Ruto is much immature. Ruto cannot shoulder the country. Ruto can't handle 3 strikes at a go. You agree or not? 1 minute. Black, you're muted. Black, you're still muted. Looks like.
Can you hear me?
Your net is very mature.
Can you hear me? Okay. I mean, it is very wrong to call any politician immature. I mean, especially for somebody who has grown through the ranks from the point where he was the youth for Kanu coordinator, to the point he became an MP, to the point he became a minister, to the point he has now grown to become a DP and now vying for the presidency. It is very wrong to call him an immature politician. That is very wrong, Mr. Bernard. I mean, despite of everything that has happened, I mean, it is always best to give credit where it's due. This man is self-made. This man came out from nowhere to be where he is, without a backup of having godfathers, without the backing up of coming from a strong family. He made himself up from zero to where he is. You cannot call him. You cannot call him. You cannot just. I did not interject you again. Same problem.
Talk of Kanu 92, youth for Kanu 92.
Bernard, we didn't interject.
Bernard, you have this problem of interjecting people in between. I mean, you spoke, I was quiet. Everybody was silent. I mean, okay, you speak. Go ahead. Let's listen to you now.
You have given an account. I'm trying to put, I want to put that your account in proper perspective, because you are running over figures that you don't appreciate. Youth for Kanu 92 is responsible for the collapse of our economy. Youth for Kanu 92, I was here when the dollar was exchanging for 35 Kenya shillings. After Youth for Kanu 92, it jumped from 35 shillings against the dollar to 65. And we have never gone back since then. We were buying bread at 2 shillings. Was it 2 shillings? A kilo of sugar, 4 shillings. And then you were telling us that the youth, the young people that presided over the collapse of an economy are now eligible to go and help it to recover. Junet aliuliza swali. Hii maneno mnasema okay. Let us find out, how did we go to the bottom first before we look for bottom up? And we went to the bottom after Youth for Kanu 92. If William Ruto was a graduate from University of Nairobi and he had the interest of this country, I'm sure he would have advised Mzee Moi otherwise on matters economy.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard.
And made a loot of the same, and he used it to become what he is. That is why he's unable to function now, because he has been cutting corners. People who rose step by step, articulating their move, you can study them and follow their steps and become something. Like Raila Odinga. But William Ruto, which school can you study? What book is written about you? Which university?
No, Bernard, is what you're saying the gospel truth?
Just quote for me the book that is written about William Ruto, or which paper is written in which university about William Ruto. I'll be quiet.
Now
is it, okay, continue, Atuya. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish. Me, I want to give a submission.
On YouTube, both.
Bernard, I mean, I don't know what's wrong. Why is it that when you speak, people are silent? When others are trying to say something, you come in between, they lose their trail of thoughts.
I have just.
I mean, that's not a debate. I mean, an active debate is whereby one
simple thing will get silent. If you speak something that's making sense, we get silent. But if you are speaking something that is not making sense,
what makes you think? What makes you think? What makes you think that whatever you say makes sense? It only makes sense to you, right? By our silence does not mean that whatever you're saying is sensible.
No,
by silence, it means that we have.
Silence, it means that there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people here. Respect people. No, respect people. The reason that happens is because you're saying something that the people in the
let's respect. Please, let's respect each other's thoughts.
I did not say William Ruto is immature and unable to govern this country and kept quiet. I gave evidence. Okay? I gave evidence in the sense of how he has been behaving as a deputy president and in various positions of leadership. He has always been finding somebody to blame. That is a sign of immaturity. Looking for who to blame, never owning up any mistake of anything. That is a sign of immaturity. So you needed to come and tell me, no, that is a sign of maturity because that and that and that. You don't come and say in 1992 and 1994, he has run from different ranks.
Does it have to be answered? Does it have to be answered the way you think? I can answer it in my format and eventually prove my point. So my point is this.
Maturity is maturity
Guys,
anywhere in
you
Kenya,
know, guys,
in
this is
in Britain,
guys,
maturity is
Bernard.
maturity.
Justus, Justus, be quiet.
Bernard.
Justus.
Yes.
Just Atuya.
Yes.
Is William Ruto immature? He can't carry the burdens, and he has shown that he can't, according to you. That's your presidential candidate.
Now, with all due respect, I cannot subject my deputy president and presidential candidate to such a question. So, with all due respect, I dismiss the question, and I don't want to respond to whoever brought it up. It is very disrespectful to the deputy president. So,
okay, Atuya.
I choose to be silent until my time comes. I have a submission to make, and bring Martin Deto back. I have an issue with him.
Okay, Mama Maggie, you had something to say when Bernard was making a submission, and I think now I'll give you preference because I needed this to respond to because what was being said was their presidential candidate, and then we'll come to Jazz, then we'll go back again to the submission of Bernard. Mama Maggie?
No,
Alex have been silent for too long.
I only wanted to ask Jazz, because he's really spoken something very immature. He left Raila Odinga because he shook hand with Uhuru Kenyatta. These people shook hands because people were dying. Does it mean, according to Jazz, he wanted people to continue dying, and the peace which prevails in Kenya right now, he is against it? I don't understand some people, because Raila Odinga, in fact, we are really campaigning for him because of the peace which he has shown to the people by shaking that hand. What do you want for Kenya, you Jazz? I'm sorry to ask this question. And it is very painful for somebody.
Jazz, you have 1 minute to answer that question.
Well, thank you for the question you have asked in response to what I said. This is what I can for sure tell you, and I will put you together with Bernard and respond to both of you at the same time. This is for sure. Raila Odinga of yesterday is not Raila Odinga of today. The Raila Odinga we knew yesterday, up to the time of the handshake, is not the Raila Odinga that we know today. Something went wrong somewhere. It's you guys who can tell us what went wrong at that point. I don't know. But all I know is Raila Odinga of yesterday is not the Raila Odinga that we knew and the Raila Odinga that we know today. Something is wrong.
So you manufactured Raila Odinga, you created Raila Odinga.
Please tell us. Because probably we do not know.
Bernard, utaleta tena fire ingine. Nyamaza kidogo.
It's okay.
Okay. I'm still asking the Jazz.
Yes.
Probably we do not know that Raila Odinga of before, and you know the Raila Odinga of before and the Raila Odinga of today. But with us, what we want is change. The William Ruto you still want to come and lead us has been the deputy president for Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't understand what you mean by Raila Odinga of before. I think the Raila Odinga of before would have changed to bring all this we are arguing about so that we can take him in to bring a change for us. So let him be the Raila Odinga of before, whom can be changed to be Raila Odinga of current and of before. I don't understand how you, as a person with his mind, just decide leave Raila Odinga because he shook hand with an enemy, and yet you're going back to a deputy president of an enemy. I don't understand you at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Maggie.
Alex,
1 minute.
Free, Jazz. So
Bernard,
Raila Odinga of yesterday has become William Ruto of today.
Bernard, relax.
They take roles.
This is what I will say, Bernard.
Wait, Jazz.
Jazz,
Yes.
wait. Bernard, wait. Bernard, we are prosecuting you today. You gave us submission. Just you are not a moderator now. We just relax. Themba, you want to comment on Jazz? We want to prosecute Bernard today.
Yes, I want to comment.
2 minutes.
I want to comment on Jazz as a statement that Raila Odinga of yesterday is not Raila Odinga of today. Jazz, are you the same person you were 20 years ago?
Of course not.
Good. Number two, is Ruto of 20 years ago the same Ruto of today?
Of course not.
Good. When you are fighting for the constitution 20 years ago, are you fighting for the constitution, a new constitution 20 years later?
No.
So someone said, and this is what I want to leave you with.
Yeah.
If the only tool you have to work with is a hammer, every problem you look it as a nail to be hit. And that answers your question on the Raila Odinga of yesterday. And number two, there's nowhere written that the only person who should be in opposition in Kenya and should be agitating for constitutional freedom is one Raila Amolo Odinga. That position can be occupied by you. It can be occupied by your brother. It can be occupied by your village members. It can be occupied by anybody else, not just one Raila Amolo,
including
Odinga.
Ruto.
Even Ruto can be.
I will say one point. My phone is dying because I know you guys might lose me. Let me make one point. When I first gave my submission, I said this thing, that in August, you guys, everybody, including myself, let's prepare ourselves for surprises from Kenyans, the voter. That is all I can say. Prepare yourselves for surprises.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to hand over to Bernard back, but Atuya, I will give you a preference because you will be hammered. Can I just give a preferential to you and you make few comments because you felt agitated about your presidential candidate. Then Bernard will take over, ape Themba, alafu sasa tutarudi sasa tupigane tena.
I was not agitated. It's only fair that I don't respond to such primary school politics. So you cannot call a deputy president immature. It's only fair that I don't respond to that. But just before I go on,
Atuya, with all due respect,
Immaturity doesn't respect any office you occupy. It will always sell you out. And that's what has sold William Ruto. He ascended into a higher office without a capacity to contain it. That's why he can't make it. You can take it to any bank.
I want Atuya to.
It's my
I want
time.
Atuya to. I want Atuya to.
Martin, I will
No,
come
no,
to you.
no. You guys, you will
It's
come
my
in. I
time,
want
Martin.
Akuja hapa to disrespect. I
No,
want Atuya to say who argues like a primary school kid in this forum before they come and start talking about primary school kids. We know where our primary school kids are. I want him to tell us one person that argues
No,
like
but
a primary school kid.
Martin,
why are you offended if it is not you?
Martin, when people lose arguments, they turn into pleasure. Atuya is pleasurizing himself. Don't worry.
No, this
It
is
is
what I
becoming
meant.
a house
No.
of Babel.
No, this is what I meant. When I say primary school politics, it doesn't mean it's somebody is arguing like a primary kid. It is just the level of politics he's trying to execute here sounds to me like primary school politics, and that's my view. Now, Martin, I love a question for you before I even give my submission. I want you to rate what Bernard spoke here as true or fiction. He gave a 10 minutes, just a true or fiction answer.
Personally, I have nothing that I have to support Bernard on, but I think Bernard went on a very grown-up man kind of way of talking about stuff. And
No, I just wanted a true or fiction. Just analyze it. Did he say something factual or was it fiction?
what was fiction about it?
Atuya,
No,
what is the
there's a reason. There's a reason to that.
Now you're asking primary school questions.
What question is that?
Yeah, that's primary. Now, that was primary. Now, this is the reason why. Now, this is the reason why. This is the reason why.
Atuya,
This is the reason why I'm asking a primary school question.
Atuya, hold on, Bernard. Atuya, you see, that was Bernard's perspective. You cannot
listen. It is a foundation to something. It is a foundation to something, and I'm sure you will support me. It's a foundation to something.
No, it's okay, but hold on.
Now you'll make me lose what I want to say. It is a foundation to something, and it's good that you said it's a primary question because it's primary. It is primary in nature. Now, Martin, after I gave my submission, you came here shouting that people like me and Black come here wasting your time, giving false information, giving things that that don't get into your mind. Like you summarized that my submission and Black submission were falsehood. Now, that is why I asked you a question. What Bernard said, do you believe in it? Now, this is what I want to tell you, Martin. Martin, you are a very good scholar, but a very average politician. And allow me.
Atuya, hold on. Let me finish that
No,
on you.
let me finish.
No.
Let
Dude,
me
I don't
finish.
operate like that. Everybody knows me here. Please,
No,
you don't come to me like that.
Let me finish.
First of all,
Alex, protect me, please.
no, you're not going to
you'll get your time to rebut.
You're not going to deconstruct me.
You'll get your time to rebut.
Relax, Ndoto. You're gonna have time to respond. Relax.
Martin, you are a very good scholar, but I rate you as a very average politician. In this forum, what me and Black were actually trying to argue was the figures that keep presented to us. You as a scholar, you want to take that whole document and believe it as the gospel truth. Me and Black, being the politician we are, and Alex and Demba being the politicians they are, we wanted to argue. We wanted to put numbers to that. We wanted to see the different prisms of viewing those numbers. But you being the scholar, you wanted to take the document and say it is the gospel truth. Now that's the difference of being a good scholar and being a very average politician. Politicians will always question. Even if Raila got 90% in the next election, I will come here with a reason and I will argue that. But you being a scholar, you will take the document and take it to the bank. You are a very good scholar, but a very average politician. That is my own argument. That was my own analysis of what you said. So whatever I give, Bernard actually gave a 10-minute contribution. I 1000% never agreed to it. But I don't want to come here and say he's saying fiction. He hold his view, and I will hold his view, and I've chosen not to respond. That is what the ember told us someday here. Choose what to respond to. I don't want to respond to Bernard because I know Bernard, and I know how he can argue, and I know how he wants to sell a narrative. Bernard is a good politician. He knows how to sell politics, and that is what he's doing here. And we are here to sell our candidates too. So don't say that it is we are polluting your masky and we are saying lots of nothing. Now there was a guy called Mwaura, and I expected Bernard to jump in. Mwaura actually came up with he was analyzing the Western politics, Bernard, and he said that Salia Mudavadi and Wetangula moved to UDA and moved themselves alone. But when it comes to Central, he says nothing. I expected, Bernard, for you to jump in and say, just as we expect Uhuru to move with numbers to ODM, we also expect Salia Mudavadi and Bernard and Wetangula to move with some votes. It's only fair. You interjected Black when he gave such an analogy, but you never interjected Mwaura. Was it Mwaura somebody?
So
and then
when did Uhuru
let me
move
finish.
When did
And
Uhuru
then
move to ODM?
you also came here and said that you don't see any fighter in William Ruto who's gonna go to the streets and bite a bullet for him. I want to remind you that nobody went to the streets for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to be president. Nobody will go to the streets for for William Ruto to be president. But me and Black and most of Kenyans will not go to the streets, but we will go to polling stations early in the morning, cast our votes, guard the votes, and wait for William Ruto to be announced the president. And I want to tell you, you said that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is loved, and if he was to go for a third stint in power right now, he will be voted in. I am very sure in the gospel truth that Bernard you believe in, you didn't mean that. I want to know that you are a righteous man. You didn't believe that.
I said Uhuru will win against William Ruto.
And I want to tell you, we won't have people protesting. People, you were asking that in 2002 there was real anger against Moi that was being shown in the streets and whatever. What is happening now that people are going for a civilized unrest? We are tired of this regime, the handshake. We don't have to shout, throw stones. You are alluding to a fact that Uhuru hajaipigwa mayai. How do you expect me to go to Kisii or Nyamira and get a mayai meoza nirushie Uhuru? Why? I'm civilized. We are in the 2022. I'll wait for him in the ballot and his project, and I will punish him severely without throwing an egg. So, and then you gave an example of William Ruto is this bully in high school, and then the next sentence you say William Ruto is a good guy. His time has not come. All I want to remind you is that it just as it came up a time in the United States of America that a black man had to rule. It has come a time in this country that the son of a poor man, and after William Ruto, it might be Bernard, it might be Alex, to rule this country. It has come to a time. It is the Obama moment in this country. It is the Obama moment in this country that a very poor person, a person with no background, will be the CEO of this country. And that is my submission. And Martin, nothing personal, is just politics.
Of the poor. Moi was the poorest of the poor. So was Jaramogi and all these people. So what are you talking about?
Atuya don't respond to that because we don't want Manene Aruto as hustler. He's not a true hustler. So this is a very patriarchal platform. Wacha tukubali Ziana ongee 2 minutes and then we go back to matriarchal. Ita levelize kidogo. Then Temba ama Bernard.
Alex,
bwana,
Bernard always does that. I will do what Bernard does. Let a woman go and neutralize the panel.
Alex, hold on.
Wacha nimalize. Mtu ameniattack kutoka right and left.
Alex will forget
Please.
what I wanted to ask Atuya, please.
Okay.
No, Nyumba, relax. Let a woman talk.
Order, please.
Let
Order,
a woman
Alex.
talk, and then you people will talk. Bernard,
Order, one moment.
pea Ziana aongee, then the wanaume wataongea.
Tafadhali, it is 13 minutes after 4 a.m. Have a session at 9 a.m. I'm out of here. Themba, take charge. See you later.
Good night, mchungaji.
So Themba allows
Umesikia
Ziana
venye
to speak.
nimeattakiwa, hadi watu utaninyima right
Okay,
of reply.
hold on. Let's mute.
That would be unfair.
Let's mute all of us. Okay, let's have the order kama kawaida. Before talking, kindly unainua mkono. Hakuna ku unmute alafu tunaongea bila kuinua mkono. So let's maintain that order. Alafu mtu akiongea kama vile Atuya ameongea, hata akikutaja si lazima wewe ndio mtu wa kuongea. Ameongea tu, so we can still allow other people also to talk. Lakini Mato, nimejua hiyo, you will get an opportunity to respond at some point, not at some point but after Ziana. So just stay there, Mato, usiende mbali. Ziana. That was the direction by Alex. So let's allow at least Ziana to say something. And then Mato will come and respond. And then tuendelee. Tusi unmute kama tujakuwa nafasi. It becomes a little bit orderly that.
Asante sana Themba, Alex, nashukuru sana. Atuya, Megi, Fred, Makasuti, Black, Nyuma, Martin Deto. Nashukuru sana. Themba, sijakuona kwa miaka mingi. Sina neno.
Mimi ukitaka kuniona unakuja hapa.
Sinakuja hapa unanitupa.
Around this time mpaka baadaye niko hapa. Mimi niko hapa ukitaka kuniona. Unanitafuta wapi?
Nikija unanitupa. Sawa
Wewe
tu.
unakuja kama masaa ya
shida.
Unakuja kama masaa ya kuingiza watu imepita.
Haya, sawa. Nashukuru. Leo hii naona hii safari ya baba kwenda ughaibuni. Hiyo safari ya baba kwenda ughaibuni niliona wameiandaa, nami nafurahia sana. Tutaona kati ya baba na Ruto. Ruto alikuja, sasa tunaona baba naye anakuja ughaibuni. Tutaangalia, tulinganishe, manake kila kitu huwa inalinganishwa. Kwa hivyo tutalinganisha, tujue nani ana nguvu. Atuya anaweza nipiga, lakini mi nasema tu nani ana nguvu. Haya, Islamic votes. Islamic votes, mimi hata siongei kwa umbali. Hiyo ni ya Raila, kwa sababu kila wakati unasikiza akiweka pamoja. Hata saa zingine huwa anaambiwa ya kwamba yeye hana dini. Kila wakati anaelezewa hana dini, kwa sababu anapenda kila mtu. Kwa hivyo Waislamu naye wanajua anawapenda. Tukiangalia kuna Joho, yule karibu naye pia ni Muislamu. Kwa hivyo kura za Waislamu. Haya, mimi naongea polepole na haraka na niseme sasa tuende kwa nini? Tuende pale Nairobi. Nairobi hiyo kura yote tunampatia nani? Tunampatia timu. Hata Fred Kasuti anajua mwana wa Ingol. Lazima tumpatie huyo. Hiyo ni lazima tupatie timu Wanyonyi. Kwa hivyo kura zetu msipoziangalia vizuri, hizo kura za Wanyonyi msipoziangalia vizuri haiwezekani. Timu Wanyonyi lazima tuangalie. Nilisikia mmoja wetu hapa alikuwa akisema timu Wanyonyi ati ndugu yake. Kwani hata wewe si una ndugu yako na kura yako na ya ndugu yako, wewe na ndugu yako mnafanana? Mnazaliwa tumbo moja, lakini kila mmoja anakuja na mambo yake. Kwa hivyo tusije tukaangalia mtu na ndugu yake. Kila mtu ana mambo yake. Hapa wengi mmezaliwa na mandugu, lakini mwezi linganishwa. Katika nyumba kuna wale ambao wanapenda politics, kuna wale ambao hata ukiwaambia maneno ya politics hawajui na wataki na wapendi. Kwa hivyo msije mkalinganisha timu Wanyonyi na Wetangula mwingine huyo mkubwa. Mimi sina mengi, labda nielezewe kama kuna swala, lakini sioni kama kuna swala. Niambiwe. Temba anakurudishia hayo.
Okay, asante Princess Diana kwa maoni yako mazuri hayo and ambayo yana ubusara. Nyumba, ulikuwa na swali?
Asanti Bwana Themba. Nilikuwa na swali na ilikuwa swali hiyo natarajia kwa Bwana Atuya. Let me talk in English. Bwana Atuya, me am a Jubilee member. My leader is Uhuru Kenyatta. Can you rectify the statement you released that Uhuru and Jubilee tunaingia kwa ODM? I totally disagree with that analogy. You'll answer. I've also got a question to Mr. Themba. I was directed to Bernard, but he has feared. He has run away. So Mr. Themba can handle this. I was here earlier and contributed on the topics issued. I went to try to sleep. There was no sleep. Themba, be very genuine. You tell me what addiction stuff you have put in this channel. Thank you.
Now, Nyumba, I want to answer to your second question, then allow Atuya. The second one is very interesting. I think we need to be putting a rider that this channel can be addictive, and so that you come in with caution, knowing that continuous exposure to Motembei channel can easily be addictive. You will find yourself not moving out of here. And you see, Bernard is going to sleep. He started going to sleep at I don't know what time. So you can stay here. So that is what we can say. It can be addictive. So
Are you saying you have put something in this channel to be
no,
addictive, or is automatic?
No, we are just you know, like when you go to buy I think in Kenya, when you go buying is it cigarette or they say cigarette smoking can be harmful to your health. So this one we say continuous exposure to Motembei channel can be addictive. So that is a rider we'll be putting down there. So that as you come in,
but you cannot explain a mystery. Every time you try to explain a mystery, you'll be blamed. That's a mystery. That's why Atuya is awake at 4 a.m. and is going to work at 7 a.m.
Atuya, jibu swali lako.
Alex, I work from home, so I have no issue waking up. But Nyumba, I'm sorry if I said that Jubilee has joined ODM. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to associate with ODM. I'm sorry for that. I'm really sorry. I know you don't you don't like the
No,
association.
I'm part of the Azimio.
Yeah, okay, then you should not feel bad when I say Jubilee imeenda kwa ODM. Like they have gone to a similar place. Jubilee and ODM, no difference.
I refuse.
Okay,
Jubilee is not being swallowed by ODM, please.
Okay, let me put it right. Jubilee na ODM ni kitu moja.
Atuya, you are very cheeky, but it's okay. Now, let me, who was coming next after Princess Diana, Alex, so that I'm well advised.
Ndeito has gone?
Yes.
Then it's Kasuti. Kasuti has been here for a while.
Okay, Kasuti, go ahead.
Thank you, Themba. My dear sister, Prince Siana, I will start with you by telling you this. Nairobi politics is all about arithmetics. It's all about the way you calculate. And you cannot go down there and collect people there. By the way, hiyo kitu imenikasirisha sana. Even although I'm a lawyer, but you cannot go down there, you bring the yani group ya watu wanajiita sasa hao ndio Waluya ndio wanakuja kusungumuzia. When you go with that one in Nairobi, you are losing the value. But the value, the stakes of Tim Wanyonyi was up there. Because Nairobi, once you start to engage politics of Nairobi, you become national. From Nairobi now you can aim to become president. But if you want to demote yourself to behave like Wetangula, go and seek the seat in there down there in Bungoma County, whereby now you can call your people and then you say that, oh, we want this, we want this, we want this. But Nairobi equation of watu hawa sisi ndio kusema no, hii haiko. Because the dominance of Nairobi, according to me, majority is the Kikuyu, followed by LUHYA, followed by Nyanza people, and then tuongeze Wakamba kidogo pale. That's why hiyo ndio hesabu ilitumika, ndio Songo akachukua. Songo alipikiwa kura na Wakikuyu 100%, ikadilitiwa tu kidogo na Wakamba. Na Wakamba hawa walikuwa wafuasi wa ODM. Hao ndio walipigia Songo kura, akajikuta ako ndani. Are you getting the point? Right now, when we present to you, you don't know what kile mzee Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta walikaa chini wakaangalia nini. So ndio wakasema ya kwamba let us present this ticket of Igathe, Polycarp Igathe and Tim Wanyonyi. That is a selling ticket without anything else. And I told you, I like one thing from William Ruto. Let me give him credit today. William Ruto is a good schemer from the word go. If he managed to scheme and pull out all Rift Valley from Moi, that's why Mzee Moi died without even reconciling with him. He came to ODM. When he was lifting ODM, he went with the half of ODM. At least baba alikuwa mgumu kumnyang'anya. Saa hii vile tunaongea hivi, Uhuru he stand no chance. Jamaa alipotoka paka kwake nyumbani, ameenda, he's a good schemer, that one, and a very shrewd politician. Tusisahau kuweka hiyo. The same way Uhuru Kenyatta is very shrewd politician and a very good schemer, a very good strategist. So they have sit down and they have calculated, wakaona ya kwamba we cannot be in presidential race and yet we lose Nairobi. That's where you know what Nairobi it means in Kikuyu land. Kwa sababu wameona hii position of deputy president is it's just as useless as the way it is, because kile wameona kile huyu kijana amefanya, hata amedemote, amedemoralize, ameitoa value. Hakuna mtu hata anayafurahia sayati ati ukue deputy president, kwa sababu unajua ya kwamba hauna say, hauna chochote, hakuna kitu unaweza sema. So wamesema ya kwamba hapa it is one of the ways kusema ya kwamba if we give them deputy president and then they negotiate about Nairobi and then they found themselves in Nairobi, we are aiming about Kikuyu's block, voting block. That is what Uhuru Kenyatta is after, and that is the only one, and that's mathematics is what it will tilt the equation of Mount Kenya. So they will see, waone hapa tumepewa hii na tuko na hii, so tuna stand a self chance kuliko kule upande mwingine kule. Nikisema hivyo leo sitaki kutumia maneno makali sana, atuya akasirika hapa, nitaanza kusema vile Bernard amesema hapa amekasirika. So nitatumia maneno mazuri ili at least tuelewane. Lakini politics ya Nairobi ni hivyo. Wesi ukasema ati sasa bila sababu sisi ni Waluhya ati mjumuko wengi, alafu sasa unakuja unaenda kama ulikuwa unataka kuonekana national, tungeona mtu fulani pale, tuone mtu fulani, tuone Nairobi community yote iko pale, hiyo ndiyo inakupigia upato. Hapo inge make sense my dear sister, but for now kama timu Wanyonya anataka hiyo siasa ya kijijini, arudi Bungoma, huko ndiko tutasimama tupike kelele if at all something goes wrong. But as for things stands today, yeye atakubali. Hata yeye mwenyewe alisema mimi nimepewa tikiti ya ODM, lakini siasa ya Nairobi saa hii mahali imefika niko pale juu. Principals wawili au wa Azimio ndio watakuja waketi chini, na hao ndio watakama up with the candidate and running mate. That is what I know, because himself he said you can go utafute utapata, alisema mahali. Lakini sasa hii equation ya ndugu yetu ama huyu deputy president kidogo tu, kuna kitu kingine Jimmy Wanjiki amesema juzi. Amesema ati wakati serikali iliundwa 2013, after victory 2013, walikuwa mahali watu wangapi? Watatu: Jimmy Wanjiki, Uhuru Kenyatta and Deputy President William Ruto. Na wakaulizana swali, tumeshinda, how are we going to divide this cake? Uhuru akasema kuliwekwa vitu viwili kwa meza, bunduki na nini na pesa. Uhuru akachukua bunduki. Security matters concerning security, anything security, because security is what drives the country. Security is what makes the country to be strong or to be the way it is. William Samoei Ruto akachukua pesa, financial. That's why in the same panel, in the same meeting, it is the time now the name Rotich came in place. Why? Because Ruto, he was the man controlling the economy of the country. Now, there is no way, nobody can come out and defend William Ruto in a mess that we are in today, because everything was there. There is no way you can blame Uhuru. Those people who are saying Uhuru, they have no morals, authority to blame Uhuru. From 2013 to 2016 is where everything was vandalized. It's where everything, budget zenye zilikuwa zimefanywa, zile projects zilikuwa zimekuwa initiated na Kibaki, zote walikuja because Ruto was in charge of finances. Hizo ministry zote, angalia energy, finance, sijui what, paka KPLC, paka transformer fake, sijui nini, I don't know, you can name it. you can name it. Hizi vitu zote zimebebwa paka zimekuja paka 2016 ndio Uhuru akasema no way. January, I think it was January, where he went further to break this cycle. Let me invoke what we call executive order number 1 to make a prime minister in quotes, where Madiangi came into place, because you see, if at all this trend will continue, the country is going the way of Zimbabwe. So that's why it's the point now when President started to act on the issues that has been making the country looks bad in the eyes of Kenyans. Now it's the time they parted ways. And for the Jimmy Wanjiki, when Ruto takes control of finances, all the deals that he was struck with the government, Ruto akamunyang'anya zote na akajichukulia na akajiwekelea na akafanya pesa na akatengeneza pesa. Sasa hakuna vile Ruto anaweza kukimbia away, kurun away with the issue, the current situation that Kenyans are facing today. That's why you hear President anasema your work is not to call press conference and start complaining, start yarning, start criticizing the government that make you to be who you are today. You enjoy what you are enjoying because of that government. So I'm very sure wherever this he called himself chief hustler, chicken seller himself, son of Sokoi, wherever he is right now, he stands no chance. That is in maturity what was Bernard was saying, because you are not answerable to anybody. Once you have been given something, you take it and you don't answer. You are not responsible to anybody. If he was a wise person, if he was a responsible person, when he was taking those those dockets, he could be answerable to President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Right now, he could be in a very good position. When he complains, we can listen to him. When he says something, we can listen to him. But he don't submit to anybody. He's a self-driven machine. You cannot even question him why this is happening. But that's why you hear that's why you see even Farouk Kibet has the audacity to slap people in his home, Karen. The same thing this boy did when he was in Moi's government. He slapped an old man in his state house. So the same, that's why wanasema what goes around always comes around. And the Bible tells me that cast your bread upon many waters because you'll find it after many days. What does that mean? You people, if you want these evils to come back to you, you just propagate evils, propagate propagandas. One day when those things will start be using against you, you will have nowhere to run. So as for me, let me end there. And if you have a question, you can ask. I think that is my short submission, and I'm about to leave. Thank you. Back to Themba. Themba naona hayuko. I don't know who was going next.
Themba, unataka nani aongee kama unatusikia? Nafikiria ni
Julia.
Martin ndiye alikuwa ameenda. Martin, unataka kuongea?
Thank you, Julia. Hey, sasa. Hawa watu wangu wenye walikuwa wamenigonga wameenda. Wako wapi?
Wako hapa. Abia tu akate. Martin is back to deal with you. Black to any cutting. Martin is back.
Walikuwa wameniingilia kabisa. Wako wapi? Tena sasa wanakimbia. Anyway.
Ongea, nasikia.
Na mtoke curtain huku atuchezagi hivyo. Huwezi chokoza moto alafu unapotea. Mimi ni moto ya kuotea mbali. But anyway,
kuna kitu nilikuwa nafanya.
Sawa bro. At the end of the day, LUHYA kuna hiyo Waja sasa Themba alinipoteza akili, amenikimbiza kila mahali, nilikuwa nimeandika vitu zangu. And Madam Julia, kama wewe ndio umeshikilia, nipatie tu dakika 2, Themba najua atanitoa haraka akifika hapo hivi. Atuya, kuna kitu moja tulikuwa tumesema. Mimi nasoma zile vitu nilikuwa nimeandika because I was countering you as you came. Kuna kitu moja leo tumefanya. Since I was at work, na saa zingine natokaga job, na mazina naanzanga kusikiza hii kitu nikiwa job mpaka nifike home, or mostly just a period of a while back nilikuwaga nikitoka job hivi naeka kwa phone as I'm driving to come to work. I mean to come home. Tangu nikiwa job, lo wewe na Black, Atuya na Black, mumefanya mpaka tukaleta Kip afanye statistics za what is happening, and you walked us in and through those statistics. Bro, you are Kenyan like me, you're my brother, regardless Uhuru apate, UDA ipate ama sisi pia tupate. At the end of the day, you're Kenyan just like me. Mtatembea huko kwenyu, but you gave us, and when you and the thing, there's a reason you come to this forum, knowing that wewe na Black, knowing that mtakuja kuchokoza tu, mtakuja rustle some feathers. Mnakujanga leo, tumewapatia mpaka Bernard akatolewa kwa nini na Alex akasema atafanya inaitwaje, they decided to go statistical, and we gave you that whole time for you guys actually to prosecute your case, because we believe in you guys, because you're all Kenyans. Yes, we are in Azimio. You guys are on a different side, but nowadays I'm starting to doubt if you're in that. I think you guys just come in here to make it, to make the conversation keep going and forget about what the conversation of the day was. I gave you my analysis of Kalonzo. I don't think there was anything I gave you that was wrong. But you know what? After that, you were just stuck with my name because you know my stand and you know where I stand. And I believe, by the way, Atuya and Black kama bado ananisikia, when we are here talking about these things, we're not talking about saying that other place is wrong or whatever is wrong. At the end of the day, this is a country that is mine, yours, Mama Julia's, and everyone that is in this conversation, regardless where you are, be it in Kenya, be it in Germany, be it in Afghanistan, and whatever. This is our country. We have to be smart on what we are doing. So me, I wanted to tell you that we've given you enough time. And kuni attack will never help anything. The people here will not let you attack me like that. And even me, they will not let me attack you like that, because we are here to talk as Kenyans and not as political forums, but also to change each other. And that's why you take so much time to come in this forum and talk to us. You can vote Ruto if you want, by the way. And maybe you can convince me to vote Ruto. But we talk about these things that are here. Different kind of politics. Yeah, right now we're trying to work a whole different kind of politics, not the politics that used to be that Moi amesema hivi ndio kila mtu anakimbia huku. Unaona sisi wengine, like most of you, the people that know me here, they know I'm against Kalonzo. He's my party. He's my tribesman. Today I gave you the logistics of Ukambani. I was waiting mazen toke job hivi tu nisemeo kitu. We have to think. We're young, good, and old people here too that come here and help us. Wananitaga sijui motivational speaker. But we have to remember this is our country beyond the politics and who's gonna be there. Ukitaka kuchagua mwizi nondo atu lead sawa. Ukitaka kuchagua mtu mwenye amekuwa there for reforms, sawa. Ukitaka kuchagua mwanamke, sawa. Ukitaka kuchagua mwanaume, sawa. We need to stop this. And then the other thing, when you, and I don't say that your political standing is wrong, but when you guys that come from different political standing than the majority over here, when you come into such a political forum that is really right there, and you know what it happens, and you keep on putting yourself in the same shoes over and over, that's called insanity. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. When you come to a forum, even they say when you go to Rome and you see how Romans works, you have to act like Romans. Ukikuja hapa hivi, know that you're messing with people's feathers when you come in and then unafanya kitu, because always, also, even in my life, mi hata tunasemanga, forget politics, you know, F politics. If 3 people tell you something and they rally around themselves, think twice. Just take a little bit of time. You might not be wrong, but just take a little bit of time to just think of what did these other 3 people see that I myself have not seen. Because me, sometimes I come over here, and when you guys come in, we're trying to talk and we're trying to accommodate you guys to be a part of, you know, this kind of conversation, because here we know the old people wenye wakwenda kupigana kwa mashamba huko ama wakwenda kupigana kwa vijiji. When we can come down and just talk, and you can bring your conversation, and we put it there, out there, and you have it, and then we have that conversation. Don't just come out there. You have a screen of 10 people, you're only 2 of you guys, and then you're out there trying to outshine the other people and not even having a real conversation, because what you're trying to do, you're trying to come back and counter what everybody says. And yes, you will get more coverage than Mato, because when you have people like Demba, Mama Julia, and people that actually know Mato understands these things, they're lenient with me because they know you know, he understands what's going on. So watanikalia ngumu kuliko wewe, because you bring a conversation. But also listen and be easy to try and change your mind, because we do change minds. Last one kabla ukuje, cause najua sasa nitagongwa hapa, nitaumwa, watu wa nini wakuje. The politics of a day, it does not matter if Uhuru, that was the other one I want to say. Somebody asked about Uhuru. Why is Uhuru so actively in politics? Uhuru is the chairman of Jubilee. Jubilee is part of Azimio. Now, Uhuru is not running for any seat. Uhuru is just somebody that is the chairman of it. What? You want him to not be? But at the end of it, by the time nimalize saizi, it will be this, kabla munichape. Kenya ni yetu si wote. Mkipatia Ruto ianguke, tutaanguka si wote na watoto wetu. Tukipatia Raila ianguke, tutaanguka si wote na watoto wetu. Tukipatia either of them na ifanyike, tutakuwa poa. You know what? As we are here on the screen, siku moja tutakaa mahali tuseme nani alikuwa. We were talking about this. So at the end of it, let's be smart. Let's think. And let's not think about politics of where you come from, what you do, and everything. Kenya has a boundary. We know how many countries imeborder. We know where our borders are. Kenya ni yetu regardless who wins, be it Raila, be it Ruto, be it ata I don't know, wenye Wajakoya wa Mandom, be it anybody. Kenya ni yetu. We want it to move on, and we don't want to export people anymore. We want to stay in our Kenya and live a good life. Me, I think leo sasa motivational speech ikuje bas. Thank you guys. Always nice to see you guys.
Okay, naona Atuya ameinua mkono and Justus pia ameinua mkono na pia naona okay, wacha nichukue kwanza Atuya alafu Justus. Atuya.
Nice one. Martin, sasa unaweka wapi tena? Oh, now me, I think I just wanted to remind him one thing. Martin, just stay there. I just want to remind you one thing. We are only two here, now just as is neutral, we are only two here, me and Black. And the fact that we have a different opinion does not make the 15 of you or even 100 of you right. So you cannot bundle us into the thinking that we should agree with you just to allow the conversation to go on. Now, that's why I told you, you are a very good scholar, but a very average politician. And that is not insults. You're here for scholarly reasons. Some of us were here for politics.
Okay, Justus unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Good. So you guys, I'm really excited to share with you on this platform. Today was my first time to be here, and it is really quite challenging, and I've been encouraging. And this is something that I can say. Kenyans, you know, we have a challenge ahead of us. Whoever inherits the presidency from Uhuru Kenyatta.
Hold on. Are you responding to what Martin has said?
I'm responding to everything and everybody that I've listened to.
Okay, you hold on, then you'll respond later.
Because
Hold
I
on,
know
hold
I
on,
won't
hold
have this chance again.
Okay, hold on right there. Hold on right there. The other people who haven't spoken. Julia, have you spoken? Okay, so wait. Let's have other people speaking, and then you'll come in.
Can you please let me make the point that I wanted to make before you
No,
do?
I'm not going to allow you to do that right now. There are also other people who want to speak. Why are you being selfish?
Okay.
Yeah, it's your first time, but we also appreciate that we can listen to other people so that we can also be listened to. That's how we do it here.
Okay, appreciated.
Thank you, sir. Julia, karibu.
Okay, asante. Naona topic ya leo ni baba ako anaenda USA, tunamkaribisha. Ni vile I won't have a chance to meet him. I think everybody wants to meet him. I heard Mama Selina atakuwa huko. I think she's going to represent us, and I think Baba is wonderful as far as diplomacy for Kenya is concerned. He's really an excellent representative for our country. I wish him well, and Johnny Masses. Now, hopes and expectations. I mean, Islamic vote. I think Baba commands a large fraction of the Islamic votes, even from history. The LUHYA Nation and Team Ticket. From my point of view, I'm of the opinion that both candidates qualify. I mean, Igathe and the other one, I think any of them, in whichever order, I have no problem. I'm not fixated ati ni wakati wetu ama ni wakati wa Wakikuyu, hapana. I'm not fixated. In whichever order, I mean, Team and Igathe, whichever order. If they decide Team is going to be the governor and Igathe deputy governor, it's okay for me. If they turn it the other way around, I think Baba and Uhuru are doing some excellent mathematics, and I think they are doing a good job. There's somebody was saying that Baba is no longer the same Baba we used to know. I think this goes to what Bernard was saying. As we get experience, we mature politically. And it's only a mad person who continues to do things the same way, expecting results. So I think the latest style of Baba's politics is what is likely to give him success. So it is not that he has changed to be a bad person or to be ineffective. No, I think he's exercising a lot of wisdom. So, and another thing, there has been some arguments here. I don't know, Mount Kenya Mafia or name them. The thing is, I was telling someone, whether mafia or not mafia, I think the main agenda of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta here is to make sure Baba goes to State House. That is what Uhuru is doing day and night. And the other agenda here is to ensure that Baba has as many members of parliament to support him as possible. And Baba has support from as many counties as possible. So I was asking the Azimio supporters, I know there's this Mount Kenya Mafia phobia. I don't know who is Mount Kenya Mafia. I think it was a creation some time back. But I think there exists a group of politicians in Mount Kenya, maybe, who are wealthy and who appear to decide on the politics of the day. Maybe there exist those people. Whether they exist or not, that's debatable. But I would like to say that as Azimio members, that is, when you use that, people from Mount Kenya feel balkanized in a negative way. So that is one way of chasing votes from Azimio. That is one way of chasing the same paradise as you have from Mount Kenya, from Azimio. So don't use those words in this platform. If you want Baba to get more votes from Mount Kenya region, those Uhuru supporters, they don't want to hear those things because they feel like they want to ask you, who asked to be born where? We were only found ourselves born in Nyeri, Nyahururu, others in Kakamega. Nobody asked themselves to be born anywhere. So when you say that Mount Kenya Mafia is trying to do this, yeah, there could be a lot of truth in that. I don't deny. In fact, I really don't deny. There are a lot of political interests from the wealthy and all that. But the way it is put sometimes be like, again, they want to control Baba. Okay, if Uhuru achieves in making sure Baba wins for presidency, that's our main agenda. Now, Team Wanyonyi and Igathe, whoever becomes governor, if that will help us get votes, that's our agenda. So I think we should not lose focus here. Now, if that will help us get more counties, more governors, that will have achieved the agenda. If that will help us get more members of parliament. So let us not dance to the Kalonzo style of politicking. Let us be above board. And I think that's what Baba is doing. So when just as you ask at Baba amebadilika, Baba amekuwa mwelevu. Hawezi pata kura za Wakikuyu with former politicking. You cannot get those votes. You got to change style. Even Uhuru got to change style. He cannot get support from the Luos unless he changes style. He cannot continue calling them our Jaluo. He cannot do that. It would be foolishness for him to do that. Uhuru got to change style of politicking so that the rest of the Kenyans accept him. And I think that is what we should all do. You cannot do things in the same way and you expect results. So I have really, the last a few months, I'm beginning really to appreciate Baba's style of politics. And if you ask me after this, he's one of my political heroes. I can tell you that. And let me surprise you. I have never been seen Uhuru as my hero. I want to surprise you this. All the days, even the day he died, he was fronted by Moi. I never even used to think he qualifies to be president. Even the first time he vied for parliamentary seat, I thought that was a wrong idea because I used to think he's a spoiled brat or something, just like many Kenyans have always seen Uhuru to be that. But the last 1 year, since he began working with Baba, I'm so impressed with Uhuru politics. I'm so impressed. There's somebody who was analyzing this last night and he was saying, yani Uhuru anatuchezea karata, anakaa behind the scenes. He just produces missiles. Tunasikia hii. And things are falling into place. I'm getting very impressed with Uhuru Kenyatta. And I think when he retires, he'll be my hero too. So what I'm trying to say, it is only a mad person who does things the same way and expects results. So Baba's styles of politics right now, according to me, are just wonderful. And I look forward to see a Baba presidency. So for Team Wanyonyi and Igathe, whoever becomes governor, or if one becomes governor, the one deputy, if that will help Azimio campaigns, well and good. I think that is what we are concerned about. Now,
The second one is
the other thing is that I want to go to what Atuya, I think, was saying, and Mr. Black. First, Mr. Black, I don't know, between the two, talked about Youth for Kanu 92. Youth for Kanu 92 is a bad word in Kenya. It's like a curse word. It is a cause of the downfall of our economy. Because if you remember Youth for Kanu 92, you remember the Jirongo 500 shillings. And that is when Moi foolishly and his advisors said cycle style. Central Bank ikatoa pesa. The Jirongo 500 shillings note. I hope that's not UDA is planning to do. And the Kenyans swear that money was floated in the economy, and the value of the Kenyan shilling fell like it has. We have never recovered. So that takes me to what Wanjigi said the other day, that I don't know how true that is. It's an allegation. We can use that as an allegation that that when Uhuru and Ruto shared the government half-half, Uhuru was in charge of the security and Ruto was in charge of the economy. And so now we know why our economy is performing so badly. We are going to the dogs. I mean, we've been going to the dogs. And thank God for the 5 years that Ruto decided to go walk to tanga around. The chief chicken seller began tangling. Maybe we could have recovered, but we are going to the dogs thanks to the chief chicken seller. And I think Mr. Black and Atuya, I think talk about Ruto. I mean, your candidate, try and popularize him with other things, but don't talk about the economy, because when you remind us about him and the economy, remember the scandals that he has had. The scandals are too many. Some of them are like Weston Hotel scandal. We talk about the Maze scandal, the NYS scandal, the IDP land scandal. I mean, his scandals are countless. You remember recently we had a debate in Parliament. Can you imagine members of Parliament debating the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and his corruption scandals? And that person is vying for presidency. It is a shame that we have that kind of a person vying for presidency. So if you got to talk about that person, I think you're gonna tell us what else he can do for us, but don't tell us about the economy, because at a bottomless pit, bottom ups is like a bottomless pit. So me, I would like to urge fellow Kenyans that let's support Baba, because you have a reason to run for your dear life. If some imagination comes to your mind that the chief chicken seller can become the next president of this country, because you'll be sending our dear country to the dogs. And I think that's what Martin Deta should have told Atuya. So if we got to discuss policy, let's discuss what we can do for this country. Let's talk about people who are going to loot our public coffers. Somebody who can even snatch your land, Mr. Black. You calling him a hustler? Yani mtu ananyaganya mwananchi kama mimi ardhi. I'm a person, a poor person like some of us. I mean, a politician who takes land even from common men. What kind of a politician is that? You're calling him a hustler? Don't do that. I think you need the definition of a hustler. And I think the UDA people have changed the definition of a hustler to be something like stealing, grabbing, steal as much as you can. Probably that's the definition of a hustler from the UDA camp. Sami naomba Black na Atuya, mkisema maneno ya chief chicken seller, naomba mseme ati yeye ni hustler, because we are going to define him with all the scandals that are around him. We can define him, and you can ask Kenyans who is the most corrupt Kenya. Finally, about the votes, the analysis that was given here by Kip and Mr. Alex, there's a lot of truth in that. Now, first, I think Raila enjoys a lot of fanatic following, which is not easily to destroy. I mean, he enjoys a lot of, if there's one person who enjoys fanatic following in this country, Amolo Odinga. Now you're following, and the evidence is, even people from Western will vote for Baba even when Mudavadi is vying for presidency. That tells you that Raila has a fanatic following. And not just in Nordland, even in Western Province. Now, if you look at the numbers right now, we can talk about what Alex and Kipo was talking about, the Baba's fanatic following. And then we can talk about the Mount Kenya region, which is now basically confused on where to go. So I think Black and Mr. Tuya, you can tell us here and agree with us that the chief chicken seller no longer has the command of Mount Kenya region like Uhuru had. And the evidence is even here. Why I can come to this panel and talk about boldly on supporting Baba and Nyumba here and others is because there are many people from Mount Kenya region who have decided they do not want the country's economy to be looted. They have made up their mind they have nothing to do with people who are surrounded by corruption scandals. So those people are many Mr. Tuya in Mount Kenya region. So we cannot agree here that Ruto doesn't have the command of votes that Uhuru had. So that puts him on a losing end. So if you are to be sincere, I think we are going to look forward. On 10th, Mr. Themba, we are going to come back here and look at the numbers. Or maybe we should not sleep. I think at this time on 9th, the numbers will begin coming in on our TVs. And we'll begin analyzing them because I can assure you, Mr. Tio and Mr. Black, the chief chicken seller will not gather more than 6 million votes. Na hiyo nikimpatia 6 million nimemsaidia sana. Naomba nitimize hapo Mr. Themba, asante.
Okay, thank you so much, Julia. We'll allow Ellie also to give something, and then now we open up the discussion for a few minutes before we close. Ellie Omondi, karibu. If you can unmute.
Thank you, Themba. I just have 2 points. I've been sitting here enjoying the discussion, but first I would like to point 1 or 2 things about your house rules. I think you subject the discussants or the panel to a lot of censorship, especially if they have a contrary opinion. I think that's not a good way of conducting a debate. It's you're denying them, the rights that majority of the speakers have, and that's not good for a good platform like this. Number 2, and I'm not here to point the wrongs, I'm just saying what I observed. Number 2 is I think, again, you're censoring people in the chat room when there's contrary opinions. I'm not talking about the abusive texts that you see there or the spams, but I specifically said something there today and it was censored. And this is not the first time it has happened when I'm on this platform, and it discourages me from coming here anyway, because I find it as a useful place as a person in the diaspora to find out what people are saying back home, and this is very important to me, like everybody else. So I just wanted to note those 2 things. On the topic that you're discussing, I was surprised that this idea of sectarian interests of you've got that thing there that says about the Islamic vote, that it can influence an election in Kenya. I'm not too sure about this. I think we're in the period of Ramadan and all those politicians are joking for position. They want to be recognized and be seen on the media. I don't think we have ever reached that place where we're talking about an Islamic vote as opposed to what, a Christian vote or what? It doesn't really, it's not scientific. It doesn't make any sense. But it's good that we're discussing it. Anyway, those were my 2 or 3 points. Thank you.
Okay, you can mute. You on your first 2 points. We don't censor no one, and no, this gentleman here, Atuya and Black. Black, kwa nini umeingia kwa nini? Umeingia kwa curtain. Rudi hapa. Usiweke curtain. These 2 gentlemen, these are my good friends. Atuya, we don't hold the same opinion. And even this Black guy, we don't hold the same opinion, but we listen to them. We listen to them. I think everybody here who has been here long enough knows that I allow people to, even if you have contrary opinion, this place we want to listen to you. The thing is, you don't have to follow what I'm saying, right? I'm here to submit and persuade you. But if you don't get persuaded, it's okay. There are 207. We are only around right now. We are around 9 people on the panel. There are 207 people listening. So if I target only this, then I lose it. But if I make my presentation in the way of trying to persuade, the many people who are listening, you never know where the seed might fall. So I think if a debate gets heated, sometimes it does get heated, but it is for everyone here to feel like they have a right to be listened to. I keep saying that when you come towards the end, and I said nobody has more rights than the other person. Our numbers here do not necessarily mean that we have more rights than any other person. And that's why that gentleman called Atuya comes here every day, and Black too. So I think that one is a misrepresentation of our position and our debate as a team here. In any particular, they say that if you pick a bowl of beans, one of it will be having some issues. It doesn't mean all the beans are bad. So if at one point or another our debate has suggested that is not our position, is our debating here, anybody should feel free. However, we insist on respect, we insist on civility, and we insist on appreciation of respect for everybody's opinion. So no one person has a monopoly of views. So it's hata ukikuja hapa unasema tu, I say anybody can come here as long as you have a gadget, you have connectivity, you have something to share, and a willingness to learn. So if at any point anybody has felt like they are not needed here, that is not true, and we will try to make sure that we point that across. However, debating means that we can counter argue what you have said. You can counter argue what I'm saying. It doesn't necessarily mean agreement. We don't have to agree. And I told Black as such, he can hold his view, I can hold my view, we can differ, that's the nature of debate. Why should we come? This is not a choir where we have to sing the same tune, right? We are as diverse as we come. And our democracy in Kenya allows for that. So I think I needed to point that out. The rest, I think, is your opinion, and you can hold it, and that's okay. So I think that's what I needed to put out there. Do not, even you, Elio Mondi, if you put something that is out of view hapo chini, tutaifuta tu. You don't need to insult. Like, for example, you don't have to insult Raila. You don't have to insult. You can differ with Raila for all you want. You can differ with Ruto for all you want. We don't have to start insulting communities, insulting Luos, insulting Kikuyus. We don't want that. We are all Kenyans. Our constitution appreciates our divergence of views. So that's what I needed to say. So kama ilikuwa censored hapo chini, maybe, and that is what we don't want. We don't want people throwing insults. Maybe uliweka insults.
No.
We will throw it away. Yeah,
Themba.
but the rest
Themba.
yeah.
please, let me just come in, right? We're not children here, okay? I put this very clearly. One of the panel said, let's give Ziana, 2 minutes, the woman 2 minutes. It sounded it just sounded very cheap and derogative. And I thought you don't need this kind of language here. We're all equal. So I just put a small comment there. It was not an insult, right? And you're being censored for saying something. That's a conversation. We're having a conversation, right? And if you censor something because you think it sounds like an insult, I just think it's ridiculous. You guys should stop censoring people
I request we move
when they're
forward,
trying to
please.
help you guys are moderating this thing very well, but sometimes you can be heavy-handed, and that's what I'm trying to suggest. And it's not a criticism of your person. It's just what I see. You just encourage, the same way you're moderating this panel, you should also be fair on the chat room there, because you find that there's some people, they will not even be comfortable to come to the visual panel. Maybe they're not, maybe they just don't have that same comfort that other people have. So they prefer to speak loud on the chat. Yeah. And I have that tendency myself. Sometimes I don't want to come to the, the video discussion that we're having now, because I prefer to just read what people are saying. Sometimes people talk a lot of rubbish, but we cannot be too serious. Sometimes we just need to enjoy what they're saying. But sometimes you see some offensive comments, so you hear some offensive comments, and that's what I pointed out. So please, it's not an attack on your person, but we've been here before, and I'm just saying, let's just be fair in this platform. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Let's move on. I want to bring in Justus. Alikuwa ameinua mkono sana. Justus, sema so that we can, if there any response you want to give, we'll have that and then we start closing. Yeah, Justus.
So I had a few points that I wanted to point out, but you cut me off. All the same, this is one thing that I want to say.
No, Justus, when you're given time, you go to your point. You don't just say you don't have to start attacking me. I have the right.
I'm not attacking you.
Wait, I have. Hold on, Justus. I have a right as a moderator to cut you off anytime.
Right. I respect that. So I left the point that I wanted to put across and say a few things here, a few remarks. In the end, one of us has said one thing: we are Kenyans. Doesn't matter the tribe, doesn't matter the religion, we are Kenyans in the end. Out of the two guys, one will win, another will lose. This will not make us less Kenyans than the others. The loser will not be less of a Kenyan than the winner. But this is one thing we all pray for. Let every vote count. Let's not have ujeuri. Let every vote, this is our prayer. Let every vote count. If every vote doesn't count, then we might have a problem. Let every Kenyan go and cast their vote, and let every vote that has been cast count. That's one point that I wanted to put across. Another point, we as Kenyans, we need to admit one thing. We are in a problem. We have a problem as a nation. Our people are dying, hungry, sick, and all that. Whoever inherits the next government whether it's Raila Odinga or William Ruto, there is a problem. We have to come together as a nation and find a solution of the way forward, because we are inheriting an economy that is broken down. Actually, we are inheriting madeni. I have no more.
You sound so disillusioned as a Kenyan.
Yeah, I am. I am,
Why are you
because
telling? Why? You are. There was one prophet. I think if Nani was here, if Kasudi was here, would have been the right person. There's a prophet in the Bible who his work was only crying. Which prophet was that? Until
the
he was
prophet
told.
of doom. You can just call him the prophet of doom. That's
There's a
fine.
particular prophet. What was his name, Julia?
I think it's Jeremiah.
Yeah, this one looks like that prophet. How can you just come crying every time? And you are not seeing any positive. So people should not go voting because
No,
there's Madeni.
this is my point. Let every vote count. That is my point. Let every vote count.
Okay, we've had you. Now, there's a Jumba, you wanted to say something. You had raised your hand. You can unmute. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. Thank you, Wanathemba. Not necessarily today's topic. I said I'd contributed earlier, but maybe comments. Say it's getting morning for work. I support what Julia said. I'm an elder. And there's one question, when asked to most people, I think they don't answer it correctly. They asked, suppose you are to live your life afresh from when you are young up to now. And I've said I'm an elder. Me, I would say I will not live it similarly because I've understood some things. The ones who say they will live the same life, they have understood nothing about life. They have not learned anything about life. This is to do with Raila. So Raila has to change. Me, I've changed. When I was young, I was very impatient with nonsense. I was temperamental. I could box you, you bring nonsense to me. Now I can't. I've learned more. I'm changed. And so many other things, I will not do the same the way I used to do. You keep on changing. In Kikuyu, people with a lot of white hair on their heads were respected because of what they have seen. They are wise. Those are the wise men. So I've answered even the ones who are saying here, by the time they reach my age, they will have changed. So thank you, Julia, for that. I'm just about to finish. On Nairobi, gubernatorial seat, I said I'm Jubilee Azimio. I don't mind he got the team ticket, but I think it should have been handled differently. There are very strong guys who have done a lot of groundwork, spend a lot of resources, people like Narich and Ngatia and others, and all of a sudden, somebody comes from nowhere and takes over, although that's life. For example, even Mother Karua could not say she was to be near the deputy presidency, but she is almost there now. So things change. But I think the Nairobi one, they should have done some gifted or some competition of some sort, not only picking Igade and team. But as I'm saying, life has its own momentum and you cannot change it. There's a time I had written off Kibaki ever becoming the president of Kenya. Then life, things change. It's God's plan, actually. We plan, but God executes. And finally, Kibaki, after trying so many times, he became the president of Kenya. Just by something Kibaki Tosha, things changed overnight. And even more, if you remember well, there was a big change constitutional campaign to buy him. And even when he took over, he was taken as a passing cloud. That passing cloud stayed there for 24 years. So I'm saying life has its own momentum, or God's plan is beyond our comprehension. Now, on Mr. Mondi, your complaint to the moderators, I think all of us, we have to be careful. I've said even I'm very apprehensive on this panel for the language that is used. I would fear. I've been there behind the scenes for a long, many months actually, but I was fearing not to come here, and somebody uses a very rough language to me now. I've said, I'm mellowed now. Age has mellowed me. Physical fight, I can't. I'll run away. Verbal fights, I can't tolerate actually. I'll run away. So you can see, even as you complained, Bwana Mondi, you used a word that was not really nice. You said you are not children, okay? That was not very nice either. To the, it's just sarcastic a bit. So let's all of us be fair. There's a time earlier on when there was a lot of quarreling, and I agree with the Omondi. Some of us may not really want to be in a situation where there's a lot of argument, House of Babel, and all that. So it's my prayer that we keep our language moderated and respect each other. Finally, sometimes, that's to Mr. Themba, some comments that appear and they're brought on board here, they're bad, of very bad taste. I've seen a number, and I wish it was not brought overboard. It should be even somebody deleting it immediately. Some are really bad. Thank you for giving me that time.
Thank you so much, Nyumba. We try our best, and I try personally. I do not attack anyone, and I do not address people. I address what they have said. So when you say something, I address the content of your thoughts. I don't address the character of the speaker, because I cannot judge that. I'm not the judge of character. I do not judge your character because I don't know you. But I look at the content of your thoughts, and that is what I speak to. Right. So if I differ with it, if we can all try to do that, we will have this very we'll have this thing very clean and very nice. And I think we've tried so much to do that, Nyumba. We try, but I mean, you can always, of course, sometimes you can have those moments, but I think we have really tried. For you to say that it's addictive to come here, then it means we are largely okay. I keep saying that there's a day I went to buy nyama from a certain shop, and when I told them that usinipe nyama ile haina mfupa, akaniuliza, wewe ni nyama tupu bila mfupa, wewe mwenyewe. So even when you go out in a place where you're meeting so many people, you'll have those outliers. And for those who have done research, you appreciate you have outliers. There are those people who will be so quiet, those people will be so, but we'll try to attempt for us majority of the time to be on the average good, average respect, average appreciation of a divergent view. That's what we try to be here. Yes, Julia, what is it?
Thank you. Actually, I've been leadership, even in church leadership. And
Yeah.
as you say, you are right. You don't tell, by the time I come here, you don't know what I'll say. So you do your best. I agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Julia.
Okay, I just want to tell Mr. Nyumba that Richard Gatia, I was listening to this debate. There are people saying that he has corruption scandals, and a clip was played, I think sometime back when Raila was pointing out something about Richard Gatia. Maybe that is why they kicked him out. Maybe, I don't know what happened, but I think that could be one of the reasons. I think he's mentioned in the KEMSA scandals or something, I'm not sure. I think we can call that allegations. I'm not sure. Mr. Eli Omondi, please don't be discouraged. Sometimes we are so confrontational. Inafikanga wakati wingine Themba anatamani kututupa sote nje. And we thank God he has never sent us, all of us packing. Okay, the debate sometimes becomes hard, becomes confrontational. I think we'll take this governor for where anasema usiweke siasa kwa roho. Sijui anaitwa nani? What is the name of this Rift Valley governor?
Mandago.
Mandago anatuambia tusiweke siasa kwa roho, because I think if we get so annoyed, we will not talk to Atuya or Mr. Black. But the fact that Atuya and Mr. Black have different opinions, that does not mean that there's enmity between us. It's okay for them to defend Uda. It's okay for them to tell us about Ruto and the good things they think about Ruto. It's okay. It's okay for me to list all the corruption scandals I think about Ruto. And I'm good in that. I can write a notebook for that day to present here, because I want to prove to Kenyans that Ruto is not electable and should not even be in the ballot paper to vie for presidency. But at the end of the day, I think we don't become enemies. We are okay. We talk with one another. Now, the thing that somebody said, President Zayana be given a chance, that is like a tradition in this forum, that especially for Bernard, I've not seen them but doing that. Especially for Bernard, he likes to give ladies some privilege. Like if I am here and I just came in, he will say that, wacha Julia, gender balance, he will say that, wacha Julia onge. It's kind of a thing. It was not meant to maybe demean someone. It is just kind of a thing that happens in this show. So it didn't mean to demean someone. So maybe you are surprised that why women, why we mama, and sometimes somebody will call me Mama Julia. I'm okay, because I have been this show and have told them I have a 22-year-old son and a 24-year-old daughter. So I'm okay. Unajua sisi bado ni wa Kenya, tuko pale Kenya. Na Kenya, if you call me here, I'm surprised children of my son's age just call me Julia, and sometimes it's so annoying. But Kenya, if I'm on the streets, either they will say auntie, I'm a mama, I'm a mom. You know, it's kind of a level of respect when they address us like that, because they don't want to call us by name. So because we are here on this show, we take back our culture back to Kenya, and we are okay with it. It's not really disrespectful. It's not disrespectful. We're going back to our traditions. So I think I understand you. I feel you, and I feel any other person, especially those who are in diaspora, especially if you're not been in this show. And I would urge, if you're in the diaspora, before you come to the show, get yourself equipped with what is happening on the ground. Like what Justice is saying, that things are so bad. Mr. Justice, things are not so bad in Kenya, as you put it. I mean, Kenyans are very hardworking. So I want you, please equip yourself with the information on the ground. Just keep equipping yourself. Equip yourself with the lugha ya mtaani. Ukishika hiyo lugha ya mtaani, utajua kuna tofauti ya wazee na wasee. Juku wasee ni wale vijana. And I think na wakikuita mbuyu, wanasema wakiona nyumba wanasema yule mbuyu asijui alifanya nini. You'll not be offended. You'll understand how they're describing you. I mean, lugha ya mtaani, you know, I have youngsters and they send me all sorts of texts, and I have to ask them, can you define what you are saying? Can you ebu fafanua ile text ulilitumia, fafanua ulikuwa unamaanisha nini? Those are my two kids. So I think the diaspora, sometimes we suffer from the fact that we are not in touch with the ground. So sometimes the things people say here may annoy us, or you may think they are demeaning. Kama yule mbaba alikuwa anasema akona how many wives? You know, I was feeling like coming in to thrash him. And then I thought, no, he's a Kenyan. He has the right to have as many wives as he wants. Why can't I mind my own business? You know that? But if you say that he was saying, I don't know, he has how many wives and several concubines. And he was saying
5.
on TV, yeah. Can you imagine? Can you believe it? He was saying here, but still nobody picked a fight with him. He's in his own rights. That's what I'm saying. So I guess I think going forward, Mr. Demba, we are doing good. I don't think some of us started like this. I think even this show is improving us and our courtesy. And for the moderators, I agree with them. When I look at Bernard and Demba, I see like a teacher in the classroom. Mimi ni mwalimu. When I'm in the classroom, if I say you keep quiet, you keep quiet. If you're not keeping quiet, hapa America nimewaambia, mimi ni mwalimu. Wananiambia tuko America, nawaambia hapana, you are in my classroom, hauko America, you are in my classroom. And I tell them, you keep quiet when I'm talking, and you only talk when I have allowed you to talk. And you got to say something, you raise your hand. Now to America, wananiambia ati they have a right to talk. Naambia hapana, you have a right to talk outside my classroom. Because they know the consequences. Okay, what I'm trying to say, Demba and Bernard, they got to control the show. So even when Julia is saying something that they don't want me to say, you know, they got to control the show. Hata kama naona ninaingiliwa, they got to tell me, Julia, fikisha hapo. And it's okay. It's okay. Si ati unaniingilia, it's okay. It is only bad if I'm the one disrupting you, Mr. Eli Omondi, and telling Mr. Eli Omondi, stop talking. That one now is bad. And Demba should tell me, Julia, stop doing that. That's how I see it. I think that's how everybody else should see it. Come on, moderators, it is their job to decide who talks when and for how long. Thank you, Demba.
Okay, thank you. Julia, unajua umesema Mbui. Wewe ukirudi saizi Kenya ile shengi iko huko utapotea.
Yes, those people are they say stuff.
Umesikia shengi ya Madocho? Umesikia shengi ya Madocho akanayo?
Hata majuu nilisikia juzi, sikujua majuu.
So you need to update your sheng. Yes, Makiadi, habari gani? Wacha tusikie Makiadi azungumze kidogo kwa sababu
salama.
Umekuja kuchelewa Makiadi.
Salama Demba. Pole sana, nilikuwa nimeshikana mahali, pole sana, lakini nimekuwa nikiwa na show kuanzia saa 7 mchana, ni vile tu singeweza kuingia kwa sababu nilikuwa
sasa nataka utufanyie vitu mbili Makiadi. Kwa sababu ina few minutes tutaweza kuchukua closing remarks ukimaliza tu tunaanza kuchukua closing remarks. So nataka ufanye vitu mbili. Moja, utatoa maoni yako kwa dakika fupi, alafu ya pili utatusomea ile part ya constitution kama kawaida. Then I'll give everybody at least a minute to give a closing remark, and then I think we can call it a day. We meet again tomorrow. Ama namna gani Black? Black ameninyamazia, hataki kuongea.
Maybe perhaps on Julia, vile tukutaka kukatia katikati. Unajua at least sisi tuko na ile courtesy ya kungojea mtu aongee, alafu sasa ndo sisi tuongee. Hatunanga ile tabia ya kuingilia mtu katikati akiwa anaongea. So I don't know if you can allow me to interject just for a minute in regards to corruption, that is.
Yeah, you will do that on your closing. Sawa?
It's fine, it's okay.
Yeah, andika tu hapo kwa your closing remark utajibu hiyo kuna kitu za kujibu Julia. Makiadi.
It's fine.
Asante sana. Kwanza ni salimie wote, panelists wote. Imekuwa siku nzuri, nimekuwa nikisikiza mjadala kwa kando kule, na nimefurahia sana kusikia mambo mengi ambayo siko najua na mengine ambayo nilikuwa najua. Nilikuwa nataka kumake a few comments peke yake briefly. Kitu ya kwanza nilisikia Justus akisema ule Raila wa kitambo walikuwa najua si Raila wa saa hii. Justus, I think Raila has aged enough. Zile vitu Raila alikuwa anafanya akipigwa na mawe, I don't think saa hii isn't going to do those things anymore. Raila has fought for the country, and I think it's time for him to settle down. I think hata Raila angeamua kuretire saa hii aende, bado watu wangemfuata waseme aende arudi serikalini ama arudi kwa limelight kuwatetea. Kwa hivyo people wametaga Raila kama mpiganiaji wao kwa muda mrefu sana, and I think it's time other people can also go out there waende wakapigwe na tear gas wakiprotest. So Raila will not do that at this moment. It was a moment for peace. Alichukua hiyo initiative kwenda kusalimiana na Uhuru Kenyatta, and I think I also congratulate him for doing that for the betterment of this country. Now, ikikuja nimesikia watu wakiongea mambo ya statistics leo. Akina Tuya, akina Black pale wametupatia statistics mingi sana. One thing nataka kusema ni kwamba William Ruto hajai run for president ya Republic ya Kenya. So ninashangaa sana wakati mnachukua numbers za 2013 na 2017 mkisema ati Jubilee ilipata hapa. Jubilee haiko kwa ballot this time ya president, wakati hii ni UDA versus Azimio. Kwa hivyo zile namba ambazo mnakuja kutuambia hapa sijui Uhuru alishinda Trans Nzoia ama nini, hizo namba zilikuwa za Jubilee za Uhuru Kenyatta. William Ruto hajai run for president, na inafaa tungoje saa hii wakati ambapo wako kwa ballot ndio tuseme next time tukianalyze numbers tutasema William Ruto alipata county hii, namba kiasi hii, na mwaka huu amepata kiasi hii. Kwa hivyo msitupatie, don't compare statistics of Jubilee under Uhuru Ruto with Raila. Zile numbers za Raila zenye alipata last time, Raila was on the ballot. When it comes to the running mate, that's a different issue altogether. The last thing I want to talk about ni mambo ya Nairobi governor. Mimi nimesema hapa na nitarudia tena. Igathe is a very lucky man. If you are born Igathe, then you must be a lucky man. Igathe aliacha kazi 2017 wakati na Kenya, aliacha kazi. Na sababu zake za kuacha kazi hajawahi elezea watu kinagaubaga ni nini kilimfanya akawacha kazi. 2022 miezi 3 kwa election, Rigathi anarudi akisema anataka promotion. Ndemba, ukiacha kazi yako leo uende ukae nyumbani miaka 5, urudi kwa the same boss umwambie sasa unataka kuwa manager wa hiyo department yenye ulitoka, I don't think kuna mtu atakupatia hiyo kazi. So I don't believe Rigathi is the right person for that job. I'll give you a chance, Nyomba. Just give me a minute. Let me finish. I'm almost done with this. I don't think Rigathi is the right person for that job. He was given this job. Circumstances zilifanya akawacha kazi, hatujai jua ni zipi. Wengine wamemtetea wakasema alikuwa na bad working relationship na Sonko. Ruto na Uhuru wamekuwa na bad working relationship. Sijaona Ruto akitoroka, amekaa kwa hiyo ofisi, kitu ambaye amefanya na ile hajafanya sisi ndio tunajua. Kwa hivyo mtu akikupigia kura alafu tupe huko kwa choo alafu utoroke alafu next time unakuja kumwambia kupata promotion, I don't think it's fair. Ikikuja kwa huyu jamaa anaitwa Ngatia, kitu ya kwanza alitajwa kwa scandal mingi sana. Hakuna scandal mingi sana ambazo mimi siwezi sema ni alleged kwa sababu jina lake limeonekana kwa hizi scandals. Na kitu cha pili, Ngatia ako na questionable, this one I'm saying from, without fear of contradiction, ako na questionable academic papers. Inasemekana alisomea Croatia University, sijui ni gani hiyo. Hii makaratasi yake hata ijulikani ni wapi. These are the people kama wakina Waitito wenye walienda wakasomea India, walikuwa darasa moja na Kabogo huko India na hawakuwa wanajuana, lakini walijua ya kwamba walikuwa kwa darasa moja wakati walileta nomination papers za kwenda kuchaguliwa governor Kiambu. So people like this ni watu ambao wamezoea backdoor, na I don't think these are the right people for Nairobi. Upande wa Tim Wanyonyi, niliongea hapa jana na nikawasomea record ya Tim Wanyonyi. Tim Wanyonyi is a sober guy. Huyu jamaa ile kazi amefanya Westlands in terms of empowerment, CDF, bursary, hizo vitu zote ambazo Tim Wanyonyi amefanya. His record speaks for itself. He has a clean record. He is a performer. And I can tell you guys, if Azimio decides to go with the guy, I would advise Tim Wanyonyi to go independent, kwa sababu Tim Wanyonyi ndio mtu ambaye ako pale kivyake. Hao wengine wamesukuma wako na interest za watu wengine, and I can tell you hata Sakaja on a clean day in the morning hawezi kumshinda Tim Wanyonyi. So hii Nairobi watu wanajipigania interest zao, lakini mimi nikiangalia ninaona Tim Wanyonyi is the best person, is the best suited person for this job. Mimi nimemalizia hapo, unless kuna mtu ana kitu ya kuniuliza.
We don't want to open the debate further. Nyumba, 1 minute, 1 minute kwa Makiadi alafu.
I'll take even less than a minute. Igathe could not work under Sonko. Sonko was hiring, firing, CECs, CEOs. So even if he could not sack Igathe as a deputy, that was not tenable. Igathe is a very qualified person. And I think he has moved to so many serious companies as CEO since then. So his qualifications are known. Now, Igathe need not be the governor. I'm saying either Igathe the governor, Tim Wanyonyi the deputy, or even the other way around, it could work. But there's political element into this. Not only the qualifications, political input is there. I'm through. I could not agree with Rich here of the qualifications of Igathe. He's a very qualified person who has been employed by so many serious organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyumba. Now, on to what we are just about to do. What we also do here, we do civic education. And what we're trying to do, we notice that people don't read the Constitution. And I even heard it being mentioned in some interview somewhere that Kenyans don't read. And therefore, we took it upon ourselves to try and sensitize Kenyans about the Constitution. So we have been going through the Constitution. We started chapter 1. Those who have been following us, you've been hearing us reading it. The reason we are doing that is at least we make Kenyans aware of what are the constitutional provisions. So we are on chapter 4 and we're almost finishing chapter 4. And Makiadi kindly take us through that. Then we take our closing remarks. Alafu tumalize.
I request to leave, Chairman.
Okay.
I have the Constitution in my house here.
Okay, that's
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, see ya. Makiadi.
Aya, Black naona umetuma kwa message huko pia unataka kutoka. Sitachukua dakika mingi hapa, nitasoma article 31 ambao ni fupi sana, alafu tutakuachilia make comment yako before uondoke. Okay, sawa. Article 31 inaongea juu ya privacy na inasema kwamba every person has the right to privacy, which includes the right not to have their person, home or property searched. B, their possessions seized. C, information relating to their family or private affairs unnecessarily required or revealed. And D, the privacy of communication infringed.
So those are article 31, right? Yeah, so we are moving on. Tomorrow we look at another article. Tutakuwa tunasoma hivyo polepole. Now, we will start with Black because he has to go back to work, and then now we go around. Black.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I won't say much because due to the time constraints. Anyhow, straight to it. Julia, I don't know if you're there. Okay, unajua venye ulikuwa unaongea ni kama ambapo yani Raila is so clean that he is scandalous. Are you aware that during his tenure as a prime minister, the World Bank froze some funds due to him embezzling them, funds that were meant for the youth? Are you aware of that? You're not aware. Now you're aware. The World Bank froze funds that were meant to the youth because they were being embezzled through the Prime Minister's office. That is the first one. Now you know. And then again, to the May scandal. Are you aware that Raila's family was directly involved in that? And that as per Raila Baga, that was the ambassador to the US, and the WikiLeaks also stated that he was just doing that to divert the attention and the focus for people to start debating about Ruto being the person behind it, so that he could divert the attention from the actual Raila family being involved in that. Were you aware of that? Julia? No. Were you aware that Sam Ongeri was also suspended due to funds meant for free education. And again, Raila's family was in it. Are you aware of that? All this came into light through the US Embassy. Rana Baga was in charge of the embassy at that time, and WikiLeaks. Were you aware of that? Were you? You are not. Now you are aware. So, and we also know that a day just before that, Raila fired Ruto and Sam Ongeri, the two PS from Raila's offices, one PS and the chief of staff resigned just a day before the two were fired. Are you aware of that? Were you aware of that? You are not.
Go ahead, Black. Go ahead. Finish your
You are not.
submission.
You are not. So now, does that paint Raila as a clean guy? No. What it paints Raila is that he does things and he throws the blame onto others. He's not as clean as you think. Now, are you aware of that? Now, do you still think that your presidential candidate is corruption free?
Okay.
Do you?
Mr. Demba, do you want me to respond?
No, you don't have to respond to those ones. He's making his
Thank you.
case. He made his case, and I think he's done.
And if you'd want to refer, I mean, for you to check anything, I mean, you can go to WikiLeaks, you can go to Standard Media as of March 2011. You can go to the embassy of the US. I mean, the Reinberger's comments from 2011 in regards to the time when PM was in place. The PM system was in place in Kenya. I mean, you'll get all this information that I'm telling. Now that you are not aware of this, I think maybe perhaps I hope you'll be able to change your mind on the fact that Raila is not as clean as you think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next, I want to give Maggie. Are you there?
I'm here, Mr. Temba. How are you?
I'm fine. Dakika moja toa your closing remarks.
Hata nimekasirika already kwa sababu uongo mingi tunakubali semwe tu na tuna
Usikasirike Maggie. Tumesema mara ngapi watu wasikasirike kwa hii platform?
Okay.
Don't be upset. Kukasirika it's not good. You need to appreciate that the person holds a differing opinion to yours, and he has a right. His right to forward and front his line of thought.
May I ask her to confirm if whether I said was true or untrue, please?
Black.
Those are all lies, young man. Those are all bullshit.
Please.
I'm not saying anybody. I'm not abusing anybody. I'm just saying that the whatever he said are bullshit.
Go to WikiLeaks, please.
Maggie.
But the words Raila are bullshit, and I'll still repeat.
Maggie, you need to withdraw that statement, please.
Maggie.
I never withdraw things because I'm saying.
Maggie.
Withdraw that statement now.
Maggie. Allow yourself to be moderated.
Please.
Why do you want to be above the law? Allow yourself to be moderated. Nimekwambia vizuri, you don't have to respond to Mr. Black. He has made this point. That is his right. He has offered whatever thing he is giving, and he thinks that is according to him his line of thinking. You might agree with him or not. So we need to just tolerate each other. I don't know why we don't want to tolerate each other. You can disagree with him and say that you don't agree with what he has said, and then continue with your line of thinking, which is okay. He said them, it doesn't mean that you agree with him totally. You might disagree with him. I also don't agree with him, but that is him, and this is my view.
So the US ambassador lied to us.
It's okay.
Do you mean the US ambassador was lying to us?
Black. Hata wewe nimeshakupatia nafasi yako, umemaliza. Sasa ni nini tena?
Yeah, all this Mr. Blacker is bringing now, I don't know for 2011 and what, all these things, we are hearing them from today. Maybe I'm the one who is hearing them today and the rest had them. But whichever scandal which happened when the Raila was the prime minister was brought into broad daylight. Why not Raila's? Because he wants to tell us that Raila has been so superior that his name cannot be mentioned.
Sasa Magi,
Sorry about that.
wewe mbona una reply kwa Black? Wewe toa tu your closing remark tuendelee. Si ilikuwa dakika moja nimekupatia? Hata karibu naisha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Themba. Okay. Thank you very much, panel, once again. I always like Mtembei TV. Actually, it is very educative. It's so formal. We find different ideas, and some are good for us, some are not good for us. I think that is all this. When put together, they are just growth. We are growing, first of all, spiritually, hatefully, lovefully, and every corner. Because at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. And I know we are family, actually. We are very far, but we remain now a family who love each other by whichever way, whichever part somebody is taking, be it Yuda's side, be it Azimio's side, be it whichever will come, the fact remains that we are Kenyans. So what we should do is just to love each other despite what they are taking, just the way you are warning me not to reply to Black's opinions. Thank you very much. In fact, I've really taken it very swiftly and seriously. Thanks. Let us love each other and continue as Kenyans who are brothers in a foreign country. May God bless us and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Maggie. Atuya, dakika moja tafadhali.
Nipe mbili tafadhali.
Sasa huu utafungua debate. Sitaki kufungua debate.
No, I won't open any new debates, but actually try. First and foremost, Nairobi politics. You've heard us say something called Hatupangwingwi. But from the look of things, I'm looking at the opinion poll here in Nairobi, the last one by Mizani, I think. Tim Wanyonyi was leading, followed by Sakaja. But the Kupangana team has decided that Tim Wanyonyi is not fit for this Nairobi city. And they have gone and found someone who befits the club that they belong to, and they have brought him to Nairobi. And that goes without saying that the way Makiadi was saying a team should run independent, I actually urge him to go and run independent. And I also ask Jubilee to field a candidate. And Nairobi will be gone before even the elections start. Number two, I want to address Julia. She's gone now backstage. Julia, you said that we have Kikuyus who have changed and they're supporting Raila Odinga. That's a fact that we cannot deny. And it's a good thing that Raila is now acceptable throughout the country. And it's just like William Ruto is accepted everywhere. So the fact that we have Kikuyu supporting Raila, it's a good thing. The fact that we are losing some votes to Raila in central Kenya, we have a plan for that. We also gaining somewhere else that we didn't have before. So it's just a different ball game this time, but still everybody has an equal chance to win the elections. Mount Kenya doesn't really decide everything. Other counties and other provinces will also have a say as to who will become president in this country. Just again to remind you, Julie, going back to 2013 elections,
URP-TNA alliance was not deemed fit. For instance, the whole of Rift Valley, by Rift Valley I mean the Kalenjin Rift Valley, no candidate who was vying for any position had Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's picture on his poster. And it was even seen that the elderly Kalenjin elders will never vote for Kikuyu after what had happened between the two tribes in the 2007 elections. So there was really fear that Uhuru might not get Rift Valley votes. And I think where I come from, we have so many Raila Odinga supporters. They were actually banking on that Wakale hawezi pigia Mkikuyu. Just as it is today, we have so much doubts that Ruto might not get the votes in Mount Kenya region, just as it happened in 2013. Don't be shocked that 80 to 90% of the mountain will vote for William Samoei Ruto. Number 4, somebody actually addressed, this is an issue that I've wanted to address for a long time, but I think I have the time now. The theatrics that we saw in Parliament, Fatuma Gedi parading some documents. And then there's one character by the name Martin Ndeto, who insists every day that which politicians in this country that a briefcase of evidence is being brought to him to Parliament, he should be very worried. I just want to remind us that if today I was asked to bring any evidence to Parliament concerning Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta or Raila Odinga, I'll get a lorry and I'll print documents from wherever that I will find. I'll go to Parliament with a lorry. It's only that wherever Fatuma Gedi had in Parliament it is not the factual truth. It must be perused, it must be confirmed before it is admitted and kept in the history of Parliament that it is legit evidence. So reading papers, having PDFs, big briefcases does not incriminate anyone of being corrupt. And again, I think Makiadi, you addressed this last time, saying that it will forever paint William Ruto as corrupt. When Parliament comes back, that debate will come back to the floor. Our members of Parliament will be in the floor also. We will raise issues concerning Raila Odinga. We will raise issues concerning land issues with the Kenyatta family. Now that we have the speaker, he will give us the chance, go bring the evidence. We will come with 4 lorries of papers just to show Martin that we can also come with that. So it's just politics that Fatuma Gedi was playing. There's nothing that Parliament can prosecute. So that one should not prove or give evidence that William Ruto is corrupt and with all those kind of things. Lastly, Makiadi, you were advocating that I should be punched by Martin Ndeto in the comments. I saw that earlier. I was just trying to remind Martin that we are in a political space, and he came in he's more of a scholar in a political arena. He wants to force me to accept everything that is being said as the gospel truth. And I just want to remind Maggie, whether I find it fun being in a very hostile environment like this one. I can't attend a debate where we have 10 UDA supporters and 1 Azimio supporter. I'll sleep. I like it this way. I like it the way it is, this nerve-wracking. And Maggie, we will be here. We will continue saying things that you don't like, but we are Kenyans. I just want to remind Kenyans, it is the Obama moment in Kenya. Let's vote in the son of the unknown, William Samoei Ruto. Have a nice night, lovely Kenyans.
Thank you, Atuya. Princess Diana, ukiweka iwe dakika moja nitafurahi. Atuya ameingia akachukua dakika 3.
Asante sana Themba na wale wote mlioko hapa. Asante sana Julia na Maggie. Mimi sina mengi ila hali ni kuambia tu wa Kenya tunapoenda kwenye uchaguzi tuwachague MCA, MPs, senators na governors, wale watatufanyia kazi, kwa sababu ugatuzi ulishaletwa. Kwa hivyo tuangalie, tusije tukalia baadaye ya kwamba tulimchagua rais. Sio rais anayefanya kazi, ni ugatuzi ndio unafanya kazi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya sasa hivi. Kwa hivyo tuwachague wale watatufanyia kazi, sio wale wataenda kupora mali. Na sisi sote hapa tuko mandugu, kwa sababu Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Hata ukiwa kwa UDA, ukiwa kwa Azimio, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Asanteni.
Julia, karibu.
Okay, asante, Mr. Themba. I must deconstruct what Mr. Black said. Fellow Kenyans, all those things that Mr. Black said about Raila Amolo Odinga have not been prosecuted anywhere in a court of law, and neither have we had any discussion even in parliament. The only person, and it's a shame for us to even think about this, mwenye amekuwa a source of debate for corruption in this country is a chief chicken seller. Kama sio land belonging to people, is land belonging to schools. I mean, what is wrong with this man? Yani, he's so greedy. Fellow Kenyans, you have a reason to fear. Run for your dear life. Yani, huyu jamaa akiwa raisi atanyakua nyumba zenyu, shule zenyu. I think within 1 year, we'll be calling for aid from the, I think, either World Bank. Yani tutahitaji msaada, tukatuka kama refugees. So fellow Kenyans, you know that the chief chicken seller is the only person in this country who has so many corruption scandals. Na ukiambia hawa watu wa UDA maneno, wanasema ati Kenyatta's family. Kenyatta's family is not vying for presidency. And no one has the courage to tell us, Kenyatta amechukua this land, they can't say that. They just say Raila was a cabinet secretary, so who stole? Who was sacked by Raila? Is the same chief chicken seller. So, Mr. Tuya Jr., naomba, please don't lie to fellow Kenyans. If you ask a small child in kindergarten in Kenya, who is the most corrupt Kenyan, atasema the chief chicken seller. So, Mr. Tuya, we are afraid. We are so afraid. We are terrified of the thought that the chief chicken seller can be anywhere close to State House. In fact, he might never appear in any ballot paper after 2022, because I think such people, their place is committee, maximum prison. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, nawaomba mvuke sakafu kama hamjavuka. Those few fellow Kenyans, you have a reason to be afraid. Nawaomba mvuke sakafu, mje upande wetu, tuunde serikali na baba. He's the only person who has the moral authority to destroy corruption in our dear motherland. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Justus, dakika moja tafadhali.
Nashukuru na mimi kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. And I'll make my closing remarks on a few issues. Just 1 minute. The first, Julie, is corruption, and everybody here. Our Constitution, Chapter 6, on integrity. There is nobody, starting from Raila Odinga to William Ruto, no leader in Kenya will pass the test of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. We are unfortunate. No matter how much we defend whoever we want to defend, nobody, and I repeat, nobody will pass the test of Chapter 6 of our Constitution on integrity. So with corruption, let's not talk about it. Nobody's clean. Next thing, when it comes to who is going to be the winner of the next presidential election, let Raila Odinga give us his running mate. Let William Ruto give us his running mate. Then Kenyans will decide. Everything will shift once they have their running mates in place. On the issue of Nairobi, I have only one advice to Azimio: subject the process into nomination. Let the Nairobians decide who is to be the flag bearer of Azimio. Otherwise, we are giving this Nairobi to Sakaja, and there is no question about it. If you go the way you are going, then Sakaja is the next governor for Nairobi. Wakenya, tupige kura vizuri, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Makiadi.
Asante Lemba. Nimefurahia leo kusikia yale nimesikia. Mengine hayakunipendeza, lakini ni sawa, nimeyasikia. Kumkumbusha ndugu yangu Justus kwamba mkiwa katika muungano pamoja na chama tofauti, kwa mfano vile tunayo Nairobi katika Azimio, kuna Jubilee na pia kuna ODM. Sidhani kama itawezekana kuwa na wagombeaji kiti wawili kwenda katika uteuzi wa mchujo kwa chama kimoja. Inamaanisha kwamba unless hawa watu wafanye kitu ambayo inaitwa kusikizanishwa kwa pamoja, ili mmoja aweze kudrop ambition yake amwache mwingine, then basi tunayo hiyo shida na itaendelea kutukumba. Hatuya, samahani sana, mimi huwa sitetei vita. Wakati nilimwambia Martin akurushie ngumi, nilikuwa namaanisha ngumi kuhusiana na maswala, lakini si kwa vita. I don't advocate for violence. I was just saying that he throws a jab that with points. Now, Black said here that all the evidence that he has pronounced himself in this panel today come from WikiLeaks, Standard newspaper. Sikumbuki siku ya mwisho niliona gazeti ya Standard ikisomwa kotini, ama mtu akienda na evidence kutoka kwa WikiLeaks, unless yeye mwenyewe atatuambia ni nani amewahi shtakiwa na WikiLeaks ama na Standard kotini. Kwa hivyo tukija hapa tusikuje kupatia watu propaganda na rumors, maana hatuwasaidii. Kuhusiana na maneno ya kusema Ruto ni mbadhirifu ama ni mfisadi, kuna kesi ambayo ilisema kotini na akashtakiwa kotini kwa kumfukuza mwenda zake Muteshi kutoka kwa shamba lake, na koti ikasema kwamba amlipe fidia. Kufikia leo hajawahi mlipa na aliagizwa na koti arudishe shamba. Kwa hivyo hizi ni vitu ambavyo tumeona sisi, na si kitu ambacho tunasikia, si fununu, tumeona. Mwishowe nitatamatisha na kusema ya kwamba baba anakuja safarini, anakuja Amerika. Namtakia safari njema, na ninatarajia kwamba katika safari hii ataweza kuwa na nafasi nzuri ya kukutana na Wakenya, na Wakenya ambao mko ugaibuni, pateni nafasi njema ya kwenda kumuuliza maswali, kile ambacho unaona hakikupendezi na kile ambacho unaona unaweza muongezea kuhusiana na mawaidha, ili aweze kurudi nyumbani akiwa anajua kwamba pia ana mashabiki kule nje, na natarajia kwamba safari yake itakuwa yenye manufaa, si kwake peke yake, lakini hata kwa Wakenya kwa ujumla. Ndio nitamalizia hapo, asante.
Asante. Ukimaliza ndio huyu jamaa anakuja na spam yake, kwani ameona nini hapo? Haya basi, I thank you all for coming. I want to acknowledge those who are coming. This spam thing, hey. Sawa tu.
I hope Wekesa will do something with the spam thing. You know, when you block it once, when you try to block it again, it doesn't go. It says there's an error. Put user in timeout. Let me see if I can put the user in timeout. Hopefully that works. Okay, yeah. Let me acknowledge some of the guys who have come down there. Gitash ni mtumbu na spam yake. Oh, ni mtumbu. Then give me access to get rid of it. I'll tell what's his name? I'll tell Mutembe to give you access to get rid of that thing once and for all. DA and see that ni kama wameng'ang'ana huko wameshindwa, tutakupatia access. Mr. Jackson, Fatuma Gedi is made of steel. Yeah. In fact, Fatuma Gedi, I don't know why she brought only a small suitcase. I would have brought like 10 lorries. Zijae mapepers hapo nje. So you have, Richard Makiadi said you are disappointed. I was so disappointed. I wanted her to bring like 10 lorries zingoje hapo. So the evidence peke yake, hao wabunge wote waende wawekwe kando kwanza, tupange hizo evidence hapo kwa nini. By the time we are done, Justin Muturi aseme tosha. I could have Fatuma Gedi to let down. I think Makiadi said something there and I agreed with him. I felt so disappointed with that. How can you bring only a suitcase? Surely.
Then I think we should have a debate. We want to deconstruct this UDA narrative ya kusema ati baba ni corrupt. Hata Justice amekuja hapa kutuambia ati kila mtu ni corrupt. Unless Justice atambia ati ni corrupt. We have to talk about who is corrupt in Kenya. We have just one of these fine days. We come with evidence and write-ups. We do a presentation here because we have to make sure what are UDA. We have to stop them from lying to Kenyans.
Julia, I agree with you, Julia. So let the Speaker of the National Assembly open the debate so that each side can produce evidence against the other side. Zitakuja, tutaziona.
Yes. I mean, let's
let them come out.
RMK media down there. You only need to RMK media asking how do you join the debate. You only need to wait for the link. Inaanza saa 2:30, I think saa 3 Kenyan time. When you see the link, just click on the link and boom, you are in the studio and you are sharing what you want to share. Mutumbu is a strong Nicto Nyambane. He blessed my fellow Kenyans, wish Baba safe journey to America. Yes, Baba kuje America vizuri. Tafadhali wale watampokea pale juu. Sisi hatutaenda kuphotoshop pictures za White House. tulia tuya. Hatutaenda kuphotoshop. Hatutaenda kupatia. Nyinyi mnapatia Muhammad anaitwa nani? Hussein Muhammad kazi ngumu ya kuphotoshop na yani why do you give that guy a lot of work surely? Atuya. Si munge ati mnaingia pale backdoor ya White House, hiyo nini inaitwa JF Kennedy nini center, alafu mnaingia hapo mkitoka ndani hivi mnapiga tu picha atizo, alafu mnaenda kanisa ingine sijui wapi huko South Carolina ama ilikuwa wapi, kuna kanisa alafu mnasema ati sasa hapa tumekutana na government officials. Mnafanya Hussein Mohamed anapeana mapicha ambayo hata nyinyi pia mnafanya maneno. Sasa hiyo ndio mlikuwa mnaenda kutafuta. Hata huyo Obama mnasema ni Obama movement, hamkukutana na yeye. Si mngeenda at least hata mpige picha na Obama.
Na huyu Obama Obama has a lot of integrity. How can Atuya and the others in their normal senses compare William Samoei Ruto and Obama? That is, I think, is criminal.
Ati Ruto ni the father, the son of a nobody. Ukimuuliza nobody ni nani? Hawajui hata huyo nobody.
You know, those are your opinions, and they're acceptable. You know, they keep the debate going. They're your opinions. You know, yeah,
I think we should not allow propaganda. Yeah, we really don't like propaganda, but we can't avoid it. We can't avoid it because Akinatuya have to come here with propaganda. Kama walienda States na wakatengeza propaganda. Surely.
No, even Julia comes with the propaganda. We had Bernard speaking 100% propaganda. Richie is full of propaganda.
and you know, in the end, politics iko kwa lungs. Breathe it out.
Just as Natuya like engaging in false equivalences. Yeah, I mean, wacha tufurahi tufurahi, wanatufurahisha wakikuja hapa na propaganda. Atuya nyinyi, wacha wewe Atuya. Ruto mwenyewe ni propagandist. How can you go to US and make such a propaganda ati nimeenda nikakutana sijui na watu gani bwana? So I don't mind them. Personally, I don't mind Atuya and the Black, so they can come with all the propaganda they can have. And like I said, I usually choose what to respond to.
No, Demba, stop painting us that way. It's demeaning to our viewers, and we represent 10 million voters in this forum. So don't paint us a propagandist.
No, Demba, that they need. Demba is a worried man. He'll never understand how people can end up supporting UDA, and he needs that some people need some psychological therapy.
We also wonder how you can support a candidate for seven times losing. We like, don't you have a brain that is working? That is the question.
Yes.
We wonder too.
Yeah. I know. Unajua the devil alipokuja kujaribu Yesu alikuwa tu Bible. That was the first propagandist. So you yani anakuja kutest mwana wa Mungu na anamkotea Bible. Si imeandikwa. The first propagandist. So you can appreciate when they're speaking.
Demba, wajua mkisema propaganda alafu mimi nitajua hapo naonea tu ya huruma, kwa sababu kama Ruto anakuja hapa anaenda kutafuta governor wa West Virginia, ni kama Kamala Harris aende kutafuta Nanok kufanya benchmarking. It's so unfortunate kama wanatulinganisha hapa na propaganda.
Nakwambia these people and ukiona, that's why for me I usually say I like the comic entertainment that they bring, because for me it's comical even to defend. It's comical. For me it's comedy to defend.
Listen to this comedy now. Makiadi, we respect each and every person, however how small you are, however how little you are. If you are a man of substance, if you represent something, the deputy president will give you a year. So when we went to meet a governor from West Virginia, there is something that he represents. There's something that he stands for. That little man in the United States is you don't have to meet big people to acquire ideas. So bottom up means starting from the bottom. Now, if he came to the United States and went and met the very little people, there is an idea he got from there. That is why we are in UDA, concentrating on the Atuyas, on the justices. We don't want to concentrate on the big Makiadis, Julias, and Dembas. We want to concentrate on the small.
Even the devil said that imeandikwa and didn't make it true. So let's continue.
It's okay, Atuya. It's okay that he went to meet the governor, but the problem was that you lied that he was in White House. You know, that's the little
to meet. Yeah, you said he was in the White House to meet senior government official in the Biden administration. Unajua governor wa West Virginia hata wasalimiani na Biden. Ni watu ni kama sasa Nanok na nani. I can't. When you go to West Virginia to benchmark, ni kama sasa kuambia Kamala Harris aende Turkana kufanyia benchmarking. I mean, hata kama ni propaganda, ndugu yangu.
It still works. She can learn something from there.
Okay, the problem was the lie, Mr. Tuya. In fact, that's why Mr. Themba feels you people need psychiatric help. And
No.
now I understand where Themba is coming from.
Now
No,
you
but
understand.
Julia,
Now
I
you
feel you,
understand.
Mr. Themba. I feel you.
Can
You
you
feel
can
me,
you
and
can
that's why
you
you say responding to these people. Let's allow them to come and entertain us, which they do pretty well, and that we
No,
are keep
that is a
coming.
wrong statement. That is a wrong statement. Now,
Themba,
how do you say we
Themba,
come to entertain you? No, you know that
because
one
I
is
get
derogatory.
entertained.
No, that one is not.
Hold on, Justice. Atuya, I get entertained, and I've told you, I don't
No.
want you. I respect your views, so you should respect mine too.
No, Themba, you being a politician, and I know one day we will meet in the streets of Parliament. I know what that statement means, and it carries political weight, and it cannot go unchallenged. We don't come here to entertain Azimio, guys. No, we come here for substance, and we come here to represent
No,
the 10 million voters.
Atuya, you are not generalizing my statement. I said I get entertained. Right? That is me owning my statement. I get entertained when you guys speak. And that's why I by the way, sometimes I find no reason to even respond to you and some of you guys, because for me, I find it comical. It's an entertainment. If you can stand and defend someone who can completely and lie to you that I was in White House and he was not there, what do you call that if not entertainment?
Is there evidence that he was not there?
Well, is there evidence that he was there?
Now we are in limbo. Nobody
This is what
can
they usually say.
substantiate that.
Atuya, this is what I
But
was
if
told.
you guys cannot substantiate he was not there,
Atuya,
so
this
you
is
have
what
to believe him.
Atuya, this is what I was told. When you give your certificates, your credentials to a place, if you have to be called to explain it, then there's a problem.
But this is politics. This is politics. We will. People will want to drag you through mud.
Exactly. So if you have, and if someone said it is Margaret Thatcher who said, I want to quote her. That said. I don't know what she said. I need to quote it right, but I want to paraphrase. But that being a leader is like being a lady. If you have to explain it, then you are not. Something like that. So if we have to explain.
That's really Mr. Atuya. Now defending someone who took a farmer's land and I'm gonna cut it alipe.
How do you support?
In your audacity, you still continue defending them. Now I understand where
Julia,
Mr. Themba is coming from.
Where do you get the audacity to support someone who tried to overthrow the government of Kenya?
How did he try?
In 1982.
Where is the evidence? That's like I was involved in 1982.
So that is why I said, guys, that's why I said
there is evidence to show that.
Where is the evidence?
Now, because you support Raila, you want to say where is the evidence. But
Okay,
Raila was for that.
Hold on. Atuya, you are reopening the debate. This is what Margaret Thatcher said. Being powerful is like being a lady. If you have to tell people you are, then you are not. Now, I want to paraphrase it and say this. A leader in the stature of the deputy president going to State House should be self-explanatory. But if you have to explain to people that I was actually there, then you are not there. Because there's a problem. You know, we are supposed to see that power. But if you have to come and explain to you see, I was at White House, then there's a problem. We need to see that you are at White House. You don't need to come and tell us. We need to see. Anyway, we will continue, Atuya. Don't worry. For me, I get entertained. Please come again tomorrow and entertain us. In politics, every hold on, Atuya. You don't have to respond to that. You have to respond to that.
Yani tumeweka comma. Atuya tumeweka comma. We shall revisit.
Where's your comma after such a
We shall
That
revisit
statement is
them.
not right. No, that statement is not right.
You know, you entertain me. You and the Black. I mean, over time. Actually, right now, personally, Julian, unajuanga sisi tukisema tunasema. Ile ya Black ndio nafikiri tutataka revisit kidogo. Au wengine wakikuja, unakuwa entertained na unatoka. Hakuna haja ukasirika Beki. Ukikuweza ukasirika na watu, unaona tu anasema kwanza anapenda kuja hapa kwa sababu anasema vitu zile ndio ukasirike. So the best way ni kukosa kukasirika, ndio sasa aone hata hajafanya jambo, ndio arudi sasa aseme hey, sasa nitafuta gani tena. Unaona sasa tunaongea kidogo tu ashaanza kuambia sijui alibadilisha nini government. Unajua watarudi hapa. I know their script. The script is so well written. Hold on.
Okay, let me ask a simple
script
question.
is well written that you can actually read it from start to finish. And you don't have to.
Julia, do you guys actually really believe that Kenya mnaongeanga to people who support UDA makes sense? Do you really guys think the UDA supporters, when you don't come in here, really like what you say?
Politics has nothing to do with the faith. So
no,
believe kitu gani?
No, okay, achana believe basi.
Okay, did you
do you
ask
guys
us
think
whether it makes sense to them? No, because they need psychiatric help. Mr. Demba already said that.
So the same with us.
Before we talk of that, what happened to the names that you guys used to call Raila Odinga? What happened to them? How did they change suddenly?
You visit a psychiatrist, Julia.
Lakini just atuti hata wewe, you need to even decide which side you are. You see, you can't. We are not fighting for constitutional reforms right now, are we?
We are not, but I'm a Kenyan. I can be on any side. You know? So
Hold on, Atuti.
You need to sway me to your side, right? Because I also have a vote.
Now
I'm not
cannot.
going to waste my time with you.
You cannot be swayed.
Why do you not want to be swayed?
Kuna watu ambao the worst people to try and preach to ni wale backsliders. Huyu ni backslider.
Let me say something. Julia,
Atuya, hold on. We are proceeding the debate na tulikuwa nimefunga. Now, the story is told one time back that the late, I don't know if it is true, but it's a story I heard when we were growing up, and it is, I think, over time, it can sometimes find its prominence in most of the discussion. That the late Muigai Kenyatta visited Mathare Mental Hospital, and when he went with his convoy, and as they were getting in, there was this guy at the Mathare Mental Hospital. Then the guy looked at him. I mean, he was trying to visit the guys who were there, the patients. So this guy came to him, and this guy started, when he got close to him and he saw the whole of the whole of that convoy, and he started laughing. So he just burst into a very loud laughter. So, and then he looked at the late Mzee Kenyatta, and he told him ati unajua hata mimi nilikuwa hivi tu, naona hao watu wote walikuwa wananifuata. So for him, he was saying that he was the one who was normal. Mzee Kenyatta ndio the one alikuwa mgonjwa. Tusijali, hata mimi nilikuwa na watu wote wakinifuata. So the moral of my story, you can come tomorrow for interpretation. So
I want to give an interpretation to that.
Atuya, stop, bana. Stop.
I want to give an analogy to that.
We shall decide who is on the madman's side and Kenyatta's side.
Now, let me
No, Atuya, it's okay. Gitashde, thank you. Mr. Jackson, thank you. Gigi Man, asante sana. Mtu wa kawaida unakuja hapo. Duke Moses. No, we are not opening the debate. We are closing. These people, I told them that this place is addictive. So we need to put a rider that this thing is addictive. Pamela Rombo, Asante, RMK, Atuya, and Atuti things are different on the ground. Busiland is gone to Azimio. Dominic Liza, Atuya, Kibaki, and Jonjo are ring leaders of 1982 coup. Steven Mutumbu, Asante. Pamela Rombo, Gigi Man as the people's president, but not Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Gigi Man. Na wengine wote, would love to pay tribute to all of you, but we have to go. Dennis Ondieki, asante. George Onyulo, DA, watu wa power, isiwe issue, ni mwataja nyinyi wote. Kama hujatajwa sio eti ni kwa sababu sikupendi, ni kwa sababu lazima tufunge studio. Would love to please, but we have to leave. Kama kawaida, tafadhali, naanza 9:30 every day. Come when you have Duke Mosa anasema nimefanya kazi safi. Kama nimefanya kazi safi Duke, nenda pale Themba and Lulu Show, subscribe. Kama huja subscribe, acha niandike hapa ndio tuweze kupata ma subscribers wengi. Tumeangusha video nyingine hapo Murwa, you can go there, check it out. Asanteni sana kwa wale mmetusubscribia pale. That is a show, that's a journey between my daughter. Just as tafadhali enda kwa hiyo Themba and Lulu Show. Najua uja subscribe wewe umekuja hapa mara ya kwanza. Enda pale Themba and Lulu Show. That is a show between my daughter and I. Umesikia Just as Atuti?
Nimekusikia kabisa and I'm going to do that.
Tafadhali go there and subscribe to my daughter. Get us to 1,000. We really appreciate those who are subscribing. Umefanya kazi safi, tunashukuru. I mean, wale ambao mnakuja hapa, mna comment, tunaingia kwa show, tunajadiliana, we really like it. I like those who come in here to entertain us like Atuya and Black. We really appreciate you. And wale wanakasirika haraka kama Megi, tafadhali mwache hasira. Hatutaki mkitoka hapa mnaanza kumeza madawa ya high blood pressure. We don't want. Tunataka mnakuja hapa.
Your statement ni wrong, by the way. We are not flower boys and flower girls to entertain you guys here. We here for policies.
That is
no,
me.
Don't make that statement. It is
That
not
is
correct. You know that is not correct. You don't make it to the audience. Make it behind the stage, not to the audience.
No, I think Themba has a right to his view. He's
of course.
How do you conclude a show by saying thank you, Lamek, thank you, Atuya, for coming here to entertain us? Surely.
Yes, because he was so entertained. What do you want
You are
to say?
entertaining.
Oh, we are in the politics business, and that statement is not right.
Atuya, wewe unataka tukusikize na we have a right to your opinion. Mimi nisiwe na right to my opinion.
Guys, you have a good evening, have a good morning, wherever you are.
Hapana, Themba hujabia Justice ukuja hapa na msimamo.
Mimi msimamo wangu ni ule Mkenya.
So
kwa Kenya tukipiga kura, whoever you choose will be my president. Whoever we choose will be my president. Period.
Haya basi sawa, tutampata hapa kesho. Wachana naye, tutampata hapa kesho.
And,
by the time
I have prescribed, as you said. I've done it right here, so I'm good.
Thank you. You have prescribed. You have subscribed to Mutembe and Themba and Lulu Show.
I've subscribed, yes.
Themba and Lulu Show. That is my show with my daughter.
I can see you. I've done that.
Oh, thank you, sir. I really appreciate. Now,
thank you.
Now, before you go, just as I want you to sing for us the national anthem, and the national anthem you are doing it in Kiswahili. Now that wewe ni Mkenya, nataka kujua wewe Kenya umefika wapi?
Not singing. He has to recite it, Mr.
And you are unaenda kuichukua?
Mungu nguvu yetu ilete taifa letu.
No.
That's not Kenya.
Please sit down.
It's heckling. No wonder
what do you mean?
Kenyan?
Atuya, I mean, Justice, you are supposed to recite the first stanza of the national anthem. Can you do that?
But that is what I was doing.
No, you haven't done. You haven't done it. Can you recite it? Not singing. Sumesema wewe ni Mkenya.
Mimi ni Mkenya daima.
Aya, anza basi, anza the first stanza of the national anthem.
Nitaanza laini ya kwanza, uingie ya pili, mwingine aingie ya tatu.
Hapana, wacha ku create rules. Wacha ku create rules. Wacha ku create rules.
Okay. Mungu nguvu yetu.
No,
And
stop
then,
singing. Recite. Not singing, reciting.
Sasa hapo.
Sasa hata kuimba yenyewe hajamaliza jameni. Nyinyi
Hapo sasa,
unasikia
hapo sasa.
anaimba tu hiyo laini moja.
Hapo
Moja
sasa
tu.
mnaniweza.
Alafu amalizi.
Sasa unajua jambo ambalo tunajaribu kufanya hapa.
Kwa sababu si Mkenya.
Ngoja Maggie. Unajua Justus, hold on. Justus, unajua kitu ambacho tunafanya? Na ni kawaida sana. Kuna wengine wanakuja hapo wanaongea wanasema mimi Mkenya nini. Ikifika sasa naambia okay fine. Want to look at those things that are symbols of national unity. One of them is the national anthem. Tunataka kuona Kenya umefika wapi? Kwa sababu unapo embrace Kenya inaanza na kuembrace the national anthem. Sasa tunafika mahali unapata yani mtu hata hajajaribu hata kuangalia national anthem inasema nini. Hata wengine labda tukikuja hapa kuuliza siku moja tuambie colors za flag za Kenya ni gani na zinamaanisha nini, hawataweza. Usiimbe. Ayaimba basi, imba.
Okay, let me recite in English. Oh God of all creations, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. Okay? Is that all?
No.
Ai, hata unasema unataka kingenge alafu tena unashindwa. Jamani. Unasema kingenge. Sasa hata mimi nilikuwa nafikiria kingenge unajua zaidi. Kumbe sasa kingenge ndio unanyamaza. Okay, sawa.
Justus umeshindwa. Fanya hivi we give you that homework. Wewe nenda jaribu ujue the national anthem so that it's part and parcel of how we finish the show here, because either way we are all Kenyans. Atuya, Maggie, Princess, Julia, Justus, Richie, we are all Kenyans. We might differ in our views and political views and whatever, which is okay, but we are all Kenyans. We are all Kenyans, and we have to respect that. So we want sometimes to look at things that unite us more than those things that make us get divided. So that is what we say. Kila mmoja ambaye anakuja hapa lazima ajue national anthem. So I'll take you through it. Nasema Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. Haki, ngoja Justus bana. Relax. Just mute for now kwa sababu ulishashindwa. Na kama umeshashindwa sasa lazima tukusaidie. Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Raha tupate na ustawi. That is a prayer. It's a prayer. Ya kwamba lazima tukae kama mandugu. Wewe, Atuya, Julia, sisi ni mandugu. Na tukishajua hivyo, haki itakuwa kwa kila mmoja wetu. Haki iwe ngao. Atuya huyu ambaye ndio maana unasikia nakuja hapa nasema Atuya naweza kuwa tunakosana lakini ana haki. Haki yake lazima tuilinde. Alafu tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Hapo ndipo tapata raha na ustawi. Hayo ni maombi. Asante sana kila mmoja wetu. Inshallah, thank you so much for coming in. See you again tomorrow 9:30. Till tomorrow. God bless you.
I need an apology, Demba, before you leave.
What apology, sir?
We are not here to entertain.
Okay, I apologize.
To Kenyans?
No, I apologize to you because you feel offended.
All right. Then I'll be
apologies. My apologies to you. I'm not too high to apologize. If you're offended, my apologies to you. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Okay. God bless you. See you. Oh, Eric Otieno, apology accepted. Yeah, you Atuyo just accept apology. I mean, publicly.
It's accepted.
Oh, thank you. See you. God bless you. Bye.